Good evening, everybody. A few minutes late starting today because I've been struggling to post on Twitter, and I think something has well and truly gotten broken on the site here. So I'm gonna try one more time. But honestly, at this point, I think we're all there's a big spike on the various sites checking this. So I don't know what that's going to mean in terms of people coming in and all of that, but hopefully you all know how to find me on other platforms, because I think everybody's just kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop on that platform falling apart. I think people are very quick to claim that it's dead, and I think it's probably going to. It's going to be stickier than people plan, or maybe not plan, but expect. Like, the fact of the matter is that the trajectory is pretty clear, and whether it is something that continues to be a growing concern with a different audience, or if it's just not reliable enough that people move on, I don't know. But this is definitely one of the cases for me where I would certainly like to get the word out. Seems to me like, every time I try to tweet something out, it kind of blows up. So unfortunate, but we'll push ahead, and hopefully, this is maybe just a good reminder that if you have relied on Twitter to find this channel, and when I'm going live, it may be good to find another way. And incidentally, if you happen to have a preferred format, because really the only way I announce things will either be by going live on Twitch, and then usually announcing things on Twitter. If there is a better way for me to get the word out, feel free to let me know. I know I have a Discord, but it's one of these chicken and egg problems where, because I don't contribute a whole lot to it, there's no real reason for people to interact. Like, people usually stop by at the start, really eager to be in this big happening place. But the thing is that if I don't give people a reason to be there, then that's going to create a certain amount of inertia. And certainly I like responding to things, but in terms of the overall time that I spend, there's only so many hours in the day, and I would rather spend that time making things for YouTube or Twitch, because these are at least cases where I know people will be there and want to see it. But with that in mind, Discord is one place I can try and do announcements on. I just tend to find for myself, I usually disable announcements because there's just too many of them on other platforms. But however you find the channel, welcome. I hope you are doing well. We will do a quick review of the news. I also need to make sure, I believe I'm probably on, if I hit continue, that's probably going to load the YouTube series. Welcome to Hush House. Interesting. So there have been some updates in the, it's the beta branch. Behold the button. I will skip over any, patch notes then. But we are playing Book of Hours, a copy of the game that was given to me from Weather Factory, originally for beta purposes, but they did also give me a stream to sort of share the game, broadcast it. I was also hired by them to do the, kind of the introduction to the game on the Steam page, probably to the frustration of all the people who really want to tell me how to play the game or how I need to learn the game before streaming it. So I will obviously have to email them and give them their money back. But for the rest of you who just like hanging out with me, we're going to be going back to the Twitch setup. But as always, it's good to disclose these things. Obviously, it's my chance to just vent my spleen at some of the comments that really make it tough to keep going sometimes. But yeah, no, it's good. It is just one of these cases where, it's annoying because there's lots of people who already get it and, don't. It's just another delay to the stream for them. But the thing is I've seen more than a few channels which really do, obviously bigger ones, that really do skirt the edge between sort of paid promotional, which this isn't. This is just me playing the game that they gave me a copy for. It was the Steam stream would be one that I was paid for. But yeah, there's definitely some fairly egregious example. Like I don't watch a lot of Twitch, but I've seen enough to see the really bad cases, and so I know why those guidelines are there. And as much as I can, I want to honor the spirit of it. But anyways, there you have it. I'm playing a copy of the game that the developer gave me. I think this game is awesome, so I am very happy that they did that. But it also means that because I was given something that I value so much, some of you may rightly question whether or not the recommendation is 100% valid or not. I have no idea how you evaluate that, but you have the information you need to make that determination, apparently. So, there's a number of things going on. I'm debating. I've gotten a lot of stuff that basically just seems to be there seem to be two underlying premises on Twitch that people or on YouTube that people are dealing with, which is number one, that apparently I just don't know how this game works at all, and that anytime I do something that they personally wouldn't do in this game, it is a mistake that, like, it's not just a mistake, it is a mistake that needs to be immediately corrected through a comment. And that I'm just incapable of getting the guidance from the game, and that nothing exists outside of the contents of this viewer's head. And then, of course, number two, well, I mean, I kind of combined them, all of that. It's like number one, that I simply just don't know what I'm doing. That obviously, there's no possible way that any human being would want to play this game other than the way the commenter wants. And then, of course, number two, that information needs to be conveyed as quickly and as bluntly as possible, usually. And I'm not going to lie, it annoys me a lot. And there's no good way of doing it. But one of the things I was hoping for, because there's so many comments about committing elements of this, or committing skills to the Tree of Wisdoms, I kind of hope that the fact that I've done it at least once would indicate to people that I know how that mechanic works. And either they don't care or they don't know. But the reason I'm mentioning it right now is I think it's a lost cause. I think there's just going to be a bunch of people who, go for the smelling salts the second that a game is played differently from the way they think it should be played. And I'm just going to have to decide if I want to keep broadcasting after that. But for the rest of you, and for those of you who kind of get what I'm doing here, there is a very practical problem which I'm facing right now, and this is the main reason for wanting to point out about this restriction. This was never sort of set up as a challenge run. This is basically the first time I got to play the game that wasn't going to be, unless something really crazy happened with the release candidates. This would be my first time to sort of play the game without sort of fear of the save being erased and having to start over again. And with that in mind, I've got my notebook for maybe little tidbits of the world and some of the details of the people. So I have physical notes, or notes that I'm writing like on a pen with a pen and paper. And then I also have a small database that I've been keeping. And some people have asked for it. Now I know that the community has been putting together spreadsheets and things like that. I'm happy to share mine. The only thing is that this is one that I sort of maintained from the beta to now, and so I suspect there are a few false entries in there just of things that had the names change. But in the end, it's just sort of this reference document I've been putting together for myself. And the thing is that like the full version of this is very easy to make. You just go into the files of the game. You can see all of the skills there. You can see, what their traits are and so on and so forth. There's really no secrets in terms of the mechanics of the game. Of course, I don't want to do that because, this game is very much a matter of discovery, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to take this approach. Being able to give myself some limitations does mean that I have a I'm trying to think of the right way to put this, but like the limitations do mean that I get to try things that are sort of outside maybe the rut that I would find myself in if I felt too confident with the game's mechanics or something like that. And this is definitely true for Cultist Simulator, where I would have something that I kept doing from the early betas of the game. And I would sort of realize after playing around a little bit that it wasn't really necessary to do that, or that maybe there was something that I would have preferred to do differently. And I mean, there's still things that I would consider to be quote-unquote inefficiencies in the game that I do just because they've become habits. So sometimes just messing around is sort of nice, but one of the things that I like about this is that it is giving me an opportunity to just see what's on the shelf. But there is a limit to it. And the limit that I'm running into right now is that all of the rooms that I want to open are pretty tough. So we've got the blackened staff room, the same story as the yard below: seared bones, blackened walls, furniture half consumed by fierce fire, but much of the room remains untouched. So this is an 11 Grail, 11 Heart. The ravaged cellar, this room too has been visited by worms, the abomination of the relict kind, but almost no traces remain. So this is a 13 Forge, 13 Scale, 13 Winter task. We've got the Riddling Stare, which is 12 Moon and 12 Rose. Half-seen faces, mouth half-heard riddles. This is none of Van Loren's work. These defenses are much older than the Curia, but the Curia found a way to answer these riddles, and so will we. A drunken whirl of bats drives me back, perhaps literally drunken. There's a faint but definite brandy smell. So 12 Forge or 12 Grail. A perilous path. This route was never safe even before the last round of storms had their way with it. Just 1 second. I'll do that later. The slithering fountain. After all these years, the fountain in this hall is blocked. That's not a surprise. A little more surprising is this. The blockage appears to be mostly snakes, a great many snakes. This, no doubt, is why we have seen so few rats. So edge, knock, and scale. And then finally, a room of rusts. The ceiling has collapsed. Rusting machinery pokes out here and there through the rubble. 11 Forge, 11 Scale. So this is going to be a slow start to the broadcast, but this is going to be focused on some of the gameplay mechanics. And mostly what I want to do here, so I know I've got sights and sensations to level up. I have, I want to take a bit of an inventory of what I am capable of in terms of my my skills. No, not really, Silvadale. What I'm doing here is I'm actually going to be. I'm not really leaping into the game in terms of like unpausing things. Right now, I actually want to start writing down a few of the. I want to start writing down a few of the room requirements here, and it's mostly just because I've been talking about this sort of unofficial restriction that I've given myself in terms of committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms. I am really starting to hit the limits of what I can conceivably put together for my helpers, and so I want to start getting an idea of what I can take for granted and what are some of the other challenges that I need to, that I need to account for. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to write down any aspects for challenges, and I'm basically going to put down sort of minimum and maximum values. I'm lucky that we have a gale today, because it's actually really nice to hear this music with the gale in the background, but I won't do this entirely in silence. I'll just, I do just want to make sure that I'm focused when I'm writing, though. Almost done. Of course, this is only true for now. There will be other challenges, but so in terms of min and max, so minimum for scale is 11, max is 14. For forge, 11, max is 13. Min and max for edge is 14. Same for knock. Moon min is 12, max is 13. Rose is 12 and 13 as well. Grail is 11 and max is 12. Winter, min and max is both 13. And then heart, min and max is 11. So essentially I'm looking ideally for any, and then the principles, just a summary of the principles: scale, forge, edge, knock, moon, rose, grail, winter, and heart. So obviously not all of them, but a pretty broad cross-section. So the next thing that I want to do is just get I want to do a quick inventory of the level 4 stuff that I can get. Okay, so this is kind of interesting. What I've been looking at here would be sort of the unusual travelers, and I kind of want to see just how often certain principles show up. So it looks like Forge is 1, Lantern is also 1, Sky appears 3 times, Grail, I believe, appears twice. Moth appears surprisingly only once. Rose twice. Knock once. Sorry, Moth appears twice. Moon appears once, though. Scale once, Edge once, Heart once. Nectar once. Winter once. Okay, so in terms of most likely, the most likely, so the reason why I wanted to actually write all this out, so it seems to me like there's a, there's going to be at least one for every aspect that we run into. But it is useful in terms of just weighing probabilities, because you have to give up an element of the soul. And obviously, if you're limited in terms of the number of elements of the soul that you have, it can be interesting to just sort of see on balance what's the most likely. So if there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 unique visitors, and this may not necessarily be true, but if there are 6 of them, then that means half will potentially give you Sky, so 50% chance of getting a Sky. Grail, Moth, and Rose are all 2 out of 6, so that's a 1/3, 33.3 repeating. And then everything else is a 1, so basically that's a 1 in 6. This is, of course, assuming that there isn't, that it's an even distribution of visitors for all seasons. I haven't, I don't sit down and log every action I take in the game. Excuse me. But the way that Weather Factory seems to make games is that there are pretty straightforward probabilities for things. So if they say, something has a slim chance of happening, it's 1 fixed probability that will be true throughout the game. If they say something's near certain, then that's going to be a fixed probability for all near certain events. They tend not to play around a lot with these numbers. So with that in mind, the reason why I think this is important to check out here is that this will have some implications in terms of how willing I am to sort of to try and get a traveler. So for instance, if I had a Sky challenge, a coin flip in terms of getting something useful for an element of the soul, that's pretty cool. Whereas a Gale, obviously I can get the Sky, but I don't have any Sky challenges right now. So if I'm really relying on, making this heart sing, well, what I'm looking at here is a 1 in 6 chance. That's, roll a d6 and get a 6. And then obviously you can use as many elements of the soul as you want to keep drawing from it. But at that point, you just do a different probability calculation. You sort of say out of a certain number. The trick is that if you're trying to plan out the day ahead of time, then you say, what is the probability of a certain number of rolls, being above, or what is the probability of a certain number of rolls producing at least 1 victory, 1 true out of that. In reality, you usually don't set aside 4 elements of the soul. Usually what you do is you try them 1 at a time. And of course, if you do that, your probability for each individual one is still 1 in 6. There's no way of messing with that. Probability doesn't care that you got a bad draw, the previous 12 times. It's still going to be a 1 in 6 chance. So, I believe I was thinking about using the Gale for upgrading sights and sensations, and from a probability standpoint, this seems like a good idea, because the likelihood of me getting what I need for the Gale is quite low. The last thing that I want to do here is just work out realistically what I can get if I were to get somebody with the heart aspect. So we'd start with the 4 heart. We don't have core yet, so I can give them 1 from my health. Then, of course, we give them the weather, so that's either 3 or 4 from the Gale, but let's say a Gale for now. And then we do have the mixing bowls, so that's 1 from a tool. So sort of the reliable base that we can work with. I'll say I'll just make a quick note here, an 8, 9, or a 10. So the idea here is that the 9 is when we have a Gale, and then the 10 is when we have a storm. Now that's looking pretty good. If my heart requirement is 11, then essentially all that I need to do with this Gale would be to find 2 more heart from my drinks and food. Now honey, I believe, will give... Well, okay, actually Skin Shuck Mead provides 2, so... Schloss Jennings. flowers, 1 heart. The jam is, but the jam has higher aspects elsewhere, so I'm a little reluctant to give that up. I guess I could make the same argument with pilchards, but the mackerel is good for 1 heart. And then I wouldn't be surprised if the Ruby Wise Ruin gives us something big as well. Honey? Yeah. So they should have some Ruby Wise Ruin. Ooh, Sacrament. Calcite. Okay. So, I mean, that's kind of an answer to all of our our heart problems there. Yeah, Ruby Wise Ruin. Okay, so this actually, this is why, even though it's like, 15 minutes alone of just playing around with some numbers, this is already giving me a couple of ways of thinking about it. So, some people, again, I just have to assume because the greatest minds of our generation are all on YouTube offering comments. Sometimes mere mortals need to have a framework for thinking about problems. And one thing I kind of like about this is that being able to focus your attention down to a specific set of problems. So in this case, we're focusing on heart in order to be able to say, all right, we're doing this because we have a gale. Realistically, what are my chances of being able to accomplish this specific thing that I'm looking for? And we've got some back and forth with this, right? So, I say that my base amount when I have the appropriate traveler is 8, 9, or 10. Well, I knock off 2 off, excuse me, it actually has to be 3 in this case. I knock 3 off of that, and I also have what I get from Mrs. Kill. So in that case, that would be a 5, 6, or a 7. So can I get to 11 from 5? Absolutely. Sacrament, calcite. So, this is another important step for me because what I've been doing so far, like whenever I've tried to figure out what's going on with the elements of with the skills and the crafting, it's usually been this very broad brush in terms of, I get a specific weather card, and then I just sort of say, okay, we're going to try this with all of the different skills, and then I'm kind of aware that that's dragging down the stream a little bit, so I don't do a complete run. Whereas now I can see, all right, so I believe I already have a Ruby Wise Ruin. I believe I already have a Ruby Wise Ruin formula, but I'll double check that. But I also have this idea that if I can make Sacrament Calcitite, back in the Dawn period, the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot use this in the Rites of the Red Grail. This is a fairly important thing for me to be looking for in terms of crafting. And so instead of having this very broad approach, one of the things I might want to be doing now is saying, what are the skills that I have that are most likely to produce some kind of a heart drink like this? And I am going to take the time to study that, but in this case here, I can now specifically say, okay, what are some of the things I'm most interested in? Skin Shuck Mead, Ruby Wise Ruin, and Sacrament Calcite. Also, this would be nice as well. Actually, I think I have the formula for this already. That may be a keeper level formula. But these are the sorts of things where, instead of trying to take this shotgun approach, I can now be a bit more careful in terms of how I'm approaching this. So I am going to make a quick note here. Ruby Wise Ruin, and then Skin Shuck Mead. So one last step here is to take a look at my spreadsheets and just see if there's anything that I have on the production of any of these items. So perhaps unsurprisingly, the first level doesn't give us any of these. That's not surprising. I would have assumed that these are at least are scholar level recipes. So we can make Ruby-wise Ruin using Desires and Dissolutions and a flower. Okay, so this is also useful information here. So I do have a recipe for Ruby-wise Ruin, but what's also interesting here is that I have actually found, using Glassfinger Toxin, this is a keeper level recipe, which would suggest to me that the Sacrament Calcitite is also a keeper level recipe. And what I would want to consider here is if the Glassfinger Toxin winds up being the input to this formula, what would the heart one be? So for instance, actually that's Malachite, so that can't be it. I was just going to say, is the fact that this is on the same shelf as the Glassfinger Toxin, does that signify something? Answer, probably not. I would not be surprised though if there was an equivalent with a Wolf Snow ampule. In any case, there's not a whole lot of value in terms of speculating too much on these things. I've at least got sort of a broad idea in terms of what I want to try and do here. I am slightly interested in terms of Desires and Dissolutions is actually quite low. So I may want to see if there's something I can do with Resurgences and Emergences. Okay, so Resurgences and Emergences does not yet have a Grail formula. Now, this isn't really what I was looking to do today, but let's take some time. I don't have much to offer here. I suspect we're going to be short. Well, we would need a flower, so let's start with that. Lenten Rose really the best I can do? I guess so. So now I would need to find some kind of a grail. I wouldn't just need any grail. Oh, never mind. So now I need to find some kind of 3 grail to throw into the solution. Maybe the... Nope. Lethe is close. Unfortunately, I can't put an instrument in. No, that doesn't take it. This does, though. Okay, interesting. So for a scholar level recipe, if I add fabric, I can hum the faintest life into a little cloth doll. So in that case, that's not a path to. I was a little premature in getting rid of that. So I wanted to try the same thing with Herrera. I actually feel like there was a bit of guidance in the game on this, but. Okay, same story here. I don't think I have any more higher grail at this point. So, C stories if I had a memory. So I want to try and find a higher level grail item to throw in here. And again, this is the sort of thing I wouldn't worry too much about, except for the fact that this might decide... Okay, I don't think it's a problem to use Ruby Wise Ruin in here. Okay, C stories is the same deal. Wow. Okay, so essentially the lesson that I get out of this is don't rely too heavily on don't rely too heavily on a Ruby Wise Ruin at this point. I think we gave that a credible run, and we need to look elsewhere. So I am going to do this is a real Hail Mary here in terms of finding the Sacrament Callus site, but let's see if we can find something heart oriented. So the dispensary is a good start. So for that we can add health as an element of the soul, Gale as a memory, and we'll start with our most powerful... okay, so I think we actually made the... Yeah, so we already know Swaddled Thunder is the top out of Weaving and Not Working. But I feel like we have other heart to work with. Yeah, Drums and Dances. So let's see what we've got to work with here. So we need to try and find 15 out of, out of the different substances. So I suppose the first thing we want to do is take a look at any flowers that we can work with. Preferably ones that we can get from the garden. Okay, Trumpeter's Lily right now is my best. Okay, for a scholar level recipe, if I work at an instrument, I can elevate it to something more powerful. So the drawback here with the instrument is that I need another memory that's got heart aspect, and I don't have those. Actually, an element of the soul would work as well, but I'm coming up short on that front. Okay, so unless I have some immediate heavy heart, we can try the dispensary one more time here, but... I'm sure there's one of the Numa plants is worth a little bit more in terms of heart, but... Well, we can give it the best shot. Alright, so for a scholar level recipe, if I had fabric, I can stain fibers with binding brew and stitch something of greater power. So this is already telling me that if I'm looking for heart, I should look elsewhere. Alright. So if I had a liquid, I can get something out of the, instead of the Regensburg bomb. Okay, so I'm going to take a quick second here. I think we already have the herbs and infusions for this. Okay, so my question now is, because we know about Gideon's soaks, I believe we have them. These are Thurza's cordials. These are Gideon's soaks. And we're one heart away. So I think it's a little much to expect that we're going to find a heart a heart plant with more than 2. But that doesn't mean we can't find a different matter. No, 2 definitely seems to be a... I've noticed that 2 is one that tends to creep up quite a bit. So I wanted to do my best with the matter here, because generally what happens is if you put the ingredient that is sort of immediately precedes the keeper level recipe, that's usually the trick. Now that's based off a very small sample, but it's one that I'm interested in enough that I want to follow it as far as I can. Unfortunately, I think I've hit the limits of what I can individually accomplish. Yeah, it's all 1 and 2s. Well, that or the wrong aspect. Okay, well, I'm just going to say lesson learned. This was kind of about experimentation at the start. My overall feelings in terms of how I'm going to play out the turn are more or less unchanged. So it seems to me like getting sights and sensations up to the appropriate level is the first priority for today. I think I even moved sights and sensations. Yeah. So with 1 lesson learned, I'm going to need to find 5 of a combination of sky and winter. And I think I even wrote out like a list of books that are relevant. And then, of course, we're going to want to do the same thing all over again with the Gale. And, of course, there's going to be a big question in terms of whether or not we can even pull that off on the same day. So I think what I'm going to try here is I'm going to use the Gale as an input for the level 6 version. And then if we have to brute force it, so be it. I'm going to, I'm not going to push my luck. So with this in mind, we realistically just need to get 4 lessons. So with that in mind, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One of these needs to go towards the actual effort. So we'll keep the whist aside there. Okay. So here's what I think we can do. I have one option here in terms of reading the relevant texts, and I am kind of curious to see if there's some sort of sky text that sky or heart text that I might be able to read out of this. So that'll be the last little bit of homework that I do. But following that, I'm gonna risk one of the Faust on the Sweet Bones just to see if I can hire someone. Just on the odd chance that they give me something that I need. It does mean that the books don't go cataloged, but I always have the option of sort of renewing my my elements of the soul here. So let's say we'll use Faust at the Sweet Bones. Seek unusual help, what visitors might be passing through. And before I do anything else, actually, I think we're going to see what the visitor gives us, because this may wind up shaping the rest of the turn. So, of course, the smart thing for me to do right now would be to commit basically every element of the soul to studying, but chances are we're going to commit all of our elements of the soul today anyway. Towards the studying. So losing a minute at the start of the day isn't going to be that big of a deal. Now, I do want to be kind of conscious of Pneuma. It is one of the reasons why I'm putting the investment into sights and sensations, like putting the investment that I am into it now. And this is just, it's just nice to keep the plate clean. If I get a chance to do something crazy, I'll take it. But what I kind of want to see right now is just, we risked a FOST. The worst that happens is we don't catalog a book at a time. Maybe we would have cataloged a book. But I at least get some information in terms of what the, what's possible today. So a consulting engineer, this gives me Forge and Lantern. Now this is still worth investigating because we do have a Forge challenge ahead of us. So I am going to take a quick minute here. Basically, this is going to be a, it's going to be sort of a as needed sort of affair. So in this case here, I do have Forge challenges, basically minimum of 11, maximum of 13. It would be nice to sort of know what capabilities do I have if I wanted to push them with the consulting engineer. So they've got that base for Forge. So we could grant them 2 from Shapt. We'd grant them 1 from a tool. And then 2 from a memory. So that's 9 to begin with. Lapsang Suchong Tea, I believe, would push them up to an 11. I'm trying to remember if we have any Forge food. I think the answer was mostly no on this, but I know there's like a couple of sneaky lanterns hanging around for these things. But yeah, I'm gonna settle for saying that we should just rely on the tea. And then I seem to recall they will use a fuel or something along those lines. So that could, in theory, I think probably the storage is the place for that. So kerosene is 3, paraffin is 2. We already used 1. Okay, the oil is 2. So we could actually get them all the way up to the 13 if we wanted. Obviously, there's a limited number of those, so that's sort of a last ditch effort. But I am interested in that 11 Forge. That's this one here, because the tea isn't too much to give up here. So, with that in mind, I do believe I am going to hire this engineer. If I meet their price, I can hire them for a day. So I'll hire this one for a day. Now, this means that I want to get my FOST renewed in the Sweet Bones as soon as possible. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. And I'm going to leave the shop open, but for the rest of them, we are going to get to work. No, actually, I'm going to talk to the engineer first. Hired. A consulting engineer can find plenty of work in the mines and towns of the region, but Hush House represents an unusual and interesting challenge. So I'm going to start with a 30-second conversation with them. The tricky division here is going to be alternating between boosting the consulting engineer and getting the relevant memories. I do actually need to have, there's going to be a little bit of a dance that I do, but I have a specific idea about how I'm going to make all of these things line up. So remember, I'm down the shaft, so I'm either going to need to renew that or just rely on the FOST. I'll probably just wind up relying on the FOST, but... Okay, so we've got fear. That's not relevant to sights and sensations, I don't think. Yeah, because that's scale and... Okay, so this time we're going to collaborate. And I will renew one more element of the soul because I may need to generate the forge memory for them from a book as well. All right, better now. Should have read the description of the food. So for 5 seconds, we'll wait on this to see what we can get. My assistant and I easily fall into conversation. Okay. So here, I'm going to slightly change the format a bit. So I'm going to start by... This is going to be one for sights and sensations, and then one for the consulting engineer. So that's going to be Bancroft's Diaries. But we don't want this engineer to be idle, so we will talk with them about the tea. I know I usually leave the tea to the end, but I'm gonna go pretty aggressive if I have to. And then I will renew the shaft. It is winter and the storms have tightened the seas. I am sitting before the fire in the sweet bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. So we're not going to bother reading any more books today. Essentially, we just want to get up to the number of memories required for our learning. We're at midday, so before the Great Division, this was the 6th hour when the priest led hymns to the sun in splendor. Now noon, as they say, is not as it was. Perhaps the new king will change that. But I don't want to spend too much time trying to get the word out, but I'm going to just see if Twitter's fixed. Cool. All right. Down to the Grecians. So now we're going to augment them with a tool. Spanners, when you need them, you need them. I can lend my assistant something to help, increasing their abilities. You'll still be able to use this tool. And honestly, the amount of stuff that I'm giving the helper, I would not be surprised if we just wind up throwing everything into generating memories today, which is fine. I mean, again, we're not, as long as I have all of the memories that I need and the assistant up to the level that I need by the end of the day, it doesn't matter what order in which it happens. I'm just trying to get a little efficiency if possible. Alright, this tool's boosted their aspects appropriately. So here we have a regret. Here we have foresight, so we're going to talk to the consulting engineer about foresight. So just a recollection here, so we're up to 11... Hang on. Forge Shop Tool Memory T. I'm short one. 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Element of the soul. What am I missing here? Okay, 4 from the basic forge, 2 from the shaft, so that's 6. 1 from the tool. I've miscalculated something here because that should have been the last thing to get them up to 11. Anyways, I'm not going to worry about it. We'll see what comes out the other end. But at this point, I think we throw the health and the Faust at memories. I think introduction to the histories will give us a hindsight. And then I suppose we can do Apollo and Marsyas. Okay, now I do want to make sure I've got, and yes, we do have an element of the soul available to me, so I guess maybe we just go for the solace. Trying to remember what desk will take oh, there we go. Oh, I know what I did wrong. The shaft only gives 1. It's metal that gives 2. That's where my calculation was wrong. Okay, so now that I know that, I may change where I'm going. This is going to get a little awkward, but I think I've got a way through. Okay. So, traveling at night 2 is the solace one, I think. Okay, so we've locked in sights and sensations. So there's a few things that I can give the consulting engineer. Fuel, I believe, will work. We've already given them a drink. But yeah, in this case, I really do want to see if I can sort out food with a forge aspect. Like, not to the exclusion of everything else, but the other alternative would be to find something that counts as fuel with a forge aspect. Oh, that's it. So the target may change. And you know what? While we're at it, I am going to sneak in some cataloging. So we're going to use our Faust one more time. I don't normally like using the sweet bones this much. I mean, it's not that I don't have the money or something like that, but in general, I have enough things to do that I don't feel the need to constantly refresh. But modern supermarket foods would have forge. I'm sure there are a couple of forge style foods, but yeah, so in this case, we've used an element of the soul, we've used a beverage, we've used a memory, we haven't used fuel, and we haven't used sustenance yet. So I think my best bet here would be to use, not Trumpeter's Lily, the Honey Scar Jasmine, and I'm a little surprised I don't have more of that. That's actually going to be good to know, because now that I've found a use for Honey Scar Jasmine, I want to make sure that I keep some around. I'm sure there's another one just sort of sitting in one of my unsorted piles. But, oh, nuts! That doesn't count as a fuel. All right. we're still in trouble. So I mean, if I have to, I'll use the paraffin or the kerosene. Like it's not my favorite choice, but it's one that I'm going to be able to unlock something with. So I can give up the turpentine, an odorous eraser of errors, and that'll get me the forge level that I wanted. The alternative would be I give up one of the higher level ones. I think this one was the 13 forge. Yeah, I can go deeper into Nocturnal, and there is definitely an argument for going deeper into Nocturnal. But as always, the real dilemma is, am I willing to give up such a relatively rare item? So I've got oscillate oil. I think it was a slightly different one in the... You know what? Yeah, I mean, I miscalculated, so that's my bad. I think in this case I am going to have to give up. So fueling their efforts. I can offer my assistant fuel for light or for heat. How you doing, Whisperfire? So yeah, a little bit of a lumpier day than I was expecting, but I was able to capitalize on a good find. We got the harder forge challenge dealt with. I think I might keep a running tally of these items, and then of course we're going to get the memories we need to level up. So there's the Solace memory. We might have been able to get the memory from the consulting engineer, but we won't worry about that now. Okay, consider at last I'm something of an authority on this. Improve this skill to level 6. We still need to wait to get this to level 7. That will be a fairly high priority task when the time comes. The question is, do I want to wait a little bit longer before we use the consulting engineer's services, or do we start... Nah, I think we'll just start working on the Ravaged Cellar. You're kidding me. Oh, that's right. It's another off by 1, so I better hope I have a 12. I do. Okay, so this wasn't exactly the one I was planning on, but I made the exact same mistake again. So a drunken whirl of bats drives me back, perhaps literally drunken. There's a faint but definite brandy smell. Glad to hear it. You get to see everybody on the internet tell you how you're playing the game wrong. Hopefully that doesn't happen to you, but that has been my sad experience. Okay. So I think it was the Dawn books. Oh, right, we're... oh, yeah, I didn't plan this properly at all. But I'm going to... We should still have enough time to be able to catalog this. And sorry, if you can just give me a quick second here. I wanted to... I don't want to spend too much time focusing on the strangeness of the social media platform, but I did just want to make sure that that tweet came out. Okay. I think we're good. That'll be the last I look at that. But you had a whoopsie moment already, but you supplemented it with some hindsight subtitles and etch notes. Well, like, this is the thing, right? Like, obviously it's your playthrough, so you kind of need to decide where you go from it. But the thing that I try to stress as much as I can out of this is that these games, in my opinion, don't work nearly as well if there isn't mystery. Right? If you go in with full knowledge of everything, and if you, worse off, if you go in sort of expecting people to know everything, you are getting gameplay of the game, but you are not necessarily getting the experience of the game. And I definitely, one of the reasons I feel really strongly about this stuff is that like, in the end, people are going to decide what kind of content that they want to make. And, some people will not necessarily want to convey the experience of playing the game, and instead they'll want to do some sort of mastery thing, right? So, like, I played a lot of Dota, and one of the appeals of watching Dota 2 streamers can sometimes be, it's like, if you have a favorite hockey team, being able to watch your favorite hockey team practice. They're not going to be engaging with chat that much. What they're going to be doing is they're going to be playing the game at a very high level, and you're watching it for that. So, as with just about everything, there's a very wide range of experience, and you look long enough, you're basically going to find something for you. But particularly the Weather Factory games, like, I noticed a Reddit sort of thread that was talking about is this a good librarian simulator? And I don't have a good answer for that because I haven't talked with librarians yet. But one of the comments did say that Cultist Simulator wasn't a very good game at simulating cultists. So why would Book of Hours be a good librarian simulator? And I actually think this is completely missing the point. Cultist Simulator is a very good simulator of being a cult. At the very least, a leader of a cult. The apostle, I suppose, would be the one where you're actually, a follower of someone. So I suppose there's like there's that escape hatch if somebody comes down, like really comes down on it. But, like, the thing is, and I've said this a few times about Cultist Simulator, what makes that game so unique and special is that it's one that is willing to say, you've been given a small glimpse on a very alien but fascinating world, and you have that encounter with your patient, and they name you in your will, and that gives you a few threads to sort of tug on. But everything else is left up to you, and you need to figure out what's going on and what this all means, and specifically how that relates to your own ambitions. And I actually think that this is a lot more interesting than other representations of sort of magic or the occult in games, right? There's absolutely this process of trying to go through, musty old tomes, and not just sort of like, oh, I'll just stop by the local, in the case of Canada, it's Chapters, I guess in the States, it's like Barnes & Noble. Wherever your big box book chain is, it's not like you just run in and grab those particular texts. Instead, you want to find the rarest and the possibly lost manuscripts. It's a lot more like doing classics almost, where you're finding these potentially lost texts and painstakingly restoring them, and that's kind of where you go off and do the vaults and things like that. Yeah, file for an ability to go into the university founded in the 1600s to see their rare works, and then get the increasingly nasty replies back saying you're not allowed to take a look at our works. But these are, this is a very far way from, I'm a cleric, so I use my mana points to do healing spells, and it's otherwise identical to the mage. And the mage is like, I studied for decades to understand this, and I use mana points to shoot magic missiles. And the sorcerer's like, I am naturally attuned to magic, so I use my, I use my magic to, or I use my natural magic ability to make my magic points go down to do, summoning, let's say, right? Like, and these conventions exist for a reason, right? Like these things, these are shorthand. They're game mechanics so that you can express like a greater truth in terms of the story. So like in terms of like Dungeons and Dragons, you don't want to have, an extended conversation about like theurgy and thaumaturgy and why that's different between the two of them. And like you don't want a mechanic with like a cleric. So I don't know how many of you have seen the Young Pope, but I think that series has a really interesting portrayal of the Pope Lenny Bellardo's relationship with the divine. I think that is one of the more interesting shows to sort of to explore that idea. But the thing is that if you're playing a cleric and like you're like rolling a die each time to see whether or not you're faced with the silence of a god or something like that, that's just going to annoy you more than anything. Takri says, your current cleric of Loviatar heals physical wounds, but the person still feels the pain, and she only resurrects so they can feel more. That's really interesting. And that's why these mechanics exist, right? They are a framework for you to be able to express the sort of interesting story elements that you have there. I don't know if you've ever seen it's an old HBO series, Carnival Takri, but you may be interested in that. I think it's Nick Stahl's character. But there's something fun that they do with that, visually as well as just story wise. But yeah, like, the reason why I'm taking the time to go on about this is that, there's a lot of games. So like if you play Dark Souls, right? Dark Souls is kind of built on this premise that other players are actually able to help each other out, right? You can leave notes on the ground. And then I think most people kind of expect at this point that there's going to be a wiki for a game. So, like Hooded Horse and Paradox, both seed wikis for their games, and then the community sort of maintains them. But of course, in the case of like a strategy game, that makes sense because those games are not really relying, any randomness that you encounter is just part of dealing with the uncertainty of combat. So it's not diplomacy, where like diplomacy doesn't have any random generation. Instead, there's very clearly defined rules in terms of how the military units operate. But that also creates some problems in terms of getting everybody together to sort of play, like if there's a wide skill gap among diplomacy players, it's not very fun for people. I didn't know that. EverQuest is that World of Warcraft clone, right? And even though I'm going to say these things I say are not that serious, I'm sure there's going to be 2 or 3 comments on YouTube to say, World of Warcraft was after EverQuest. Anyways, hello, Vanguard Master. Anyways, so the reason why I'm rattling on about this in terms of Book of Hours is that like it's a different game from Cultist Simulator. But what makes this game work, again, is the fact that you have an opportunity to learn things as you go by. And one of the things that makes this game distinct from Cultist Simulator is the fact that you don't have the same pressure in terms of Cultist Simulator to get things done. And that allows them to go deep in terms of some of the specifics. Um, anyways, I'm getting slightly distracted here. But yeah, so in the end, right? It's not just that there's that first experience that you have of playing the game and figuring it all out, but the fact that there's enough sort of not holes, but there's enough gaps left in terms of the story and, you know, what the different aspects mean, and, you know, what's going on in terms of the hours. Like, you know, there's a reason why there is a wiki that's dedicated to, there's a reason why there's a wiki dedicated to the Secret Histories setting, aside from, the Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours material. And again, you know, it's, I suppose there's the two halves that I have to say, which was like, number one, obviously people can play the game the way that they want. And if somebody really does not like living in that space of not understanding things, that they have to have perfect knowledge at the start and they're going to play it a little bit more like a Civilization game, you know, they paid the same price everyone else did for the game, and it's not my place to tell them that they're missing out on the experience. If that's what they want to do, that's their business. But where the reason I take the time to sort of do these long rants, I do feel that this idea of like, oh, I made a mistake in the game and I need to apologize for it, or I need to like leave a comment on it or something like that. The big problem with that is that it's premised on the idea that somehow not knowing something in the game is a bad thing. And like I said, I don't think this game works nearly as well if you go in with that thought, right? It's the same reason why, if I wanted, I can crack open the JSON files and know every single recipe that's in there. Like, I don't need to spend the time actually figuring out how to make the sacrament calcitite, or to see whether or not it's a keeper recipe. I'm near certain it is, because I am able to make this now, and that's a keeper level recipe. That is available to me anytime that I want. But this is a role-playing game, right? This is something where I'm having this experience of being inside a large, mysterious house, and I'm engaging with it in a way that makes me happy. And again, I mean, it doesn't matter how many times people say this. There's always going to be somebody who turns around and says that, oh, you missed this thing. You played it wrong. Or even just the idea of like, quote unquote, correcting a playthrough is, again, so mistaken in terms of what this game is trying to do and why this game is interesting. So with that in mind, like when I hear someone like yourself saying, I needed to add footnotes or things like that after the fact, like, again, if that's the type of content you want to make, absolutely, go with God. But the difficulty here is that it's just premised on a way of thinking about these games that ultimately defeats the purpose for why they were written this specific way. So anyways, I can't make any promises in terms of watching the videos because I've got so much stuff to follow up on myself. But so long as you are willing to put up with me taking a really long time to get around to it, I will definitely do my best to catch up. But I do hope you find your audience for that, because obviously the more people who cover this game, the more people will hear about it, and the more money will go towards making more experiences like this. All right, this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's dawn period, sometime before the end of the first millennium, commonly reckoned. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Now, just because I spend a bunch of time ranting about how, like, it is valuable to preserve mystery, there is a line about mystery that I quite like from the Young Pope, now that I remember. I'll see if I've got it. I was meaning to bring it up in a different context. I may have the window open, but if it's not immediately available to me... Oh yeah, absence is presence. These are the fundamentals of mystery. The mystery that will be the center of my church. Mystery is a serious and then the reply to him, mystery is a serious matter, not some marketing device. And this is, if you've seen it, this is the young pope sort of talking about hiding himself from the congregation largely, and Spencer sort of reminding him that he's not a conjurer of cheap tricks. He is in fact responsible for the souls of or a billion souls across the world. All right, talk to you later, Vanguard Master. But yeah, I don't know. It's one of these things. So again, while I do feel there's a lot that is worth holding on to in terms of preserving some mysteries and experiences in the game. I do also, it is still a game, and so I am going to take advantage of some knowledge of the mechanics. And in this particular case here, I'm going for the Dawn Period book because they're sometimes contaminated. It's not devastating to me if I wind up losing the FOST, but it will allow me to catalog the remaining books. So yeah, it took us an hour and a half to go through the first day, but I more or less have my work cut out for me for the remaining days. So I think this is time well spent in terms of setting up our next few steps. Okay, now I have an idea of this book's nature and its content. So this is a 12 Grail Killisimi text, I believe. Yes, we can read that. That may be one for the too hard pile. I'll put that in the intermediate spot. I just want to see where... Yeah, so basically we consider an 8 Grail a guarantee. So 4 Grail is probably too much to ask, but I'm going to allow for the possibility just in case. All right, the Smuggler's Den. In the last years of the 18th century, the DeWolf line ended and the estate lay empty. Enterprising smugglers spread rumors of the ghosts that walked the aisle and quietly brought their tea, brandy, and tobacco. Excuse me. Quietly brought their tea, brandy, and tobacco through the old mines on the seaward side of the Isle, but the remnants here are much newer than the 18th century. Perhaps even after the Curia took possession, they permitted the smugglers to use this place. Ambrose Westcott did love his baccy so. Perhaps even the Suppression Bureau found the smugglers useful enough to turn a blind eye. So, this is worth noting. I can't remember what D is for the Roman numerals. I'm gonna guess 500, but it's just as easy for me to check. D is indeed 500, so 1853, I believe. And 3 strokes. MD triple CL 3. Or maybe it's a Welsh name or Cornish name. Midclickly. All right, more wines. A hurricane lamp. And Forsaken packages. So nothing too dramatic. We've got the abandoned church. Interesting. Okay, so this needs a liquid. So this is a holy place of the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. The hours they worshipped are not worshipped now, but those hours are not dead, nor even sleeping. I should not enter this place without pouring out a sufficient offering. So this is pretty straightforward. We'll just use Solomon's preparation on this. Although I do believe I will need to make some more. So I think my first priority is going to be to deal with the texts that I have already. Sorry, I just have a quick message to handle here because it is hilarious. I agree. Sorry, I don't want to be too distracted on these things, but one other thing is, I think I mentioned this on Friday, I have been helping another game with their playtesting. And there was a nasty bug that prevented me from making progress. But in addition, I found out that like it's a temporary fix that they've put in for me, and there was another bug that they said stop playing the game on. So I do want to make sure that the details are handled, and I just get messages at weird times. So mostly just trying to make sure that I don't make bigger problems than. I'm also intrigued by this. So there's 4 knock, 4 moth, 4 nectar, 4 winter. So there's the January Sanguary. This isn't the first time that we found it, but you'll notice it's 3 for everything but the one aspect that you don't need for the abandoned church. I think that's a fun little touch. Anyway, so the main plan here is going to be I want to catalog the books that I can. I also want to put leveling up sights and sensations as sort of a top priority. We're at the end of winter, so we're going to cross over. I have no real worry about Numa coming up, but I would sort of like to do sort of just-in-time reading and skilling up when the time comes. So first priority will be sights and sensations, I think. Unless, I say maybe I want to wait for like a sunny day or something like that. I'm open to it because there are a lot of sky. Actually, yeah, you know what? Sky weather isn't that hard to come by. But once the studying is taken care of, then that's when I'll start thinking about kind of converting flowers into Solomon's preparation and such. Although it may not be a bad idea for me to use my health to kind of grab the last of the blue crown when the time comes. Yes, I mean we're not even a year from Numa. I think Numa might have hit us in the transition to summer. I don't remember exactly when it was, but Numa's not that big of a worry for me, other than the fact that if I do get to a point where I read a big book, and it's the day before Numa, it's very unlikely that I'm going to be able to recover enough elements of the soul to move it up. So that's the risk that I'm running. And I mean, in the end, if you lose a lesson, you lose a lesson. It's not the end. Like, the playthrough's not over if that happens. But God damn it. So obviously my calculations were off. Well, I mean, we're fine. So we're at the threshold of Numa, the labyrinth season, the season which lasts only a single day. When Numa ends, all memories will vanish with it, even persistent ones like skill lessons. So, I mean, our work is cut out for us. So we should still be fine. So just as a recollection, to get sights and sensations up, we need 6 elements of the soul. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're not going to be able to do anything else. Oh, that's not true, actually. I am going to be able to use a glass of water, so I'm going to renew my health that way. But what I am going to do here, so yearly stipend, this yearly stipend from St. Ronwin's has arrived, along with the rather usual sniffy reminder that I should spend it wisely. Alright, so Noombroom does give us the winter aspect. I'm not even going to bother with... I'm not even going to bother worrying about any of the other tasks. Like, I'll use my health for something, but... Actually, I guess there is the chance to make a... So yeah, the tricky part that I run into here is that if I'm leveling up sights and sensations, so I can use Noombroom here. So in that case, we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elements. So one, two, three, four, five, and then I get to use the health the second time. I do have the option of getting more Spintra from working the sweet bones, but again, the question is, am I willing to lock that up so long? We will see. So here's the interesting question. In this season, memory can sometimes be a mirror, but not all mirrors may be broken. Had this skill not yet been committed to the tree, Numa would have offered you an unusual action. We know what that unusual action is. So the Rural Contemplations. In the season, memory can sometimes be a mirror, which is to say, among other things, we might consider its shattering. Add an element to the soul to learn about an unusual action only available in Numa. So that brightness in the mist is at the sun. It might be unwise to gaze into it. You can choose to forget almost anything you have learnt of this skill since you haven't yet committed it to the Tree of Wisdoms. You'll gain 19 many-faceted lessons, one fewer than you spent to get this far, which will be used to upgrade any skill, but always disappear at dawn. So, I don't want to do that. But it may not be a bad idea for me to think about some of the other things that can happen in Numa. So, yeah, renouncing is not that important to me. I don't really want to see what can happen here. Gather in Numa. Okay. I'm assuming it's the same story. Yeah. I don't really have... Oh, well, tally value. We've already tried the sweet bone. So as you can see, we sort of know the fancy places. It is worth maybe thinking about whether or not the honey is worth taking a crack at. So three moth is not to be shunned. We can't hire anybody to open rooms, so that's at least closed one possibility for me. I'm assuming there's... Hush House lives again, perhaps that's all I want. Some of the very best librarians have worked well, lived quietly, and left the world a better place. I'm not ready to do that. But there was the action... Where were we? Let's find something winter aspected. Edge and scale. So again, I think number one, I don't really want to do this, but number two, it's a little early for me to do something. Okay, a determination. When the librarian of Hush House determines their answer to one of the great mysteries, the hours themselves might pay attention. Making a determination is the first step towards writing your own history. It will require no less than 20 of a power aspect. This means a suitably potent soul, memory, and skill, as well as a carefully chosen ink. And even with Noom Broom, that's not... I mean, we'll give it a shot just to see what happens, but yeah, we're... Holy crap, we can actually do it. All right. I am curious about this. I'm not going to do it, but Make a determination, white the first flower. The watchman's tree is the covenant that forbids knowledge to mortals, but permits it in the covenant houses of the tree, like Brankrug Isle. The white flower of Calyptra, the silence that is given, was its first defense. When forbidden knowledge is known, it must be forgotten. But to be forgotten, it must first be known. The tree is rooted in paradox. Adds winter and edge to your journal, replaces any other first flower determination. Adding determinations to your journal makes it first possible and then easier to write a matching history. Okay, so yeah, this is definitely a big step to take, but this is not quite... This isn't the thing I want to do. This was the Incastum Terminale that I could produce, not necessarily the one that I wanted. However, it did occur to me with Noombroom, we might be able to do something with music. Is Forge really the best that I got? This, winter instrument doesn't seem to make that. Well, I guess there's the bone flute in Culta Simulator, but maybe Uranoscopy. Again, I'm just trying to mess around a little bit here and see some possibilities. I happen to like grand pianos, so that's my main reason. We really don't have a lot of sky for that. I'm just messing around. Wanted to see what I could do with sky just because I haven't played around with instruments that much. Alright, so I gotta make some decisions about what I'm gonna do today. The priority is definitely sights and sensations, but I can use my health to make things happen as well. So the question as always is what do I want to try and do with the Noombroom? I had a thought. Because there's reference to writing histories. There's something funny about the fact that I can't just take a quire of paper and write on it. I mean, I'm assuming if I were to try that with a lesser ink, it's going to tell me you need to use the right ink. But then that suggests that the lesser inks don't do something useful, and I don't think that's the right way to think about that. Yeah, so this is talking about determinations again, and I'm not, like, it's not that big of a... So yeah, overall, I feel like there's probably something that I can do with inks that I haven't... Like, I don't want to worry about a determination yet. But I do feel like there's probably more that I can do that I haven't explored yet. Back to... So... Edict's Liminal. That's the one where I know the keeper level recipe. And then Inks of Containment, that's where we got the Incastum Terminale. Although we may be able to try something with with Moon. Let's... Surely I can do better than... oh wait, it's probably... Use it with a beverage. Just trying to think if I have any moon beverages. Probably not. Again, a beverage is what it's asking for, but... So if I had the cat wink... Nothing useful there. Maybe Thyrsa's cordials? Well, that's just moth, but... Okay, so there's the Lethe. Now, Lethe is not unknown to us. So if I can somehow find... 4 moon is a tall order, though. So you know what? Let's go hunting for something a little more exciting moon-wise. Oh, that doesn't want... Right. It's equally important to recognize what I'm trying to put into these places. Sorry, what crafting station I'm trying to do this stuff at. Did they even take? Okay. Doesn't really add that much, though. More than I thought I was going to get. But now the question is, do I have a 2 moon? I've got 1 moon. But unless I can find a 2 moon, it doesn't matter. So I'm just going to look for anything flashing in the... I don't see how this would be moon related. Oh, but... I am interested in the Xanthotic Essence all of a sudden. This is Edge. Yeah. Alright, well, a fun experiment, but... seeing that Lethe is considered a precursor to a great ink, I would want to think about what inks have so like Inks of Revelation. Yeah, actually, I mean, it's not really relevant to this particular run because it's like it's already... Oh, wrong desk. Like we don't get any lantern from Noombroom, or Moth for that matter. But I mean, we can give it a... I'll give it a quick look just because I... Actually, no, I would need a tool and an ink here, so that's not going to be relevant. Hello, Takro Likes Tacos and Rando303. My apologies for not... I don't have a raid alert, it would seem, so I'm sorry I missed it. I'm in Numa. It caught me at a bad time because I thought I had a little more time to get Sights and Sensations in. So I've just been experimenting with a few different recipes to see if I'm getting any more details. But yeah, I've been sort of fooling around for a little bit. Were you playing Book of Hours yourself, or were you playing something completely different? I'm sorry, I don't recognize your name, and I apologize if we have run into each other before. I don't really believe Twitch whenever it says people are first-time chatters, because there are people who are clearly familiar with my stuff who come in as quote-unquote first-time chatters. There's a hurricane coming. Stay well. All right. So yeah, the big decision that I have to make right now, as before, is do I want to try and make something of the Noom Broom? So I suspect, given the season, I would be able to make one of these. And let's face it, a 6-knock beverage is a no small thing. No worries. I think this is your first time saying anything here. Found you through your stream on the GOG channel a while back. Would that be the interview with Lottie and Alexis? Currently been playing through Blasphemous 2, but you love the demo for Book of Hours and picked it up. Figured you'd stop by and say hi. I appreciate that tremendously. Oh my goodness! I hope you all stay well. I've never really had to deal with a hurricane, and moving to Ottawa is the first time I've ever had to deal with tornadoes. So I understand for some people it's just kind of part of where you live. But I hope you all stay well. Oh, that's wonderful. So thank you very much for following off of that. I don't normally get a chance to see everyone. So first of all, for everybody who came along from Takaro, by the way, please feel free. I know you're playing Blasphemous 2, but because I haven't had the pleasure to catch your stuff, I am going to be completely disingenuous if I try to shout out your task. And I realize that the majority of the audience is going to be people you brought over, but feel free to talk up your channel and what you do, and I'm sure the people who are interested will follow along and love to check out your stuff. And as for those of you who came along with Takaro's raid, I'm playing a game which I feel quite comfortable with, but is definitely a different pace from most games that people stream. And I'm in a particularly sensitive time for it, so my pace is a lot slower than other channels. I appreciate you all coming along and showing support for your broadcaster like that, but I also completely understand, you sign up for one thing and then, you have this, Canadian accented guy who doesn't seem to be doing very much in the game. So if this isn't for you, I totally get it. Although I do strongly recommend that you check out Book of Hours, because it is an incredibly unique game. I'm fairly deep into it right now, and I am playing it in an unusual way in the sense that I have really only committed one thing to the Tree of Wisdoms, which is creating many interesting opportunities but also great challenges. But for those of you that want to see how far the rabbit hole goes, I do not mind answering basic questions about the game. Takaro mentions finding me through a GOG stream that I did, so I do know the developers of this game well enough to do an interview with them, and they did invite me along with the beta. And I think the most important thing for me to do is, if I'm deep into the game like this and I'm trying to consider my steps carefully, I at least owe it to people who are interested in the game to explain what the hell is going on. Oh, that is wonderful. Well, I mean, the thing that's great about the time you picked it up is, I'm sure you know that you got the Perpetual Edition, which means that you will have all of the expansion content that they make, for however long the life of the game is. And for Cultist Simulator followers, that was actually a really big deal. Because they wound up doing what I think was an unexpected DLC in the form of the Exile. And so in that case, that wound up being a more expensive, as well as just it was more expensive because it was a larger DLC. So Weather Factory are certainly not above, changing their plans and adding bigger things to the game, and they still honor the lifetime DLC thing. So I appreciate you saying that, because obviously you never know what the effects of your broadcasts are. But it's nice to know that people have found games that they find sufficiently interesting. Okay, let's try and figure out the knock-emetic. This is the idea. You take one sip and you just spew it all up again. Yeah, so basically the deal here so for those of you wondering why I'm sort of struggling with this, one option I have, the way the game sort of models developing skills and things like this. Hanging out here the past week or so, you've almost convinced you to try Cultisim again. I mean, it's worth it, right? Especially if you feel like you've gotten a lot more comfortable with the systems of Weather Factory games by playing Book of Hours. You may find that all of a sudden some of the things that seemed really counterintuitive in Cultist Simulator are now actually available to you. But I do, yeah, I mean, I've said this a couple of times. I'd be really interested to see the cohort of people who, for one reason or another, bounced off of Cultist Simulator, but did wind up giving, or maybe even didn't bounce off, but maybe came to Cultist Simulator from Book of Hours. Because I'm interested in the perspective of the game that comes from the more relaxed experience. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so actually I need to be a little more careful in terms of how I think about this. I say that I have 6 memories available, but I don't, because I need the whist, and it's going to take me 90 seconds to be able to get what I need. So I think I'm going to say Noombroom is set aside for the knowledge. Anything in particular I can take note? Well, that's kind of the drawback here, is that it's more about what are people's impressions of the game. Like, what do they find intuitive? What do they think the game is about? Because, like, again, these are narrative games, right? In the same way that when you read a book or an essay or something like that, it's quote unquote about something. It's a similar story in terms of these narrative games as well. Like, the thing that originally attracted me to Cultist Simulator had nothing to do with, Lovecraftian settings or, a roguelike or anything like that. I was kind of just out of grad school, and I'm familiar with this idea of like trying to put together all of these arcane tomes and trying to, get a picture on this big and mysterious and potentially wonderful world that, will kill you if you look at it the wrong way. And that's called an econ seminar. But like, basically that was something that I related to a lot. And I really like this idea about this game, where essentially it is about this thing that may only make sense to you, and the fact that you have to deal with, the mundane world, and the fact that they expect you to keep a roof over your head and, be fed, and sometimes you get sick, and that will keep you from being able to achieve these things. But to see that represented instead as sort of this relationship with the occult, I thought was a really interesting idea. And as I continued to play the game, then I started really getting into things like the alien gods and whatnot. So like I do, like if I have a favorite hour, it is probably the Watchman, also known as the Door in the Eye. At least I'm like 99% sure that they are one and the same. I probably couldn't point you to the text that clinched that for me. And like I'm obviously invested enough in this game that when I see a reference to the mare in the tree, even though I might get a useful element of the soul out of it, I'm really uncomfortable with doing anything that seems to be related to the mare in the tree. And again, that is not the way I played Dota or, Civilization or something like that. I don't have this investment in terms of the story or sort of the behind the scenes world going on in terms of the game. So in terms of Cultist Simulator, like sometimes it's a question in terms of just what themes people find are important to them or what they react to. Do they find the game easier? Like, it's not so much the sort of thing that I feel like you can take notes on, because in the end, it's just about what people's impressions of the game are. And if I seed someone with things I'm really interested in X, Y, or Z, well, that's already nudging people towards thinking about the game in a particular way. And what I'm more interested in is what do people who are coming to it, having now had a perspective from one of the other Weather Factory products. Because as far as the secret histories are concerned, Weather Factory has produced a tabletop game, The Lady Afterwards. They produced 2 video games now, Book of Hours and Cultist Simulator. And then there is a live event called The Locksmith's Dream, which I believe they're doing their last events at the end of... Thank you for the follow, Triger6. I have not hit on pause yet, so I really appreciate the support. But Tricuspid runs The Locksmith's Dream, but I do know Alexis did some writing for it, and I know actually Jonas Karates, the writer on the Talos Principle 1 and 2, and I think he also did some writing for Phoenix Point, and I know he's a game developer in his own right, so he's done The Sea Will Claim Everything, for instance. But in this case, this is something... I don't know its quote-unquote canonical status in terms of the secret's history setting overall, but there are, if you want to know the story of Gregory Wheellock, that is at the Locksmith's Dream, that live event. And Gregory Wheellock and Treowen, which is where the Locksmith's Dream takes place, they are directly referenced inside of this. So it's not just I'm sure it technically is like a Sixth History event in the sense that it's like licensed through Weather Factory and things like that. But obviously its relationship with the developers is much closer than it would be with some of the other Sixth History products. So yeah, with that in mind, right, there's many different entryways to this setting now, and as a result, people's perspectives are going to be colored by what their first encounter was. And what's interesting is how much information, do you take from one game to another one, and does that wind up shaping what you find interesting in some of the other experiences as well, because they're all different. All right, I'll answer the question. Whisperfire asked, how did I make contact with the developers? Reddit? Did they contact you? What's my story? I believe I first got in touch. So I'd heard of Sunless Sea. I actually bounced off of Sunless Sea originally, but my first contact, if I recall correctly, was I think I made a stupid joke about the horizon signal, which is what Alexis Kennedy was working on. No, actually, sorry, that's not true. I think I made the stupid joke about Horizon Signal because I'd found out about it through Cultist Simulator. So I found Cultist Simulator by checking out itch.io, and I'd heard of Alexis before through Sunless Sea, but I was one of the people who bounced off of Sunless Sea when he first played it. It was my friends who were really adamant about it being a really good game, so I actually gave it a second try after playing Cultist Simulator. My first contact with Lottie was I was in sort of the first group for not the early access part for Sunless Skies, but there was an earlier beta to just make sure everything was working. And I was on a MacBook, which had a Z fighting problem. So that was technically my first email from Lottie was on that bug, but that was back when she worked for Failbetter. But yeah, I mean, mostly it was just I found... The honest accounting would be I found Cultist Simulator through itch.io, and I really liked it, and I streamed it. But coincidental to that, I think I'd made a stupid joke about the Horizon Signal, which sort of got me into contact with Alexis, and I think that might have been what... I was able to make the connection there in terms of just knowing who to put a... for people who want to find the game, because it was only in games and demos at that point. It's yeah, just follow this account. And then eventually we just sort of wound up, kind of having some back and forth off of that. But yeah, it's an uninteresting story to say I found it through itch. It's basically a combination of itch.io and shortly after having tried Cultist Simulator, I did see his work for Paradox through the Horizon Signal, and that kind of got the ball rolling. And I pretty regularly, when the Kickstarter came along, obviously I was going to support the game, and then I just streamed the beta and such. So, but I'm trying not to do too much myth making in terms of that, but that is my best recollection. The only thing I'm not clear about would be the the like the direction in terms of was it Horizon Signal or was it Cultist Simulator first? I'm not sure. I know I get the weird distinction. So far as I can tell, I was the first one to stream Cultist Simulator, but it was also a prototype, which wasn't maybe the most interesting thing for people to be watching. I thought it was interesting, so that was a. But that's like the only way I knew that was like I took a quick look at the Twitch streams to see if anybody was doing Cultist Simulator like within the games and demos, and like just looking at the titles of things like that. I just did a search. But I don't believe that is how the connection was made. I think that was coincidental as opposed to it being the cause. Okay, I gotta check my tome. So I've settled on using Noombroom as an input to my readings, but I still need to come up with and I'm gonna double check that I get this right. One, two, three, four, five. So I need 5 winter or sky. And I'm just going to go top to bottom on the sheet. So Glimmerings gives us a bittersweet certainty. Next up, we will use the Shapt. And Perugian Diaries will get me Sky. So for those of you not familiar with Book of Hours, these texts here are all books that I've cataloged and I've read. So the way that knowledge sort of works in this game, if you want to develop a skill, you will need a lesson, but the more intense the skill, the higher the number of memories that you need. So the way I actually really like the way that knowledge is sort of represented in this game, because I don't know about you, but like when you're doing like like let's say a final essay or something like that, or a thesis, if you've done higher level school, like usually you're going to have a whole bunch of books in front of you and you're going to be taking fragments from them and trying to produce new knowledge, trying to produce a higher level of understanding for you. And there is a way that you can have sort of facts in your head that will only be there for a little while, and then there is the type of learning that you do that really crystallizes something, and like that you have reached a new level. You've leveled up, basically. So this game doesn't have experience, but it does have skills and a numeric representation of where those skills are. And I like this idea too, especially because the higher the level the knowledge you go, you don't just constantly read the same book over and over and over again. What you do is you start looking out more broadly. Most of the memories in this game are unique memories, so you can only have one of them at a time. And so this means that in some situations you're going to wind up drawing from many different disciplines. You're going to wind up you're guaranteed to get memories from certain books, but sometimes it'll be a question of like talking to a colleague, and that colleague will maybe give you some knowledge that finally allows you to push it forward. And again, it's a very unique way of handling knowledge in a game, but it's one that, at least to me, rings true. How are you doing, Matrix? But of course, the drawback is that much like the real world, if you want to become world class at a particular discipline, you actually need to put in the work, unfortunately, and that's the challenge I'm facing right now. So. I believe we get Sky from the Confounding Parable, which is good, so we'll use 108 for that. I haven't been looking at any spreadsheets, Matrix, just because I don't really want to look at any of the community stuff or stuff like that until I've completed my own playthrough. So it's not really something I'm probably going to follow up on until I've at least completed the game once for myself. I'm sorry. I know you're looking for feedback on that, but I don't really want to be, I don't want to be going into sites unseen. Introduction to the histories gives me the hindsight. I think we did that last time too. So I guess that's Keon and Abydos is the last. So technically there's one other winter memory that we could use, which would be salt. But yeah, we're actually hitting the limits in terms of the memories we can directly get out of books. One, we've got the Smuggler's Den, but I spent a lot of the time just sort of prepping, kind of prepping what some of my paths are going to be. Okay, an ending and a conclusion. The stars move still, time runs, the clock will strike. Marlowe. This incident has seen its full complement of visitors and is concluded. This Numa, there will be no incident. Pneumatic visitors will seek a general consultation. So, this was the matter of the softer frost, and Numa visitors will be concerned with how and when things end. So, Rowena, when I came here the first time, I was so angry that I'd been cast aside after I opened the way. That was the least of it. That I had opened the way, that was the worst of it, though once I thought it was the other way around. And Julian Cosley, endings like the pale light before a pale dawn. We can always be certain of a first time. We can never be certain when it is the last. Julian's back. This Numa, nothing more unusual than usual stirs. A visitor may still arrive for a general consultation, so he's going to want either moon or winter. I suppose it's up to us. Well, actually, we could also use it to to gain an understanding of Ericapean. That sounds like a great opportunity. A conversation with Julian Cosley. If Solomon is gone, if Solomon remains. If there's an incident card active, you can discuss it, or just leave the slot empty and offer a consultation. So here we'll use the tin Spintria. My visitor can teach me the rudiments of this elegant language, which, with its name so notoriously difficult to spell in any language, including itself. After tutoring you, the visitor will leave, even if they arrived on other business. So that's 3 minutes of tutoring to... Did you try the beta? They added a nice way to get over... Yes, I did play the beta. So I think you're referring to the backspace key. I don't really use it that much, but it is definitely one that seems to have blown open people's minds whenever it's mentioned. Although you can really, whenever you want, you can just go into... For those of you who don't know about that, by the way, if you don't like the idea of... If you don't like the idea of using backspace, you can remap it to whatever you want. There's also a few others here, but generally I just use my mouse. Also, hello, Triger6. And Rhea the Moth, good to see you. So again, that was a lot of prep for Numa, but for good reason, because I'm going to need to, actually, while I'm at it, I'm also going to prep a glass of water. I think I can afford to put the books aside for now. There was one more in the prison. Yeah. But yeah, I'm going to want the water to recover my health as soon as possible. You were so very far in the run, I think you don't know if you're able to beat the game yet or not. So I did find with Numa that I was able to write something in my journal, but I have an ink that I'm not quite... It's not the one that I want to use, so I've resisted the urge for now. I haven't tried drawing water from the well during Numa, but when it says mist-kissed water, the faintest of vapors still ghosts the water's surface, and then I think there is a glass of it. Okay, so it doesn't explicitly say that it's Numa, but when Numa comes, the mists lie thick here. I'm fairly certain that I get mist-kissed water out of that. Okay, so we collect all our goodies. Apply the whist. Numa, when I thought I'd understood, I'd only begun. Improve the skill to level 7. So, I'm gonna sound like a broken record here, Ria, but by the way, there was the host that we just got was actually another person who came from the GOG interview, so many alumni from that. So, the whole idea of it being a good idea or not is kind of premised on the idea that there's a right way of playing the game, and I do feel that if you're going to play the relaxing librarian sim, whatever way makes you happy is kind of the way to the way to go about it. To me, I do see some logic in leveling up a skill in Numa, because in the end, we got to think about what would the conditions be under which you can level up a skill. Well, if you can level up a skill, it would be because you have a persistent memory. And of course, what happens to persistent memories in Numa? Well, persistent memories in Numa go away. Persistent memories will survive the dawn, but when the season called Numa passes, they will depart with it. Numa comes to Brandkrug every 9 seasons, but exactly when is never certain. What is the Earth sign and how did you get it? Will it go away with Numa? It will, yeah. This is exactly the thing I'm talking about here. So I got the Earth sign from Wrapped in the King. I don't think that's the only way you can get it. I believe you can get it from crafting as well. But Earth sign's different, not just because it's persistent, but also because it's an omen. So those who know see, those who see know. So you've noticed that occasionally there will be omens in the devotion slot. So in this case, you can add an element to the soul, an omen, a mark, a light, or something cooperative. But you can't add a memory, so you can almost think of an Earth sign as a specific type of special memory, or however else you want. Like there's any number of ways that you can think about that. But yeah, so to Rhea the Moss question, if you think about the conditions under which you could level up a memory, it would mean that you've got a lesson, and the lesson is a persistent memory. And so if you don't level up during Numa, then that means that you're going to lose that lesson. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to level it up, because as you can see, I basically just used all of my elements of the soul in order to achieve that. And as a result, I'm now going to have to go out of my way to try and rest and recover and such. I'm going to do this with one more element of the soul as well. So as always, it's a question in terms of what are you trying to accomplish and what are you willing to give up? And in the case of Numa, just because I happen to like leveling up as many skills as I can, as far as I can, for me, I think it's a very good idea to level them up during Numa. But maybe you want to use that lesson as an input into something. Maybe you want to use the lesson in a different way. And in that situation, that's fine too. It's just as long as you understand that if you don't use the persistent memories by the end of Numa, they are going to go away. So generally, you want to do something with them if you can. Okay, so there's not a whole lot that we can do because we've used up our elements of the soul, but what I'm going to try and do is restore my health. So I'll restore my health once so that I can either get the honey. I am a little curious what happens when you use the garden, but in this case I want to go for the things that I think will provide the highest value. So that would mean either the beehive or the well at the moment. The skill is now level 7. Its power aspects have also increased. So that's 8 sky and 7 winter. That's going to be a big one for me to check when just cross-referencing whatever cross-referencing any texts that might be too difficult. But the other thing I might want to try and do is gain another Spintra. And in that case, I might want to restore the Faust so that I can go to the Sweet Bones and do some special labor. That will help me with my cataloging and memory generation. But it will... there's a consequence for that. And the biggest consequence will be that I actually wind up locking up the Sweet Bones for a long time. I think that's going to be the path that I take, though. We're getting close to the end of the... Oops. Pour out. Pour it out. I might even see if I can get a third rest in. I'm not 100% sure it'll work, but... Okay, I deserved a little quiet time. So a quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. All right, so one of the questions that I have ahead of me is just what do I want to use my health for? Assuming that I'm only able to use this once. I already have a pitcher of mist-kissed water, and in fact, we have a second one in the prison, I believe. Nope, that's Isle water, so... There was definitely... I remember because I was inconsolable when I had to use it. Couldn't be this one. Because that's full. I'm not going to spend like the whole day trying to find it, but this is actually weirding me out a little bit that I can't find the picture. Maybe that was one that I did in the YouTube playthrough then? Anyways, one way or the other. We've got 1 glass and then 3 from this pitcher. And I would have said 90% sure, except that now I'm actually feeling a little unsure about it. But one way or the other, one way or the other, I figure I have had a couple of cases where I could say, wouldn't it be nice to give some like moth food? And in this case, I think the cuckoo honey is most likely what we would get from the beehive here. So I think probably harvesting from the beehive is the first thing that I want to do. And if I can get a secondary run, then that would be to get the Numa water. But again, right now I'm trying to work out priorities. You had a loaf of bread and you couldn't serve it out, so you ended up giving your assistant the whole thing, and it was a possible... No, so the way that you know if you can serve something is that aspect that I was highlighting. So in this case, you've got the second flush Assam, and in this case it says to serve, so use a store of glasses or cups to pour this out, and then beverage. So as far as I can tell, there are no servable foods. So in this case here, like the sack of vegetables, stew and waiting, I just, just toss it at the the orchard keeper, and they'll just eat a sack of onions while maintaining eye contact with you, and that's how you get your extra nectar. I don't know how far sort of like cooking and and like food crafting in general goes. So like even the flour, right? Like if you give that to a companion. Oh, I was talking about using the beehive, but I didn't actually do it. Gather Numa. In Numa, I might gather honey, beeswax, or something unexpected. So I'm curious if there is a... Not transformations and liberations. Insects and nectars. So let's try this one. Yeah, so I don't know how far it goes down the rabbit hole in terms of like crafting and like making edible objects and that. But so far as I can tell, it is a perfectly rational choice to just give a follower a bag of flour, watch them just go face first into that thing, and they'll be better at helping you with heart and nectar problems. But yeah, and again, like the thing is that because this is a forgiving game, like I really do believe it in the loading screens when they say that there is there's always a path forward. It's like in the end, what happens with the bread if you let's say you were able to serve the bread and you didn't you didn't know any better, right? Chances are you used that for the health, right? So in the end, as long as you unlock the garden, you still have a 1 health item that's renewable in certain seasons. So it's not even like you're giving up, like you haven't lost that much if you wound up giving the whole thing away. Like you're down 2 trips with your health to make to get another sack of vegetables. So I do really think that Weather Factory put a lot of thought into like what it takes to make it so that this game gives you lots of possibilities. And if you notice, like I probably should spend less time on the Steam forums than I actually do. There around launch were a lot of forum posts talking about how this game's softlock, there was apparently one where you could wind up dismissing the initial fisherman that you run into. That was an actual soft lock for the game. But what I think most people are running into is this problem where they're encountering for the first time a game that isn't necessarily going to be clear about what the next step is. They'll give you breadcrumbs and they'll give you a few ideas about how the interface works. But the majority of the work is still going to have to be you putting a little bit of effort in and maybe trying to get to grips with what the story might be telling you, why you think one or another path is worth taking. And sometimes this means doing unusual things. So one question that comes up a lot is, how do you handle maladies? And very often it's just a question of realizing that you don't have to attack every malady head on. So for instance here, sights and sensations, if I go to a bed with winter aspect, I can basically cure any malady that requires sky restoration. That's a piece of cake now. But even before then, right, storms are wonderful if you have a particular type of malady, because they give you 4 sky. So at that point you need either a Faust, or you need a skill with 1 sky, or drinks with sky seem to be kind of hard to find, but I think it's like the Cater and Hero. No, sorry, it's Lapsang Suchong is the one that gives you that. But in general, it's sort of, again, it's just a question of realizing that there's a little bit, the game allows you to do just a little bit more than what's obvious. And of course, the fun of the game is being able to discover, oh, wait, there was this like not obvious thing. And then, that opens up a whole other set of possibilities. And then you get excited. And that's usually when you start unlocking rooms and such. Okay, I've learned enough to puzzle out books in this language, though it might be slow going. Ericapean, a language of surpassing beauty and elusiveness, revealed through the ecstatic apprehensions of the Orphics, the Eleusinians, and the Sibyls of the Rhine. Ericapean, these mystics claimed, allows the celebration of hues, sensations, and states of mind too subtle for grosser tongues. Man, this is a language. I think this is probably the one I would be most interested in learning so far out of the ones in the game. So this is going to involve a little bit of moving. So we've got Nin's Cages, Bruges text, Avignon text. Not looking too good in terms of... Oh, we've still got a few. Okay, so then the question is... Okay, this is definitely one that we can read. These are definitely too difficult. Hang on a minute. Alright, I'm sorry. This is actually kind of funny. So, Nin's Cage's Avignon text, the merciful measures of the witch Nin. Nin's Cage's Bruges text, illuminated, the merciful measures of the witch Nin. This is only a partial version of the original, but it contains illustrations by Nin's pupil, Mabila Bruges, which supplement the original. So the pop-up book version of Nin's Cages, which is considerably more easy to read than than the original heart text. Yeah, so most of these are too difficult for me to read anyway, but we've at least added to our store of knowledge. Cool. So again, not too much else for us to do until the timers finish, but it looks like we'll at least be able to do something with the Faust. And I think I'm willing to give up a drink unless the birds start chirping now. I guess it depends on when the... Okay, yeah, so I don't think we're going to be able to get the health back in time, so we'll just leave it. But I am going to go to the Sweet Bones, so... Mist and silence. The door is open, the fire is cold. The shapes at the tables are hunched and quiet, dressed in furs and dark feathers. Mist presses against the walls and strokes the flagstones with its fingers. A drum taps in irregular rhythm somewhere beneath the inn. Numa. So if I had money, doesn't do anything. The inn is crowded with Numa's heralds and pilgrims. They will be gone by morning. Until then, I could offer my services for payment. I might regret it. So that's 6 minutes that's going to be taken up, but I will get I'll get a certain tally value for that, and that's going to mean I can either buy more books from Oriflammes, or I can A Hive's Lament. All right, a song of pragmatic sorrow. Interesting, right? Before silence and after, it's a memory, to winter, for nectar, to moth. In many ways, there could be really interesting things that come out of that, right? Because we'll have a total of 6 nectar to throw at the problem, but I don't have any way of getting my health back before these are going to go away. So, obviously not the thing that we were looking for, but we tried. We can always try again in the future. That is what it is. I mean, this is this kind of comes back to the idea of, the people saying that I need to commit stuff to the Tree of Wisdoms or whatever. Like, it's a question about what game you're playing. This is the first time I ever tried something at the Beehive. So, was I kind of hoping for what I thought the improvement might, but like, was I kind of hoping for the cuckoo honey? Maybe, right? But there were lots of different options in terms of skills. And that just gives me an opportunity to experiment when the time comes to maybe get a better idea in terms of how beekeeping works. In the end, I haven't used the cuckoo honey once yet, so I've got 2 pots already available to me. But yeah, it's not the option I would have looked for, So we do our best, but I'm not gonna send in all capital letters email to support@weatherfactory.biz yet. Nothing yet. I did do the one glass blowing and vessel crafting. The winter did really wind up helping out, although one of the main motivations behind that was just to show people that I know how I can commit things to the Tree of Wisdoms and get an element of the soul, and that has not stopped people from demanding that I put things into the Tree of Wisdoms, and it just makes me more determined not to do it. But yeah, no, I've not committed anything else beyond that. Although I am starting to get close to my limits, because in the end, I'm starting to get to points where I need to use things like the kerosene or the paraffin to get the forge I need to go to certain areas. All right, so what's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? Misana, a prosperous little desert village that has become in recent years a place of pilgrimage. There have been peculiar manifestations there of late, villagers gifted with sight or struck blind. The church has dispatched its representatives to investigate. Kind of. It's not it's not out of my Defiance run is a great way of putting it, actually. This is a heavy edge run. Yeah, I'm not going out of... So the big reason why I did this was I had been playing the beta for so long. And I thought that not committing things... So my original idea was that it was a regret minimization framework, so that I wouldn't wind up with something where... Like, I couldn't have told you that Sights and Sensations would have been my highest skill at some point in the playthrough. And I mean, the thing is that the Tree of Wisdoms is well thought through. So like, you have lots of different dotted lines in terms of where you can go and stuff like that. Like, that's not really the issue. In this case here, part of it was just to say, it's like, well, I know how to navigate around, and I can just keep adding these things. So like, if I absolutely have to, obviously, Desires and Dissolutions is much more likely to wind up in the Bosk or Horomakistry than any of the others. But with that in mind, there are some interesting side effects out of this. I've learned things about the game that I may not have found in other situations. And one of the things I've enjoyed, and this was true actually before I started doing this, I'm trying to remember which one it was. It may be Desires and Dissolutions, but I don't think so. No. I thought I knew which one. Oh, maybe it's Edicts Inviolable? Yes, here we go. Fire. The mare in the tree is not the youngest hour, but she is the youngest hour of Calyptra, for she has been born many times in many places. The red flower of the watchman's tree is the fire fueled by truth, and without it the tree would fall, as all Horomakists know. Alternatively, Night, the velvet is not only the oldest hour, but she is the oldest hour of Calyptra. The black flower on the watchman's tree is the preservation of secrets, and without it the tree would fall. This is a matter of preservation. Now, these are not the same thing. These mean different things. And Would I like metal? Yeah, actually, metal would be really helpful right now. Do I want to do anything with the mayor in the tree? No, absolutely not. The mayor in the tree is terrifying. So, there are a lot of people who just will not care about this stuff, and that is completely fine. Like I said, you pay your money and you can engage as deeply or as lightly as you want with a game. I unfortunately am cursed with just a little bit of knowledge of this setting, and I have very strong views on what I like about certain hours and what I don't like about certain hours. I'm not even going to say the existing hours are good, but I am going to say it's going to take a very radical shift for me to sort of say that the mayor in the tree is something that I really want to have, have associated with certain concepts. So, why would that be Moth, Ray of the Moth? There are actually specific mentions of Moth in the Tree of Wisdoms as well. So, like, with that in mind, it's now given me a lot more. It's given me a lot more in terms of just different options and paths that I can go through for the game, and it's, I don't think people should go out. So the one thing that I do regret a little bit is the more I point out the contradictory paths that you settle by going into the Tree of Wisdoms, I do notice some people say, oh, I should restart my playthrough. And I'm like, but that's probably not the way. Like, there's lots of time. I mean, it's the Sorcerer's Apprentice, right? You meddle with, forces that you're unfamiliar with, and there are consequences. Like, what I think is more interesting is how do you now take the knowledge that you may actually be having a role in terms of shaping what happens in the secret world? How you take that knowledge and maybe use it a little more responsibly now that you have realized it. I think there's something interesting about trying to navigate after you've sort of realized maybe you did something a bit different, because it's a big game and there's lots to do in it. But as a consequence, I've got a little more space now to be able to explore some of this. If I want, I can sort of A/B test everything in the Tree of Wisdoms to see what outcomes I like the most. I'm not going to, but like that is an option available to me. So it's just one of these ways of, it's fun for me to do, but number two, it's actually not a bad way for me to just learn a little bit more about the game, because I did already have a couple of patterns that I had sort of fallen into from the beta, and I always feel that that's a dangerous place to be in a game because it closes you off from potentially learning other things. Yeah, so Kirk Danger, I if you look in the Discord, not that the Discord is constantly talking about me, but like there have been a couple of comments about this playthrough and people noting how unusual it is for me to get this far in the building without committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms. You absolutely do not take this playthrough as a model. In fact, on YouTube, I have a playthrough where I'm quite a bit more. I'm not as free as I thought I was going to be at the start, but I'm definitely not as tight-fisted in terms of elements of the soul. It is completely appropriate to commit things to the Tree of Wisdoms, and I would encourage people to do so. But for me, because I've already done the commitment a few times before, I did start off by saying, let's see how far I can go. Let's see what I can learn about, removing this thing that I know I can easily do. But as you're probably noticing, like committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms only gets you so far. It'll just get you an element of the soul. It'll maybe even allow you to get an upgraded element of the soul. But you can only use an element of the soul once to help an assistant move up, and then you need to start relying on other things. So even then, right, if you suddenly start relying on the Tree of Wisdoms as being that way that you're going to be able to upgrade your people, once you have 9 elements of the soul, that's it. And now you just need to start learning about how you can improve the elements of the soul, or the other ways that you can improve characters. So yeah, definitely don't feel like you're playing the game incorrectly. I am just playing this game in an unusual way, and at this point I'm sort of trying to create a bit of a challenge for myself in terms of how far I can go. You want the Fife recipe? Sure, Matrix, but I'll do that after the stream if you don't mind. I actually really need to go to the bathroom. I would normally finish in about 20 minutes, but I know I've been very talky today, so usually on those I want to try and make it up by doing a little more gameplay on the second half. But it does seem like there. Hey, Helen Ripley. It does seem like there are quite a few people who are either new to the game or maybe unfamiliar with some of the things that I'm doing. So now would be a really good time if you want to do some Q&A in terms of how the game works or what I did for certain, to get to certain places of that. I'm happy to answer as clearly as I can on those. But the force is with me, so I will be back as soon as I can. I'm gonna renew my tea with that as well. So I've made space for more, or I'm about to make space for some more. So it'll be a little bit longer. Anyways, I'll try and be back as quickly as I can. See you all in a bit.
Right, sorry about the wait for that, but I have tea. Have a good night, Onomancer, and be free. Who is it? Matrix was asking about how to make this object. You need wood. I know that. I just can't remember what skill it was that I used for Mazarine Fife, but this is a particularly useful item because it is the first tool that I've gotten which has more than one towards a given aspect. And so as a result, if I run into any more sky challenges, I'm going to be that much better equipped for it, basically. So previously we would have used Baron Silence Astrolabe. Well, now we can use Kitty Mazarine's Fife. So 2 extra sky for all of the sky challenges. So what are we up against? New year, we've got a new pound note from the trust. I think I read this before, but I'll just read it again. The Affair of the Unfettered Eye. Masana, a prosperous little desert village that has become, in recent years, a place of pilgrimage. There have been peculiar manifestations there as of late, villagers gifted with sight or struck blind. The church has dispatched its representatives to investigate. Signor Corso determined that the manuscript the church had given him to authenticate with the details of the prophecy of the Unfettered Eye was a forgery, and Serena Blackwood visited. After her visit to Brankrug, Dr. Blackwood strongly suspected that the cause of the Masana business was not a name of the Watchman, but a name of the Chandler. And we will, in a minute, find out who the next visitor is and whether or not we will help them. So the next question is, what do I want to do with the rest of the day? I can catalog the rest of the books, but I think most of you probably already know that by doing Uncanny Labors, I'm going to have an element of the soul that's got a malady, and so that's a really easy one for me to just catalog a bunch of books with. If I want to unlock parts of the house, I'm going to have to do that after the labors are done. But it is worth remembering that it's the season it's the spring, so we can get miners to help us out. They get 2 scale. It is the only way that I can get somebody with a base level of scale. So actually, you know what? Let's do the math on that now, just so that I can give myself an estimate to see if it's worth doing. So 2 scale for the start, 1 from heart, and unless I have an upgraded heart, that's not going to change. We've got a tool with 1 scale, and then we have a memory. For some reason, hang on a minute. So for some reason, so yeah, for some reason I was under the impression I had a memory that would get me more than 2 scale, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So between the basic amount, the element of the soul, the tool, and the memory, that's 2, 4, 6. So essentially, down below, I would somehow need to get 5 scale. Yeah, I think the time of using normal hires is past. At least until I can find some kind of a drink. I'm trying to think what a like a 6 scale drink might be cod liver oil. But yeah, I think it's fair to say that any progress is going to be the result of probably going to be the result of some of the special hires or some special drinks. One of your granny's maiden names was Feist, Protestant Irish surname. Actually, I've had a manager who he was Scottish, and I believe his hometown was Fife. So, okay. I think so. I guess the big question for today, like, it's all well and good. I can talk with the visitor. That's no problem. But what else do I want to do with the day? Well, let's see what the weather brings before I go too far. Your grandmother used to make you drink cod liver oil with tropical flavoring. It was like the Hawaiian punch of cod liver oil. Just made it go down smooth. This will be a fun one for the chat. What would the tropical flavoring, what aspect would that add to the experience, chat? We'll see what people's opinions of the aspects are. You can't recommend fish tinged tropical punch. Well, now you know, instead of like spiking the punch at a party with booze, you know, just get whatever leftover cod liver oil there is in the pantry and just empty that out. Maybe it'll taste better with eggnog. All right. So I'm not going to worry about cataloging books. It would not be a bad idea for me to use the health for some gardening. We may also want to use the time to prepare Solomon's preparation. All right. Well, actually, let's actually start locking some things in. So I do want to get the water back at some point, but I'm going to prioritize. I'm going to prioritize gardening first. So, yeah, spring. In spring, as the day's warm, blue crown still blossoms for a little while. Let's say. I would like to read a book. So I'm thinking with Tradisma Herrera, we need a satisfaction. So I'm going to use the Faust for that. So we can read Fekri's Herbery for the Faust. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So I suppose the next question would be, what will it take for As the Sun is Coarse? And I think... we're so darn close. Unfortunately, I do need some kind of a memory. So what about just verse? Oh yeah, this one was a tricky one actually, because we are really short on the rows. So we have at least 2 to work with. I thought we might have more, though. Was it Path and Pilgrim? Yeah, 3. Okay. So 3, 4 with... Yeah, so we still need a memory for that. So the slightly maddening thing about this is that I'm short one element of the soul to be able to... Oh, actually, you know what? I'm going to be able to do edge. So let's get a Let's get something out of the... We'll get a winter memory for this. I'm going to basically ignore the sunny day. So the plan is I'll use the Tryst and the Whist to read... sorry, I'll use the Whist to read Nin's Cages. So we won't actually read As the Sun is Coarse yet. But I'll use the Whist to read Nin's Cages and the Tryst... Oh, you know what? Oh no, it's only one winter, so yeah, we were still one... No, we weren't. Okay, we can read Nin's Cages right away. I should have remembered the language. So if we add sights and sensations, winter a conclusion, I can master this mystery. Enough winter to match mystery winter. So this one is good. This one, sadly, is a bit of a waste. Although, who knows, maybe we'll be able to turn it into like a lesson learned or something like that. I'm hoping that we can take it easy with Numa behind us. I was sort of hoping that once we got Ericapean, we'd be able to read a few more books. Unfortunately, it wasn't the one we needed. These are all for the phonograph. We've got a lot of... I guess it's... actually, you know what? It seems to be pretty easy. Or actually, it looks like there's a little more VAC than I was expecting. D.I. Douglas Moore again, Detective Illuminate of the Suppression Bureau, a stoic but weary fellow. His dearest wish is to move to Chingford and grow roses, but the buggers won't let him retire. All right, so we're not really going to be able to do anything but talk with our visitor. So, all right. Boss is worried about this Masana site business spreading. I don't see it. That's not a joke. I don't make a lot of jokes. If I do, I'll let you know. Try this book with as much mystery lantern as their lantern interest. So in this case, we need 3 or higher, but we're limited in terms of what they can... That is, in fact, the weary detective. But he is now Detective Illuminate. No word as to whether or not he still reads the Illustrated London News, though. That is left for other scholars to determine. I might have... Nope, yep, the Tryst was the right call here. So I need to add the spice scales for... Oops. Surely I can move this off to the side. There we go. I just want to make sure that I actually have Beguiling Melody down here. Yes, I do. Okay, so, but we're going to use this to read the Intimations of Skin, fiendishly complex, weirdly distorted illustrations of Congress and anatomy by the haunted visionary painter Niels Friedrich Malsker. I can master this mystery. And I guess I didn't say what Nin's Cages was. So Nin's Cages, Bruges text illuminated the merciful measures of the witch Nin. This is only a partial version of the original, but it contains illustrations by Nin's pupil, Mabelie of Bruges, which supplement the original. Nin's stated aim was to keep beyond the walls of sleep that business which should not trouble the world. This includes fever, madness, and delirium, as well as spirits identified as devourers and deceivers. Mabelie clearly enjoyed drawing both devourers and deceivers, but was less interested in illustrating disease symptoms. Alright, so let's see if we can find a relevant text. My ideal would be to give him a low lantern text if I can, but he doesn't know too many languages, so we are limited in terms of what we can hand off to the weary detective. Bagcroft Diaries? That's an option. I mean, it's one higher than what we would normally want to give, but I don't know if we really have any... I don't know if we actually have any three lantern texts. They're usually... Actually, here's a question. Out of what I'm looking at on the walls, are they all divisible by 2? I think it's fair to say yes, but... Oh, but wait, the Bancroft Diaries are in Latin and he only speaks Greek. That's right, or reads, rather. I think I've actually run into this before. So again, I do want to... This is actually just... For me, this is not a bad exercise just to get a rough idea in terms of the overall level of my texts. I'm also curious if things like this... if this is indirectly a way that Weather Factory have sort of put a limit on what stories can be completed or not. So like if there's a... Basically if if D.I. Moore comes by, you know, is it a situation where because he's limited to effectively English and Greek, is it a case where he'll only be able to read, you know, 4 or 5 texts, and if there are four or five events that he'll participate in, you now have this kind of upper bound in terms of what's going to happen. Anyways, again, we've got just Greek, so we'll start by giving him the Wayne Scott histories. Well, look, I can't pretend I know what's happening over there, but I'll tell the boss you helped shed some light on the situation. That's a joke. Man, my word, me. I like the weary detective. I remember in the beta it used to be that you could actually help them with your skills, but I think that was taken out. I'm not surprised that it was taken out, just because I suspect skills become ridiculously powerful at that point, but it's... It obviously involves some tough choices when you're picking what books to show people. Alright, so there's some more Blue Crown for me to play around with. Let's see if we can actually find a shelf for that. Because I'm guessing the game's not going to like me sticking this... Yeah. If I wanted, I could pour a glass of water and restore the health, but it's not, like... It's not the end of the world. I don't need to cram the day full of events. I'm already getting more work than I needed done. All right. D.I. Moore remained uncertain about the events in Messana, but promised to mention to the Bureau that I'd been of assistance. So, more money for me. Silver Spintra. Don't look at this if you are under the age of 18. Alright, Nin warns against invoking the Edict's liminal or inviolable before sleep, for no matter how secure a lock may be, its key will surely open it. Mabley has helpfully illustrated this by drawing a sleepwalker clambering through an open window, about to leap into the jaws of a sea monster. The sea monster is goggle-eyed with happy anticipation. So, Quenchings and Quellings as well as a Hindsight, so I think that's a new book for me. I gotta get the title right, though. Okay, so we add that one to the pile. I've got Quenchings and Quellings, so we'll see what we can add there. Quenchings and Quellings is a... Is that a new one for us? Huh, fancy that. Use this lesson to acquire a new skill. So this is the sort of thing I would actually be willing to bring back a whist for, but again, if my Faust is going to have a malady in it, it's not going to be that hard to generate new... it's not going to be that hard to generate memories, so we'll just make hay with the malady while I can. Let's read more about the Malsker work. Fiendishly complex, weirdly distorted illustrations of Congress and anatomy by the haunted visionary painter Niels Frederick Malsker. Malsker illuminates the evolutions of the names, of the Grail with unfortunate clarity. It seems that a lovely who consumes an ivory becomes an ivory. A lovely who consumes a thirstly becomes a thirstly. A lovely who consumes a name of another hour might take its place. And there is quenchings and quellings. So this is... Oh, this is good, actually. I think we were looking for something to take on theoplasmic contamination with heart. So we'll prepare a position 2 for it. But obviously we need an element of the soul before we can commit any of this stuff, so... We'll let it go by. Now, as far as additional rooms, so we've got 3 texts to catalog first of all, and then 2 more texts to read. From that, we can then... Well, sorry, we're guaranteed 1 room when I make a Solomon's Preparation, so that's also pretty straightforward. But from there, I suspect we're going to wind up spending all the time not hoping we get lucky, but, you know, taking the opportunities whenever a special visitor stops by. So in the penultimate illustration, a lovely grapples with a fungoid knot that can only be a name of the crown growth. Uh-oh. That's another god from nowhere. The lovely's mouth and other portals gape wide, and the growth name is already partially engulfed, but it seems that Malsker couldn't bring himself to illustrate the result, and the final illustration is only a scrawled, bloated obscurity. That is certainly interesting to me, as is the beguiling melody. I get the feeling that this is kind of the second time it... Well, no, that's not true. I guess there's some priest and maybe exile. Was it exile or the Forge Apostle? I'm definitely noticing when they refer not just to the gods from nowhere, but specifically interactions with, let's say, kind of the traditional world. I suppose actually one thing that's kind of interesting, so I always had the impression that the existing hours I always got the impression that the existing hours kind of tried to avoid interactions with the gods from nowhere. Now that doesn't, that's clearly this is talking about names, but there is something interesting about an interaction between the names of the Grail and the name of the crown growth. I suppose also something of the existence of names for the gods from nowhere, because I don't think I've seen any references to them. Anyways, one of these things, like, this is definitely, as with Cultist Simulator, like, the thing is that usually the way that I wind up interacting with this stuff is it's something that I like make a note of just in kind of the back of my head. And sometimes that's going to result in a more elaborate investigation later on, or sometimes that's just going to be, that's sort of funny, and then I don't do anything with it. I don't really have a whole lot to follow up on that particular on that particular image, but it is one I'm very interested in. I think the crown growth was actually the first god from nowhere that I was aware of. And I think that's because Sarah Gordon wound up doing an image for it. Oh, here we go. So afterwards, I don't remember what work I performed, except in sense and sensations, leaf mold, a rhythmic musical cackling like melodious castanets, soft blue flame like antique gaslight, and cold. I remember that where we went, it was cold. So a silver spintra for our trouble. So we're doing pretty well. 13 tally. We'll see that go down by 5 as soon as Oriflammes asks, though. So we're fascinated. That's 5 nectar. So in this case, I think Rites of the Roots will cover it, and then it's just a question of where I get the water from. And I don't know why I thought I would get an edge out of that. Let's see if I can make something happen with some recipes. So there's the cataloging I can do. That's not in dispute, but yeah. So Torg's cleansing isn't useful, but if I add the nope. Yeah, so if I want Westcott's compounds as mine. Catwink. Actually, maybe I should get a little more ambitious with this. So if you've got a sunny day... Actually, yeah, hang on. So now we've got a world of sky available to us. Interesting. I don't think I have a lantern musical instrument, though. Sorry, I need a minute to think this through. Well, I guess I can't. I would have to use. Okay, yeah, this was never available to me. And we've got Star Shard 0 coming in with a raid of 9 people. So hello everyone. Oh no, spoilers. So sorry, Star Shard, if you're playing Book of Hours. If you just look at the script, I won't show you the rest of Hush House if you don't want to see. There's not too much that's revealed by Hush House because I know Weather Factory have actually put out plenty of images of the full house. But yes, I am fairly deep into the playthrough. I am doing things a little bit differently because as far as I've gotten, I haven't really committed anything to the Tree of Wisdoms yet, sort of by choice. But yes, if you are looking to avoid spoilers, I completely understand. As I, part of it is the journey, but I also know that if you're going into if someone's going into things that you kind of want to experience for the first time on your own, I completely understand. I'm going to assume. Oh, you finished your first playthrough. You're on the second now. Smart move, not committed. Well, it's not even like a question of smart move or not. It's just it was something I wanted to do. And I wound up really liking it. I probably shouldn't mention this as often as I do, but like the example I like showing people is Resurgences and Emergences, where you've got the text, Grail and Moth, the gods from stone made a law that the keys of dream cannot be held or owned. The time of stone is past, but the keys remain. So the holders of these keys can only be the 7 legions, whose crime has set them outside the law, but the legions serve an hour of Grail and Moth. When the last remnants of the gods from stone are consumed, the law will be consumed with them. Bosk is the wisdom of change. And then the alternative, I'll just read the back part of that. And the Legions serve an hour of Moth and Grail. When the last remnants of the gods from stone are renewed, the law will be renewed with them. Preservation is the wisdom of renewal. So these are two contradictory outcomes being described, and it's obviously up to you to decide which one you're committing to. And so I care a lot about the difference between the two. So there is a certain amount of paralysis in terms of the decisions that I'm making. But yeah, it's up to it's kind of up to anyone in terms of how far how deeply they want to engage. But for my part, it's just been fun to see how far I can get into the house without. It's fun to see how far I can get into the house without having to commit things. So I don't have Fet for Rose. I don't have metal for the forge, although I can get a little bit of that from Shapt. And I don't have Arab or even Core for Grail, which means I can't access Mrs. Kill. Do you have a spreadsheet for notes? Yes, I have kept a spreadsheet. It's actually a spreadsheet that I kept in the beta. So I think some of the entries are probably false entries because the names for some things changed. But basically, for texts and memories, I'll usually write down the text and what memory it produces. And then for skills, I've been writing down the crafting, although I've engaged with crafting a lot less than I would like. But there is also a physical notepad that I keep, which is there's a physical notepad which I keep, which is basically for sort of, just details about the DeWolfs and, things that I think are kind of interesting that may not necessarily be the sort of things I want to commit to a spreadsheet. But things that I kind of want to follow up with on my own terms. And I'm assuming, again, I feel disingenuous whenever I talk about people who host because I haven't seen their stuff. But I am assuming if you are continuing a second playthrough, that people who would like to see more Book of Hours and are not committed to just following one person's playthrough, which I can't imagine is an improvement on the game. But I'm assuming that the people who are enjoying Book of Hours and want to see a different take on it can follow your channel and see what's up. Also, feel free to talk about any of the other things that you do. And sorry if I missed anyone else on the raid. I got Mighty Stoosh and Emmykins 22nd of their name. Thank you very much for coming along. And anybody else who just prefers lurking, hello to you as well. All right, so I want to try and make some decisions in terms of how I use my Fascinated Foss, because as nice as it is for me to, to catalog the books, I do have some elements of the soul. Actually, you know what? Probably Solomon's Preparation makes sense. So Solomon Husher's Preparation, as we are fond of calling it around these parts, Preparation H. So that's 90 seconds spoken for. Did I get the Spintra from the couch? No, I've earned these through my hard work. I really wish you didn't tell me that, Star Shard. I think I put quite a bit of effort into trying being as clear as I could in terms of where I was in the playthrough to let you make your own decisions, and I kind of wish that you extended me the same courtesy to let me find stuff out on my own. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. No, I mean I've got these through working in, so that's why I've got my malady. So sometimes where I can, I've basically had a visitor who stops by, and I've always tried to satisfy their needs. Because I keep buying everything from Oriflammes, I wind up I wind up spending 5 every book now. Oriflammes seems to want to soak you for as much as they can every time you every time you have a. I wonder if I'm able to. I don't think I can get another. Oh yeah, we just hit 10, so it turns out we didn't waste the regret after all. But yeah, so as far as I can tell, Oriflammes sort of raises the prices each time you buy from them. So this seems like a lot in terms of Spintra, but the drawback here is that being able to because I've got a pretty decent stack of them, everything also just costs that much more. But you kind of pick your battles, I guess, is where it where I fall down on that. And in this case here, being able to acquire more books and grow the library is the higher priority. So we've got a rainy day. That so technically the rain doesn't really give us anything that we couldn't get through a memory anyway. But when I was noting the challenges that we're up against, so our highest challenge for Grail is 12, and our lowest is 11. Now, I don't think I've actually sat down and worked out our numbers here, so I'll take a minute on that. We can't get Mrs. Kill, so Grail, I think, is a 1/3 chance. So. Not high. It's like the highest, the most frequent of the special guests is Sky. So half of them have Sky. Grail is the next highest alongside Grail, Moth, and Rose. So like it's better than the others, but it's not great. What am I crafting? What am I going to use it for? Right now, Solomon's Preparation, because I need that for the abandoned church. Also, Solomon's Preparation is nice to have for boosting up Mr. Kill. But what I'm working on right now, because we do have the rain, I have 2 options for that. Either I can use it as an input to boosting up Desires and Dissolutions, or I can use it to boost up a visitor. So I just want to take a quick second and see. So I don't have any elements of the soul that are relevant here. We've got the tool, 2 from the memory. So that's 7. And the drawback here is we need the 11. So I would need to find either a very high value Grail drink or food item, or I would need to find a... well, I guess it depends what the visitor accepts, now that I think of it. Okay, well, leaving that aside, a lot of this just comes down to the food, I think. Wait a minute, Thyrsa's cordials. I think that's just nectar and moth. Yeah. Ah, hang on. Okay, so the cocoa is good for 2 Grail. And then I guess the question is, can I find... Yeah, the jams I don't think... Oh, blackberry jam. Okay. So that's my 11 Grail spoken for. I can also spend like the Ruby-wise Ruin, but I don't want to go that far yet. Okay, so there is some logic. Have you noticed whether visitors give more money for higher level books, or is it always the same? I believe it is the same, but I think they pay better if you help them with one of the incidents. So I think you get a tally value of 2. Again, don't commit yourself to like a major decision based off of this, but I think you get a tally value of 2 if you help them with an incident, and if you If you just do a regular consultation, I think you just get a tally value of 1, so like an iron spintra for it. The other thing that's worth keeping in mind, I don't know how far you'd like me to go into this, but the books that you give them do get a note, so I'm trying to remember. Was it the Locks? I don't think I gave Douglas the Locksmith's Dream, but I do believe I've given someone the Bancroft Diaries. So in this case here, I gave Serena Blackwood a copy of Bancroft Diaries. So in this case, she's not going to want to read that again. She's already got the knowledge from that. But each time you give someone knowledge in terms of, so if, let's say they're looking for lantern aspect, like the Bancroft Diaries, and they're at 3, well, that 3 will then go up to 4. And that will be true if you give them like a 4 lantern text or a 14 lantern text. But given the fact that they've already read one of the texts, if you start off by giving them high value texts, the floor of what they're going to accept keeps moving up, but the number of texts that you have that satisfy that requirement starts going down. So in general, I try to give them as close to the aspect that they're looking for as they can, but it's not as easy as that. Like, so I would have D.I. Moore, Douglas the Weary Detective, was the person who visited last. So I would have loved to give him the Bancroft Diaries as well, except that Douglas Moore only reads English and Greek. So because the Bancroft Diaries are in Latin, that's one that he's not able to read out. They're low to start, although I don't know if you've had a visitor during Numa. So there are Numa visitors, and they tend to have some higher expectations. But the thing is that like my view of it is that even if you have a visitor, so on my YouTube playthrough, I do a different save than this one. And I had a bunch of people who were looking for moon texts that I couldn't satisfy. So my hope there was that I would have Spintra, and then I would just be able to learn some languages from them. And as it turns out, I didn't even have that. So in this case, I just wasn't able to satisfy their requirements. But in general, the way that I normally handle that stuff is, where possible, I try and satisfy the requirements for the visitor. If I can't satisfy the requirements for the visitor, I use it as an opportunity to learn a language, because that will just expand out the number of texts that I can possibly read. And then if in the least, like the worst case scenario, I try to get access to a bed that I can keep them in, because usually if you're at the point where you've got a few books and you just need to catalog them, usually keeping them around will be sufficient. But usually the time you don't have a lot of books will also be the time when you're still unlocking certain rooms of the house. So it's a bit harder to keep them around at that point. So, okay. I don't know if I'm still going to be able to get Blue Crown, or if that's just one period after the new season. So, okay, well, if I want, I can get more Blue Crown. I think I'm good, though. I mean, in terms of my Blue Crown, I've got the potential to build 5 more, and I've got 2 available to me, and I actually only have use for 1. So I think I'm going to drop water from the well. So lower the bucket, creaking into the dark. Next up, the question is, what do I want to do with my existing texts? So I am going to need to get a memory, and yeah, for both of these, so I need 2 memories, and then 2 elements of the soul to study them. So quenchings and quelling. Okay, so Whist for quenchings and quellings, Tryst for desires and dissolutions. Actually, the day's kind of already spoken for. So we just need a winter or a heart. And because I'm only going to be using the Tryst once, let's just get desires and dissolutions leveled right away. Alright, there's always more to learn. Improve the skill to level 2. This will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting, and make it suitable for higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms if you haven't already committed it. So, I guess my options are I can use the Shapt and the Faust to read these two texts, or I can try my luck and the Sweet Bones and see if we can get a visitor. I'll split the difference. I'll use the Faust and the Sweet Bones to see if we can find a relevant visitor, and then we'll read the text when I get the memory. I guess, yeah. I keep assuming that having a malady gives you an unlimited stream of memories, but you do actually need to generate them. Alright. So I guess I need to do a little bit of reorganization. Well, this will become level 2 as well. So this will eventually be level 3. There we go. Have you noticed any negative effects from maladies? I mean, obviously they're more limited in what they can do, but in terms of I think what you're specifically referring to... Oh, you know what? I think this gives me the grail that I need. So I think what you're referring to is the threat here. Maladies cannot be exhausted, but your soul is altered and weakened, and there can be serious consequences if they go untreated. I've not yet encountered the serious consequences. I'm not sure what it might be, but generally, I mean, especially with where my skills are right now, like I just need a glass of water with Rites of the Roots, and I'm able to heal myself. So it's not too much of a catastrophe. Now, I am in a little bit of trouble here because this is actually a useful individual to me. So we're going to talk with the nun, on an unusual pilgrimage, an unusual nun. Nuns don't usually travel alone. This one does. So I'll hire this one for a day. Now I need to rebuild the day around getting the relevant aspects. So the first thing I'm going to do is use my Fascinated Faust to read Factory Zerbery for Grail. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So that's 2 minutes spoken for already, but there are ways that we can boost the nun. Already so. The Sisters of the Triple Knot are long gone from this corner of the world, aren't they? So the first thing we're going to do is boost the spice scales. And actually, it just occurred to me... No, never mind. It was Ruby Wise Ruin I was thinking of. Yeah, so it's probably the Blackberry Jam and the Witching Tisane. I feel a little weird about doing this, but with Desires and Dissolutions being improved, I also see... I also see us being able to build an effective Grail boost. Actually, if that's true. Okay, so let me game this out actually. So Desires and Dissolutions. It's at level 2. We'll take it to level 3, so that's 4 Grail. We get 5 with the spice scales. 7 with the fragrant chalice. Okay. Yeah, so we're not quite guaranteed. Okay. Let me get this in my head again. So we've got 4 for the start, 5 with the tool, 7 with the memory, 9. Yeah, we need one more level before we're guaranteed the Ruby Wise Ruin. And I actually don't think there are 3 Grail. I don't think there's weather that gives 3 Grail. I could probably, with the right setup, so I think a Witching to Sane would count as a... Actually, yeah, okay, so we could use a Witching to Sane as the solution. So it involves more work, but yeah, we do have a roundabout way of generating Ruby Wise Ruin, which means I should be more willing to use Ruby Wise Ruin with the Nun, seeing as it's now a renewable resource for us. So let's see where we're sitting. We haven't really committed anything that we can't already work with. Oh, interesting. So yeah, so she will take elements of the soul, beverages, memories, omens, sustenance, and tools. We don't have an element of the soul to provide. We've not yet provided the memory. So it's beverage and sustenance. Now, if I provide the Ruby Wise Ruin, that's 4 Grail, so that brings her up to 9. Yeah, and then the memory is 11. Okay. Different from what I was expecting, but this will work. So I can offer my assistant something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. Kind of amazing how many rooms you unlocked without upgrading any skills, getting more soul cards. Again, I'll just stress, that's technically, I don't want to make this seem, I don't want to overstate what it is. I did commit one thing to the Tree of Wisdoms, and again, it was partly due to hoping that I wouldn't get people telling me, oh, if you just commit an element of the soul, if you commit a skill, you can get more elements of the soul. Like, obviously, I know that, but I was hoping that would be enough, but it didn't wind up preventing people. And as it happens, that whist was really, really helpful. But yeah, I don't want to overstate it, right? Because I love taking the compliment, but I don't want to mislead people in terms of what I've done. I have actually committed one thing to the Tree of Wisdom. Well, technically 2 things, because you also get the tryst from committing the journal. But there was more that you were saying here. You're only on your first playthrough, and you've been going crazy with commits to the Tree of Wisdoms. Are you burning through more resources, drinks, or foods? I'm kind of tight-fisted when it comes to food, but there are things that are renewable. So I'm sure what you've probably noticed is that like an element of the soul only gets you so far. It's one of several items that you can use to boost characters. And so to a certain point, what you really want are skills, because skills will then allow you to... the skills are going to be the thing that allow you to like make more of what you'll boost. So one of the most helpful elements for me was the ability to make Solomon's Preparation, because we just harvest as much Blue Crown as we can in the winter, and then all of a sudden, if you have access to Mr. Kill, and chances are you do because you'd be able to use your whist. You start with 2 from your Blue Crown. It's probably most helpful if you get Mr. Kill. So Mr. Kill will start you off with 2. So that's, well, let's game this out. So being able to get access to Mr. Kill, that's 2 winter to start with. Because you can access Mr. Kill, that means you have to have whist. I don't believe you can get Mr. Kill any other way. So now you've got 4 that you can grant him with your whist. You may need to renew it through like water or going to the Sweet Bones. But that, like, 4 are the table stakes. And then if you give him Solomon's Preparation with nothing else, you've already got an 8. You've got an 8 winter. You've got a 8 winter with which you can access. And again, that's before you give him wood. That's before you give him memories. That's that's just sort of the necessary conditions to be able to create. So then the question is, well, how do I make Solomon's Preparation? And again, because of Solomon Husher, I can't stop reminding people that Husher's Preparation, also known as Preparation H. But we'll say that we'll take the Wisp for granted because you can access Mr. Kill. That's why you want it. So that's 2 Wisp to start off with. You've got 2 from the Blue Crown, so that's 4. So before you have a memory, if you're trying to get a 10... If you're trying to get a 10 aspect... Sorry, if you're trying to get 10 of the winter aspect, you're almost halfway there. If you have any skill with winter in it, and you kind of have to, like I've been using Inks of Containment, so that one can't have 1 winter. That's always going to have 2. So now you're up to 6. And then in this case, you're shy. If you're waiting on weather, you're actually 1 away. So if the snow comes, you're up to 9. So in this case here, all you really need to do is either level up Inks of Containment 1, or you throw something else into the combination of that. But what you suddenly start noticing is you don't actually have to level up your skills that far to now have this renewable source of boosting. So it's a combination of sometimes giving people drinks. It's sometimes the ability to take advantage of things like if you can get into the Motley Tower. Like this room alone gives you access to an edge tool, a lantern and moth tool. This is already moth, so you're kind of just duplicating it here. Grail and scale. Also forge and nectar. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 different aspects that you get access to. And again, that's renewable. And of course, you can also, chances are, have already also gotten access to the astrolabe. So that's an 8th one that you have access to. And again, just being able to take someone from like 2 to 3 and then being able to give them a memory, that's suddenly 5. And you can surprise yourself with how far you can go if you just kind of keep in mind what you actually have access to in the moment. So, but that's basically it. I've used probably less food than you might suspect. But as always, it's just a question of necessity. So I was willing to give this nun the blackberry jam until I realized that I could actually make Rubywise Ruin by brewing a Witching Tisane. So it'll take longer to do it. But what I've now got is basically continued access to a 4 grail beverage, which is pretty nice. And Zankoshi said, I jumped from the tree from the get-go without doing any research. I won't make that mistake on a new playthrough. Yeah, the one thing I hope that I'm not responsible for making people reluctant to commit things to the Tree of Wisdoms, because it's there for a reason, and it's very, very helpful. But it's just, I do think part of learning to play Book of Hours is realizing that the Tree of Wisdoms is not the only way of being able to advance. Like, you are still only ever able to improve a character once through words fail me. You can only improve them through one element of the soul. So, at the start, you just take the element of the soul. So like Mrs. Kill, give her an Arab, and you've got, 4 Grail. And then, of course, if you improve your Arab, you're going to be able to get some incremental improvements from that. But in the end, it's usually going to be the combination of like a memory, an element of the soul. It's going to be a combination of factors. So if you rely too much on the Tree of Wisdoms, you're going to just hit that hard limit in terms of what you can actually raise people up with. So as with anything, like the design of this game, I think, is quite clever in this regard because it ultimately... It never really lets you settle down in one area. You are ultimately going to have to put something unexpected at some point. Yeah, so and the big thing for me, like my main motivation, like, so again, because I played the beta, that's probably the main reason why I haven't committed things to the Tree of Wisdoms. But I would say, given that I now know there are different outcomes described in the Tree of Wisdoms, and that I do have a little bit of a stake in some rather than others, it's made me reluctant to commit certain things to the Tree of Wisdoms because of what it implies. But I would never want to not, like, I would never want to say, don't commit anything to the Tree of Wisdoms. Like, I would not want this to be a model that people follow unless they find it a useful way of giving themselves a restriction and so they learn other parts of the game. But on the other hand, right, like, having options is nice. Like, especially too, if I can just break one of these things and turn them into other lessons that I might find more useful during Numa. I mean, that's helpful in its own right. So there is something nice about preserving options. But the thing is that, like, technically the maximum number of options, or the number of possibilities that you're going to have at the start of Book of Hours, is going to be, that's going to be when you're when you're at the very beginning of the game, right? All the possibilities are open, including all of the legacies. And after the first choices you make in the game, you've immediately constrained your possibilities, by all of the other legacies. So there is a way of getting to an unhelpful place in terms of preserving options. I'm comfortable enough making decisions, otherwise I wouldn't have gotten past the beach. It only took me about 3.5 hours to decide on what I wanted to do on the beach, so that's a new record for me. Blackened staff room. The same story as the yard below. Seared bones, blackened walls, furniture half consumed by fierce fire, but much of the room remains untouched. So just a quick note here, nope, not here. This one? It's one of these. Did I just invent a 13 Grail room that... Well, I'm glad I didn't commit more, because I didn't keep my sheet updated. Anyways, well, maybe you want to see what happens. It's not that far into your playthrough. But yeah, no, it's a fun one. I particularly like that because it's a unique experience depending on whether or not you've played Cultist Simulator or if you're just starting with Book of Hours. I noticed that there are very different reactions to that opening. All right, so in terms of the rest of the day, were you keeping the whist to boost quenchings and quellings? I'd still like to read either The Sun and His Course or just verse. But that depends on the frost being available. By the way, if you are new to the game and something isn't clear, like I said, I'm pretty far into the playthrough at this point. Although there's still stuff that I don't know about the game. I certainly don't mean to imply that I'm a master or an expert. But I am happy to try and offer some clarity on the things that may be unclear. And you know what? I think I'm gonna see what's in the abandoned church. So. This is a holy place of the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. The hours they worshipped are not worshipped now, but those hours are not dead nor even sleeping. I should not enter this place without pouring out a sufficient offering, and of course we need the nun to finish her. It's somewhat funny, we're getting the nun to open up the nocturnal part of the house, whereas I'm doing my offering down here. Dumb question incoming, but I remember reading that it is an approximately a 20-hour game. Is that accurate for someone who isn't god tier at these types of games? I ask because I have a few days off and you would like to try completing it. Keeping in mind that if I want, I could end this playthrough right here. The question would be how far you consider, like, I would say definitely pencil in the 40 hour side of the spectrum. If you decide that you want to try and go for one of the major wins, I would say as a whole, Weather Factory have probably underestimated the time that it takes to complete the game. And I would not be surprised if that was a conscious choice on their part, because there is a very wide range of kind of familiarity and experience. They have got in their community. They used to do these things called enigmas, which sadly are never coming back due to the fact that some people just don't understand boundaries, and unfortunately, that ruined it for everyone. But the thing is that they have got people who are very, very intensely committed to puzzles and are very good at figuring out some like really obscure stuff. So when they come up with that 20 to 40 hour estimate, I think they're factoring in sort of three things. One, there is a very broad spectrum in terms of skill. Number two, there's going to be a subset of people who aren't familiar with their games, but do go and consult things like wikis. And so as a result, they don't want to say, 20 to 40 hour game, and then somebody like goes in and finds all the solutions and they're like, oh, that was only a 5 hour game. And it's like, well, yeah, but like you didn't play it. And then, like, obviously, I'm going to be on the further side of the 20 or 40 hours just because I talk a lot. So it's not unreasonable. I don't think they're just completely making it up or sandbagging their results. But I would say book in the heavier side of that time estimate. And I guess the other thing too is that, like, I really do mean it when I say the journey is part of the experience, right? Like, the thing is that I don't think if you sort of try and mainline the game and like try to get it done in a very, very, like, I don't think if you try and get it done quickly, you're going to get to a point where, you're fully looking at every detail in terms of the text and getting that emotional feeling emotional feeling as opposed to a non-emotional. Well, I guess there are non-emotional feelings, but like, I don't think you'll quite get that emotional reaction when you're like, the mayor in the tree, oh my god, I'm not committing that one. There can be some times where you want to savor some of the text, and so I suspect if you're feeling a time pressure, you may at least want to at least allow that you may want to give yourself a second time with the game, to maybe jump in a little bit further with some of the things you thought were interesting. But yeah, like, I'd say 40 hours would be a good estimate if you want to complete it within your vacation time. But the other thing too, right? Like, I'm so I think one of the first things I always get from emails with Weather Factory is always, "Are you sick of the game yet?" So I think they probably underestimate how engaging their game is. But those 10-hour playthroughs are a genuine response to like being into the game. So yeah, I like don't you may find like they've made a game that can be appreciated in small spurts. That's why it has a pause button. That's why it's got a save feature. If you want to complete it in your time off, definitely book the heavier side of the time. But if you do try to rush through it, just allow yourself the possibility that you may want to try the game again, because there's a big, interesting world. And obviously, I mean, you know how to DM me, so we can talk if you want to understand a few of the things going on in the game, because I have the benefit of like playing Call to Simulator, so I can tell you a little bit about, here's something that you might have known and why you'd want to do it. But the thing is that like this is not a game that has homework. Like you are not expected to come in with certain types of knowledge. Yeah, for sure, Ellen Ripley. So, um, the reason why I'm making a meal out of this answer beyond my like very talkative nature is that I'm sort of aware of the dilemma. So, like people's time is valuable, and that needs to be acknowledged. But it's also a very different kind of like. Again, it's like the time that I'm sitting down and like just thinking about my path through the day. That's a genuine thought process that's going on. Like it's not to like try and milk the it's not to try and like milk the time for the stream or anything like that. It is just an effort to try and say it's like, okay, what do I want to try and accomplish today? Because there's a few things that I'm doing, and then like sometimes you'll like hear me go quiet. Maybe I don't know if you can hear the writing on the side, but like there'll just be something that's personally interesting to me. So I make like a note on paper, and I'll maybe follow up on that on my own time, like off of stream. So this is definitely the sort of game where, just because time isn't advancing in the game doesn't mean the game isn't being played. It's just there's a different kind of activity going on. I do have a Discord, yes. It's very quiet, and part of that's just like it's a back and forth thing, right? Like if I was more active in it, I'm sure people would be would be more active. But on the other hand, I don't want to spend specific time boosting up the Discord because that's time that would be better spent making videos for people. But for those of you that do want to hang out in the Discord, that's the link. So I'm just taking a minute to see if I've got a contradiction text. I can't remember offhand if I do. Wayne Scott Histories, of course. Contradictions are nice too because they are not unique. Alright, I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Alright, what did we find in the prison? The staff... Hey, a second dog! The warders at Brandkrug were a cut above your usual prison warder. Former bureau constables, repentant no, turncoat Traguleri, veterans from the Legion de Sol. When the end came, none of that mattered. But here, for a while, when the winter storms battered the walls, they hunkered close to this glowing stove to share tea and comradeship and stories of their very different lives. So this is an interesting question. Some people were asking during Cultist Simulator what, like what's the Suppression Bureau's relationship with the, with the Mantis. We know that the Suppression Bureau go into the Mantis because Teresa Galmier says so. But what's interesting here is there's this idea of repentant no. So if there are people... I mean, again, obviously being able to talk with someone in the Mantis probably suggests that there are no's, but in this case, specifically a no, we know that they will have gone past the stag door. So, whether or not they continue to be able to do so, I don't know. But at least this is an indication that the Suppression Bureau, or at least something preceding the Suppression Bureau, were... I don't know, had commerce with the unseen world, I think would be the phrase. Staff armchair polished by the posteriors of dozens of loafing prison guards. All right, have a good one, Whisperfire26. Or just Whisperfire, whichever you prefer. Another tiny potted tree. More Dawn Lion coffee. Drink of the guards. Right, so I'm going to update my sheet just because I almost wasted resources on Grail. So the sealed cell is a 12 knock or 12 forge. So that doesn't change anything for forge. Knock is now down to 12 minimum. Also, we've got the smoky chambers. That's a 12 forge, 12 heart. So the ceiling for heart has gone up. So, I don't know. I think we're still kind of on the same path as before. There wasn't a whole lot for us here, but it does give us access. So, we've got another tower to go up. We've got access to more of the rooms. But I do want to open up the abandoned church. So the funny thing is, the one thing I was planning on doing, cataloging, isn't happening. I do... Actually, you know what? It's not a good idea for me to read As the Sun is Course with the Shapt at this point, because it's probably going to cross over into the next day. I could have planned this better, but I think Forge can be used with the Gull Colony. No, it cannot. So I think I'm just gonna... Was it the Moor? No, I don't think Forge is useful for any of these. Alright. So my second best, I'm just gonna make some money at the Sweet Bones. So there's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. And the logic here was just it's gonna take so long to get this book read. I didn't really manage my memories all that well. But I'm still okay with it because I'll just read As the Sun is Course. I guess I need to think a little bit about the timing. I think I was a relatively early adopter on Discord, but yeah, again, it's like, it's obviously it's a small channel, and the majority of people that I interact with, like for private messages, we tend to just be able to, like, we just know how to get in touch with each other. Oh, interesting. Contradictions are now unique. I always thought that was intentional. All right, well, still easy for us to deal with. I think I'm going to sneak in a cataloging before... Oh, that's right. I got to do it at the desk. Yeah, I think I'll sneak in the cataloging before... As long as it's before the morning, we'll be fine. Yeah, I mean, I think this is... So, like, I never want to begrudge communities their own ways of engaging with the games. And, like, it's nice that people are putting together these spreadsheets and things like that. But to me, I think a large part of the fun is figuring this stuff out and working with it. And more importantly, the documents that you make as part of making a part of playing the game are part of that journey. And being able, so like I was delighted to see some people using a more sort of network kind of format, because I think that's a really useful way of, or like a graph format would probably be a better way of phrasing it. The thing is, when I say graph, I think people are usually thinking of like line graphs or pie charts, but like in this case, I'm talking about like nodes and the specific links that are being made, and I think that's a neat. I was thinking about doing that for something different, and I actually found out about a new piece of software which is kind of interesting there. Yeah, like a digital corkboard's a great way of doing something like that. So, yeah, I don't know. Like it's there's lots of different ways of doing it, but like to me, like I know someone who is a really big fan of the Elder Scrolls games, and like for them, a very big part of the Elder Scrolls games is actually playing the game with a notebook in hand. And like they write out details about the world of Nirn, and that, like, to them, that was a big part of that experience. And it's not like they run a wiki, or it's not like they run a special service. It's just purely for them, and that is part of their enjoyment of that game. So, again, like, some people don't want to jump in with both feet. Like, some people just want to have a helper in terms of taking on the game's challenges, and that's completely fine. Again, I know I spend a lot of time talking about these and, like, offering the caveats, but it's because, to me, it's really important that people be able to engage the way they want to with the game. And I do like to push back from the easy answer, just because I think the easy answer is easy, right? It's something that's always going to be available to you, but sometimes you don't always get the chance to just sort of push yourself and see how far you go. So, in that case, it's why I make the case that I do, but I never want to make it in such a way where I say, the canonical experience of Book of Hours is to go in with no knowledge. Even if you've watched the stream, you've ruined your experience, right? Like, that's clearly not the way to think about it. But again, you do want to take, where you can, you want to make your playthrough your own, right? You start the game with a personality test to find out what your legacy is, and then you react to that. You say, this seems really cool, or screw that, I'm going for Illumination anyway. And from there, being able to study the mysteries of Hush House and being able to catalog, like, already in the game, there's so many different contradictory ways of looking at the world. Part of the game's mechanics almost are sorting these things out and figuring out how you're cataloging the knowledge. So are you someone who thinks that it makes sense logically that Deoris 1 through 3 should be together because they're part of a set? Or should Deoris Book 1 go with the Nectar text, Deoris 2 go with the Edge texts, and Deoris 3 go, well, also with the Edge texts? Or should these be split by the types of memories that they give you, right? All of those are perfectly legitimate. Or maybe you want to shelve them based on language. Everybody has their own way of organizing their library. And, you can get into, all capital letters arguments with people on Reddit about the best way to catalog a library. But what matters is that you make sense of it for yourself, because the playthrough is going to be your own. And obviously, your ability to catalog and make sense of that knowledge is going to be important when you start being faced with fairly obscure bits of text and trying to understand what's going on. So it's a really fun way of playing the game. And again, I think if you don't allow yourself the chance to be lost, or if you don't allow yourself the opportunity to feel to just not know something for a while, then you potentially miss out on what I think are some of the greatest rewards of the game. I really dislike the sort of self-helpy kind of talk of stuff. And again, like, some people get a lot out of that, so I don't want to poo-poo it. It's just like, it's not quite for me. But this does kind of line up a little bit with people when they talk about things like a growth mindset, right? There can be this idea that there's like this fixed quantity of knowledge in the world, or that, you have a fixed amount of smarts, and every time you sort of show that you don't know something, that's just establishing a limit, like a hard limit on what you can do, and you don't want people to find out what that hard limit is. And as a result, you can be very resentful when people, correct you, or when people offer feedback. But obviously the growth mindset, the appeal that people try and make for that is the idea that there isn't this fixed quantity, that there is an opportunity to be able to grow and learn more. And again, I think most of the conversations tend to try to establish sort of a false dichotomy here. I suspect people probably have moments where they feel one way more than the other. But again, like the big thing for me is that being in a position of not knowing usually is that necessary first step to getting better at something, right? At one point I did not know how to play piano, and then I knew how to play it passably, and I've lost some of that knowledge, so I'd like to gain it again. But the one thing that is definitely not going to help my piano playing ability is not confronting the fact that I'm not as good as I used to be by practicing, right? There's going to be that hard time where, I'm confronted with the embarrassment or the regret of not maintaining that skill. But the reward of getting past that, if you find ignorance or a sort of a regression in terms of talent to be painful, the reward to that is you do eventually come out the other end more skilled. And so again, I don't mean to make this a huge philosophical point. It is still a video game, right? But if you allow yourself to feel a bit lost in the game, then you will eventually find that it does actually all knit together. And then if you found that on your own, or maybe only through like a little bit of a nudge, someone says, maybe you want to check out this thing. Or have you ever thought about maybe giving your companion something to drink? That might just be the slight nudge that you needed to all of a sudden discover, 10 new rooms in the house, and then you feel really special about that. So, all right, so this is interesting. So we've got the idea of the triple knot, but now we have something that seems to be associated. So I would say this is very nectar oriented. And this is interesting because, of course, the triple knot are referred to in Cultus Simulator, but Cultus Simulator doesn't have nectar, although that does make a connection to blood. This seems to be the horned axe, right, from the image. And then I would assume that this is the Grail, but now we're getting information, right? So, Our Lady beneath, who is Our Lady, the Red Grail, which gives life, which takes life, which is not sated, the horned axe, who bears two blades, who waits, and the threshold, who sunders that which should not be joined, the ring-ewe, who is succulent, who is renewed, who encompasseth, or a fourth, who is always signified but never named. A librarian might phrase the question differently: who was first? So in this case, one of the kinder aspects of the Malachite, Melissa, both queen and palace, who feeds all comers, whose body is the house in which her children dwell. Melissa was not always a name of the Malachite. She may have been a name of another hour. She may even have begun among the Carapace Cross before she chose eternity over history. Aspect of the axe, Zenodis half-faced, one of the more enigmatic aspects of the horned axe. Zenodis half-faced, who welcomes or slays strangers at the threshold. Zenodis is a sister sometimes to owl and cat, sometimes to bull and butterfly, sometimes to dove and serpent. This hybrid nature suggests a link with the pre-human Carapace Cross, but that's not so surprising in a name of the axe. So, lots of name detail here. An aspect of the Grail, Lagia, the Queen Unsated. One of the crueler aspects of the Red Grail, Lagia, the Queen Unsated, devouring mother, sister lover of Antios. Oh, so we've had a reference to this before. One tradition has it that Lagia took animal form so that she could satisfy her craving to devour her own children and go unpunished. Another, that the animal form was the punishment for her incest. The Grail has often been tolerant of contradictions. Perhaps her part in the intercalate really was, after all, a long and subtle move to undermine eternity, or perhaps she's just not to be trusted. So, this is actually not a bad example of something where, this has there's not necessarily a game reason for me doing so, and I'm actually trying to remember what text this would have been. Back there. There is definitely a reference to I'm gonna have to have a think on this. I'm not gonna remember it off phone. Oh, thank you very much for the subscription. That's Belbinio. I'll just let the Ark of the Covenant finish its business before. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. So this is definitely an example here. Like this is 100% intentional, and I say this because this was mentioned in the interview. But like, there's this moment. Hang on a second. We've had a reference to this relationship between Lagia and Antios before. This was in one of those books. And like, this is definitely these points where I'm like, oh damn it, I remember it was in one of these things, but I don't remember which one. I'm gonna have to figure it out later. But I want to read it, specifically because actually should probably be moving a few of these things around. I want to read it because Jesus Christ, there's so many triple. I'm gonna have to find a new shelf for this. Maybe we do. Well, I'll sort this out later. But yeah, like this is definitely one of these cases where it's like I can learn a little bit more by cross-referencing that text with this information in here. And this is the sort of thing where, like, at some point I'm going to wind up using an element of the soul that may have nothing to do with me leveling up a skill. Are you talking about a Kulite, I think you mean? The Crime of the Sky? I'm pretty sure it's a Kulite. But yeah, like this is an example, and again, like this is another example of the differences between the ways that people will play the game. Some people really, really love going in deep on the lore stuff, and so that's absolutely gonna be a moment where you say, I'm pausing this game and I'm reading every damn book until I find the one that I'm looking for. And then there would be some people, and again, oh, here we go. A 16th century translation of the Barrow Child's account of Lagia's turn, when Lagia, the queen unsated, was offered the opportunity to enter the service of the Hours of the Triple Knot, as long as she repudiated her brother-lover Antios. So this is an example where, one person is going to look at this and say, why on earth, especially when you haven't committed skills, other than one, to the Tree of Wisdoms, why on earth would you give up something so valuable for the day just to read text that you've already got? You don't even need that memory. And again, I'm not going to say that's a bad way of looking at the game. If your goal is to like unlock every room of Hush House and get to the ending and say, hey, I got my achievement, on to the next game, you're right. That is a complete waste of time. If you're not going to read the text, then there's nothing you get out of it. But then there's another person who says, hang on a minute, I know more about this, and then you want to go and read it, and for that you can't imagine doing anything but using an element of the soul, and then you're probably going to have your like pencil and paper with you. I'm sorry to report that there isn't the Weather Factory notebook that I'm rating in anymore. So I felt really bad touting that because I'm it's almost like I'm mocking people with something they can't get, and that was absolutely not my intention. But yeah, no, it's a perfect example of the different perspectives to the game. And again, it's not even a question of what's the best way. It's more like, how deep do you want to go down the rabbit hole? And as Nika, right now you have an Excel with the text of the book. Yeah, so I don't have the text of the books. By the way, for those of you who do want to follow what Nika does, one thing that you may find helpful, and I don't think this is a secret, but like, let's say you wanted the text of the Devoured Tantra. I mean, technically you can just go through the JSON files, but that's not fun. If you actually left click, it'll copy the text. So if you want to cross-reference, you absolutely can. Weather Factory definitely put in some features to make that easy to do. But yeah, so I haven't gone that far. My Excel spreadsheet tends to be a little bit more mechanical. But again, this is absolutely the way that people engage with this stuff, and it's great. Like it's a wonderful way to sort of celebrate the games. Now, I think First of all, I do really like Humors of a Gentleman. That was like one of the first texts I read in Cultist Simulator, but I believe I should still have enough to be able to... Wait a minute. Yeah, it's a 2... Oh! I don't think I have a desk that take... Wait, Ambrose's desk? No. Well, that's not Ambrose's desk. I don't think I have an edge lantern desk now that I think of it. It's worth looking for, though. Actually, a lantern... technically, I just need a lantern moon desk, but I think it's still the same problem. This one takes moon and edge, but I still need to be able to get the Faust in. This will take lantern, but it won't take edge or moon. Oh, saved. All right. Because the trick here is I need to apply the Oh, actually, I'm still short one. Or am I? Hang on. It's just an 8 text. Yeah, so I don't even need the Cucurbit Barrette. Yeah, so it's every, so far as I can tell, it's every text, every bit of text in the game, including like the text here. So I did actually. I don't like. So there's a. I hope it's not taken this way, but like there is a nasty tendency of like name dropping and stuff like this. But I don't like participating in that. But I did actually get to meet half of Weather Factory. I did get to meet Lottie Bevan because she visited Montreal, and before I did the Networks of Cultist Simulator text, or like the essay. If you don't know what it is, I'm happy to give a link. But I think most of you have seen the like network image that I did, and sort of the breakdown in terms of the centrality of the different hours and such. But prior to that, I was like doing some of the preliminary work because there were a few different ways that I could have done that project, and I was just starting to mess around with the JSON files and things like that. So the version that she got to see was basically a big old bag of words, which was considerably less impressive than what I'd seen in that. I don't even know if they... I know they've seen the article, but I think I only ever wound up talking with them about the color schemes. And again, it was just, I mean, it's just like sharing any other community creation. I don't think there's anything useful in terms of like designing games to pull out of it. I also showed it at the local game dev community, and the main question is like, what does this do for designing games? And I'm like, honestly, this is really just more of a testament that if the more of a game you make open to a community, the cool stuff. This is the cool stuff that can come out of it, because nobody thought that this would be I'm sure nobody thought that this would be something that you could do with Cultist Simulator because it made all of its text available. But yeah, there's a behind the scenes story for you. I got to show off a bag of words version of Cultist Simulator, which I believe was described as, it's a little less magical when you just see it broken down as words like that. And I'm like, I kind of agree, but I also can kind of see what the end result is. So, and I'm a little more data driven. So, as the sun his course, Joel of the Bridge, a retired soldier and sometimes tollkeeper, wrote this epic poem about Alexander's famously inexplicable decision at Issus to withdraw from the war with the Achaemenids and his subsequent return to Macedonia. So I am giving up a little bit doing this because I haven't cataloged the 2 books, and I do still need to get a Grail and Moon memory for the next day. So again, this is the one drawback. Even if you start thinking that maladies are sort of are overpowered, you can see that I have a malady, but I wasn't able to do everything I wanted today. Now, in fairness, that's because I was able to unlock a room that I didn't think I was going to be able to. So, you know, there's some give and take there. Oh, yeah, I also didn't look at the... there's a bunch of stuff here. So we've got Lignum vitae blank. We've already got one of those. An altar of the knot. Moth, moon, and heart. Oh. Gerventnite, an alloy equivalent in some respects to the clockmaker's invar, but instead of a constant weight, it retains the same origin in every history. So 4 knock, 2 rows, it is metal and material. Oriflammes wants to take my Spintra. Human hair, of interest to wig makers, cushion stuffers, and crude sorcerers. All right, so we have got the hissing key in 8-scale text. Oriflammes thanks you for your custom. This one? Okay, that sky doesn't help me with desires and dissolutions, but we'll find some use for it. So I need to keep the Tryst aside for upgrading desires and dissolutions. The real question is, how long do I want to wait for the memories for... Well, okay, actually, so I've got 2 texts to read. This Faust is a piece of cake. I don't even need to worry about anything else here. So let's start there. Skillless reading. The Humors of a Gentleman, Samuel Savage's satirical comedy on the intrigues of the ailing but cunning John's son, his mistress Mavelyn, her lover Leo, and the upstart Corvino. Just verse, so let's say that I'm going to generate the memories for that from my malady. Okay, so you know what? Let's dangle some money in front of people and see what we can get at the Sweet Bones. What visitors might be passing through. So the hope here is, I can't use the Tryst, but my hope here is that I can use my health to claim something. I don't know if we'll still be able to get the... Yeah, apparently Blue Crown still is still blossoming. Alexander meets at Issus with Darius, King of Kings, for 3 days and 3 nights. On the first day, the 2 men trade threats. On the second, promises. On the third, secrets. Darius tells Alexander something so shattering that he retires to his tent to consider matters of strength and matters of mastery. I don't know why I'm holding back on... I think we're gonna commit to the Blue Crown. So depending on what the visitor is, we will either unlock a room or we'll spend the rest of the day reading books and improving ourselves. I do want to push on generating more Witching to Sane if I can. Surrealist Painter is good for Grail, Moth, and Rose. So I do have no Moth challenges. I do have a Rose challenge. And I believe Grail is now off the list. Okay, so 12 or 13. Yeah. So this is going to be a tough one, but let's see what we can do. So we start with 4 rows. I'm going to take a quick look at my skill spreadsheet because I'm curious if I'm going to be able to make a higher level memory. No, so we're left with the basics, but there's still some possibilities here. So we can do a confounding parable for 2 from the memory. We don't have the FET. We've got the tool. Yeah, moon and moth. Sorry, I was doubting myself for a second. So 4, 6, 7 for table stakes. And it was 12 and 13, so I need to... it's a tough one. I need to find 5 or 6. And I actually don't remember what... I don't remember if the Surrealist painter takes anything special. So I could be setting myself up for a waste of money. So rosehip jam is good for 2 rows. And this is definitely the point that I want to start looking at the special... It's like Ruby Wise Ruin, I think, only gives us 2 rows. And that we can also get from Roscragen Whiskey. So the question is, do I have something... So there's like also the possibility, I wouldn't be surprised if the Surrealist painter would take something like a pigment. But I don't want to bank on that. I probably should have been paying closer attention to what they can use as inputs. So, if I had a FET, this wouldn't even be a question. I think what I'm going to do, I do have quite a bit of money, so excuse me, this will at least be an education. So I'll hire this one for a day. Don't have much use for the Shaft otherwise, so we'll leave that aside. We still need to wait for the text to finish. All right, at dawn on the 4th day, Alexander announces the sun has his course upon which he returns, and so do I. He returns to Macedonia, executing 2 of his captains when they dispute his decision. He brings with him the names of a blind god and a rite of sacred betrayal, for, Joel opines, without betrayal there would be an end to war. And we got our contradiction back. I can't remember if I've got this one yet, as the sun his course. Apparently not, so, but that is something we can use to upgrade our skills. That one is an edge and a moon, so that's going to be a little tricky. I think I'm going to still focus on desires and dissolutions at this point, so let me just see where we're at. Yeah, we need 2. I've got 1. So let's get the Faust. We'll read Factory Serpery. Okay. Hired. So So the big question is, did I just waste a bunch of money on the painter? So they will accept. Yes, they do accept pigments. Okay. This is going to get fun. So I don't think any of these are going to be relevant, but... Good God. Ichor Auroral, okay. This wasn't going to be my first choice, but rose is rose. I'm actually mostly interested in any inks that are... Well, I guess inks aren't pigments, though. It's a fairly important distinction to make. So I'm thinking probably Ichor Auroral is the best I can hope for here. At least until... I mean, again, I haven't been focusing that much on pigments, but let's do a quick scan of any other rose-tinted items I have. If I can avoid using some of the unique consumables like the jam, that's preferable. Roscragen whiskey I have no problem at all giving up because I've got a lot of it. But if I can hold off using the jam, particularly something like the red paint, because I can't remember if we have that in storage or not. We do not. Okay, so that might be giving up a little more than... we'll see. Let's say we've got another 2 rows to work with. Oh, this is frustrating. So if my base is 7, so we've got the 4 from the rows, 2 from the memory, 1 from the tool. So 4 rows, 2 memory makes it 6. The tool makes it 7. So if I give them the drink... Oh wait, no, this works. So the drink brings them up to 9, and we need 11, right? No, how much you want to bet? It's 12. Ah! So I gotta give up everything. So the last question for me is, surely there is another rose food somewhere here. Another jam. All right. Well, you know what? We're going with it. So I need to generate a memory using the yeah, we'll still be able to do it. So I do need to generate the memory. Let's start with a tool. So again, the renewables first. I think we have enough time in the day, but it's going to get a little tight with the FOST, and we're probably going to have to spike reading just verse. But obviously unlocking more rooms is still still the preferred task. All right, this tool's boosted their aspects appropriately. Now, normally I would wait to boost them, but I don't have, I just don't have anything else for them to do, so we'll start by feeding them the Roskragen whiskey. So I can offer my assistant something to drink. The funny thing is, this is one of the times where I'd be sort of on the fence about saying, maybe it's time that I commit for some FET, because, it's such an easy thing to give up, and it preserves the sort of thing that I would otherwise lose. Perfect. By the end of the first act, Mavelin has revealed a secret door in the walls of the house to Leo, and Corvino is taken to consuming worms. The play is scabrous and occasionally hilarious. The characters are contrary and capricious. Many of the more resonant lines might well be formula of power disguised in plain sight. I knew there's a reason I like this play. And I don't think we have Sky Stories yet, so we can just throw that one into the... Yep, use this lesson to acquire a new skill. I'm definitely stretching the definition of spring here, of winter here, but... Now, when I wrote the Reddit post on why is everybody wasting time with shelves, that was not an instruction. I have actually seen how many people are using Kukurbit Bridge as a storage space, and you people are monsters. So that was not an instruction, but I am glad that, after so much hate, I don't think you guys realize how mean people were in the original messages for that one. But yeah, I'm pleased that for all the hate, my joking side was proven correct. I know. My favorite is still by far is something Paladin. I can't remember their name offhand, but someone found a BBC article about stacks of books left somewhere, and that definitely made me laugh out loud. I thought that was great. But yeah, needless to say, that was not a recommendation. That was me being silly. Okay, so we will throw gossip. Still halfway through the day. I should get another rose so that we can study the book. Who knows? Maybe I'll even catalog some books. Okay, another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. I guess technically if I'm doing it from the order in which I learned things, it would be like this. Okay, let's get Desires and Dissolutions committed. I wasn't expecting to have this many lessons to learn, but I'm not quite sure why I thought that, because I certainly am planning on studying books, and that's generally how these things work. So, Sickle and Eclipse can't be that high in the... So it's 2, so we'll eventually turn that into a 4. I don't think it'll give me anything too special, but it's more... Well, it does remove corruption, so that's a benefit in its own right. And I'll confess I'm a little lost in terms of why I've got a whist kicking around here. So I can use it to catalog, but obviously the malady text is a little bit more sensible. I can use it for just verse. It's not like I'm gonna commit it at the sweet bones. The tryst and the health were already occupied. Oh, actually, no. There's one thing I can do with the whist. Nope. It's sky. Yeah, so we'll get this to read just verse, and that'll free up the malady tainted Fost to catalog. Okay, so we still have a bit of time. So the Ichor Vitreous, we'll keep it in the temple first. We'll just take it from our private stash. Exotic pigments, I can offer them something to brighten their canvas. This will increase the assistant's aspects, and more art is always good. And I figure off of this one I should go for the more difficult of the two, which is just as well, because I'm assuming that this is sort of an intermediate location, whereas... Wait a minute. This one. This one may... Well, it says Perilous Path, so it's probably also going to be an intermediate one, but this feels like it may generate more. Alright, the Hissing Key, an account of the ascent of the hour called the Mother of Ants by the Bossk scholar Mek of the Theban branch of the House of Leith. I'm going to assume that this is one that I can read, but I don't know for sure. I'm also running out of room for all my texts. So scale-wise, I don't even remember what my highest scale is. It's probably quite low, actually. Is it really Hill and Hollow? Jesus. Okay, so three from Hill and Hollow, one from Health. So that's 4 to... Wait a minute. Horns and Ivories starts me with 4. Okay, so 4 from Horns and Ivories, 5 from Health, 2 from Fear brings it up to 7, and then the Hourglass. So yes, we are able to read it, but it's all hands on deck, and I'm not going to be able to use the Health for other things. Alright, chat. This is my jam. I could offer my assistant something to eat. This will also increase their aspects. Also, it's just friendly. Book time. Wait a minute. I may not be able to use the whist now that I think of it. Oh, hell. Okay, Path and Pilgrim. No, it takes scale. Brilliant. I lucked out on that one. Oh, but it probably won't take the Gossip. Nope. Sacre bleu! I don't think the Vagabond desk helps me here. Well, no, because I can't make the winter work, or the whist work. I always keep forgetting this desk, so... maybe. It's not going to be Path and Pilgrim. Okay, let me just... First thing I need to do is find out what I need for this text. 6. Oh, hell. I need 3. So yeah, I think I do need Path and Pilgrim on this one after all. Which again is fair enough because I can still use the fascination for it. It just means that this whist goes to waste today. Well, it's not a full waste, like I just make money, but yeah, I keep like I'm always just a little too clever for my own good on some of this stuff. Like what I wind up doing is I wind up just measuring the brute force approach, failing to recall that I need I also need to keep in mind what desk I'm using. So it's not the end of the world. I will use my whist at the Sweet Bones. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone knows their letters. In the meantime, I am going to catalog first, and then we'll study the relevant book at the end. Because the hope here is that I'm going to be able to turn this Faust into a more regular... like I'm going to cure the Faust as soon as I can. I've already got the water that I need. But again, you know, we'll take advantage of the fact that I can generate the memories I need. We've been able to, like, so I've opened more rooms than I thought I was going to be able to. So that's one nice unexpected bonus. And then on top of that, we've been, like, every book that we've been able to read, we've been going through. Now we're on to the stuff that we bought from Oriflamme's. So I keep getting the wrong room for this. The Perilous Path. This route was never safe, even before the last round of storms had their way with it. So this will be a nice to have. Like, I want to unlock everything, but I'm probably going to wait for the Moon Brigade on this one. I don't think I want to give up Jam to make that happen. Hey, Traveling at Night Volume 3. The Annotated Dream Journals of Christopher Lopley, sometimes called the only readable occultist, illiterate, entertaining, bewildering. That's a piece of cake. And I believe that is it for uncatalogued books. Like, I know I didn't exactly go over this. Whoa. Oh, right. Sorry, it was this room. I didn't exactly go over the new rooms with a fine-tooth comb, but I don't know. It's not like books are that hard to see. I would be surprised if we had I'd be surprised if we had sort of a surprise uncatalogued book kicking around. I do need to open the crates, though. I also need to get Sickle and Eclipse. We're either going to need to spend money recovering the Tryst, or that's going to be a 2-day job, which means I probably have 2 days of 2 days of sickness ahead of me. The Wonderful Shape, a 10 Grail Kilisimi text. We could probably do this. So Tradisma gives me 6 with the tool, 8 with the... No, because we don't have Arab. I'll take a risk with it, but Like it's not one that we're guaranteed. It's actually one that will be rather difficult for us to do. Okay. I think the time has come for Just Verse. Why am I an idiot? I believe it is the confounding parable I need. Because it has sky. I can never remember which one's portions and proportions. I think 3? No. Not even close. So, I mean, there's a bunch of books that... this one, I don't need anything. This one, I'm going to need a fear memory. This one, I'm generating the memory that I need. So only one of these needs a memory. Let's see what we found. Oh, that's interesting. Boathouse. The best way to come to Brandkrug unnoticed. Most recently, an unofficial means for Suppression Bureau officials to come and go. The boat is gone, the sea remains. That is, of course, the way it usually works. Discard objects here or release beasts. I'm curious what happens if I put in some effort, but yeah, this doesn't seem to have anything special going for it. Which always makes me think, like, generally when I see rooms like this and rooms like this, it makes me think I just haven't found the purpose for it yet. But we'll see. Sometimes it's okay to just have a room. This is okay, right? Okay, submerged sea caves. The sea has claimed these caves. The tide thunders below. I'll need to find some way to lower the water level before I can enter. So this has to have heart. Oh, interesting. Circumstance. Something that is so, but only for now. Circumstances disappear in the season of Numa. So not only is it not heart... Oh, I don't think I've ever had a circumstance, actually. I'm still discovering new things. So I need a circumstance with moon or scale. If I don't have the right memory out of this, I'm going to be very cranky. I am not cranky. All right. Sounds like a good way to finish an evening while you're feeling particularly lightheaded. Read Christopher Olopoly's poetry. But only with a lunar globe beside you. Alright, Rose, Journey's End. I can master this mystery. Just Verse, a rare surviving copy of Christopher Olopoly's notoriously unsuccessful volume of experimental poetry published in 1912. Overall, I'm pretty happy where things are. I'm interested in this. Like, the real information I got out of this is the idea of circumstance. So that's going to be something for me to follow up on. Is it the sort of thing I would have, given up Jam for? I don't know. It depends how many Rose mysteries are waiting for us in other parts of the game. Daybreak, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. Alright, a gale. So this is a heart and sky matter. I believe we had a heart task, yes. So we need 12 hearts. Yeah. So I don't think there's a way of this working with Mrs. Kill, but let's... First of all, I think my heart entry is wrong. So it says 11 or 12 for the heart, and I don't believe that anymore. Okay, so 12 there. It's good to double check. Okay. Yeah, so the smoky chamber is our new target. Now, I'm going to do the hypothetical. So let's just say for... Actually, okay. I'm probably going to wrap up reasonably soon. But I don't know why. I need to go to the bathroom again. And this will give me a chance to just do the notes and all of that. So I'll make it quick. I'll try to make it only like a... I'll only try to make it like a minute or so. But I'm sorry. I do actually need to go, and I'd rather not get like a water bottle and pretend that I'm staying with the stream this long. So again, I won't be going too much longer. I'm already 2 hours past, but I am enjoying this game. So I'll be back in a minute or two. I will run ads again, just so in case somebody comes in for the last little bit, they won't get hit with the pre-roll. But I encourage you all to get up, have a stretch, otherwise take care of yourselves, and we will be back for at least a little bit more Book of Hours. So see you in a bit. Okay, sorry about that. So that's actually a lot easier than I thought it would be. Also, I see... holy crap, there's a bunch of stuff that just happened in the... Cool. Sorry, I just saw sort of a Twitch friend of mine. Suddenly their Discord came alive, which was wonderful to see. Okay. So, it turns out if we can get a heart follower, it's quite easy. So we start, let's assume that we get one of the mysterious travelers. So for heart, it's a gale, so we get 3 off of that, which is 7. We can give them a tool, which turns it up to 8. And then if we give them the health, the element of the soul, so 4, 7, 8. So we get 9 sort of as the table stakes. Our goal is 12. So then that's a question of, one, what inputs they might be able to take, but more importantly, what we can give them as far as food and drink are concerned. Now, food is actually pretty easy. Sack of vegetables is the most obvious one. And if we need... Oh yeah, honey's also simple. I seem to remember there was like a 2 heart for one of these other ones. Although I could be wrong, and I could just be misremembering a lot of Grail influence. Or nectar, I mean. Yeah, because honestly, the more I'm looking, the more I'm seeing a lot of single hearts. Which is fine. I was actually kind of banking on only having the 1 heart for food, but what that means is that I need to find the 2 heart for the drink. And I can never remember. So in the worst case, it's Ruby Wise Ruin. But I feel like Thyrsa's Cordial... Nope. How you doing, Dendrian? It is merely a reflection of the player's state. That's bananas. I could have sworn we had... more heart drinks. That actually really messes with my plan. If I don't have... I mean, maybe not so much this time around, just because the Ruby Wise Ruin is an outside option, but that is killing a fly with an anvil. But sure looks like it. So again, pairs easy to give up. Those are pretty regular. But you'd think I had more heart drinks. And it does not appear to be so. So that's like Ruby Wise Ruin is definitely something that I'm going to put very high on my list of stuff that I want to get. In fact, Fragrant Chalice. Let's just see what it takes to... I never remember where this is. Fragrant Chalice in summer. Okay, so we're just getting to the season for harvesting that. Okay, well, again, I do have a Ruby Wise Ruin in the break glass scenario. So Ruby Wise Ruin and then a I don't know, vegetables or something like that. So the thing is, it's a 1 in 6. I mean, the other thing is we wait for a storm potentially, but that's a little hopeful. So here's what I'm thinking. Let's plan out the books that we need. So I would have to use my health for covering the hissing key. Now, as far as the remaining texts are concerned, that's it. I don't have anything else that I can contribute. So there is actually a fairly strong argument at this point. So like, there's 2 things that I can try and do. Either one, I can use my elements of the soul to just get more stuff. So that would be like the Trist and the health. So I guess Trist health, Faust, just because of the gulls. And then following that, we keep hitting the sweet bones until we get a traveler that we want. And I actually don't think that's a terrible idea. It did actually just occur to me here that the Trist is required for Sickle and Eclipse as well. Okay. So I think I'm going to have to make some choices in terms of... Okay, well, one way or the other, we know we're not going to use the shop for anything but baiting travelers to come in. So let's start with that. Seek unusual help when visitors might be passing through. So if we can't make use of the gale, so be it. We have, there will be other days, but we've had a pretty good run of it so far in terms of just being able to get stuff done. Use my eloquence to be eloquent. Breaking new ground here. Alright, Elopoli is clearly more interested in the occult than in the aesthetic aspects of the work. By most measures, the rhymes are contrived, the meter inconsistent, the imagery banal. Still, even the worst verses have a compelling quality, and I find myself drumming my fingers on the desk to accompany their rhythms. Now the thing here is that it's not like heart... the deal here is it's not just heart or quit. It's heart or, how else might we apply this visitor? But as fortune would have it, we've got a fugitive skulking nearby. So someone's taken a room upstairs for the night. He hasn't shown his face, but the village is abuzz with gossip. The fugitive provides scale, edge, and heart. So I am assuming, given the luck that we have had with followers at this point, there's at least one person just screaming at their monitor, "You gotta be kidding me!" But what can I say? I just play the game, right? I'll hire this one for the day. So the health is now spoken for, at least at the start. I might still try and go for the fear, but maybe we'll use the fear with Sickle and Eclipse first. So I'm going to use the Tryst to move up Sickle and Eclipse as well. Actually, with that in mind, we can use the Whist to get the fear. Because we weren't going to use this for anything anyway. Well, that or I use it for the text. No. Let's focus on our current needs. So, exorcism for girls. I can't even remember which shelf this was on. There we go. You had 3 of the same painter one day? That's fascinating. Yeah, I'm not surprised that they stack just because there's a pretty clear... I mean, I'm sure you know this from Cultist Simulator, but it's the uniqueness that the blue gradient is what communicates uniqueness. The thing that's kind of funny about Book of Hours is that I don't think there's ever a point where it explains uniqueness. At least in the case of Cultist Simulator, it had unique written on the card, whereas in Book of Hours it's more just implied by the presence of the blue gradient. But on the other hand, I think most people are kind of clear on how that works. It may be confusing the first time they get hit by it, but in general, I think they understand. All right. Hired. So let's start with the health. I'm ready to lend my limbs. So we'll do that so that we can go to the Sweet Bones and recover our health. In the afterword, Elopoli discusses mnemonic holometaboly, by which he seems to mean a sort of crafting process where memories, when fed into a preliminary meter technique in the presence of enough knock or rows, can blossom and fissure into more potent versions of themselves. Okay, so this is rather good. Hey, where'd my pen go? So I am starting to get to the limit. Like if I can find something that will boost, if I can find something that'll boost like give myself a big rose memory, for instance. Now all of a sudden I don't need to start giving up the jam. So it's lovely how the crafting recipes are tucked into the books. If you read, you advance. If you skim, maybe you can... Yeah, so this is... I mean, the other thing that I like about this, and I think this is one case where this is a little more merciful than Cultist Simulator. So one thing that I found very helpful for getting the most out of the texts in Cultist Simulator was when I had solved a puzzle. It was like how to get to one of the doors in the Mansus. And then I read one of the earlier texts. And it basically sort of says, hey, here's how you can get to this door. And like, you know, it's still a little bit of a puzzle because it gives it like the, you know, how like the stag door is also called the hunter's door and things like that. So it gives you a little bit to chew on. But the thing I really liked about it wasn't that it helped me with that particular problem. What it did do, though, was it revealed to me that there was actually an answer hiding in plain sight. That rather than me sort of like banging my head against a wall and like relying on some of the hints that the game, the more explicit hints that the game would give, that there was actually a text in the game that would have allowed me to find that in a slightly more elegant way. And of course, the nice thing about that is that it kind of tweaks your antenna so that the next time you look a little bit more closely. But you're absolutely right. And actually, one thing I particularly like about it, and I think this is probably what you're hinting at, is that the keeper level recipes don't have hints. So like you've got the scholar level, which will say, add a liquid. Whereas if you want to make the Incastum Terminale, the only way you're going to know that beyond brute force is by actually reading the texts and seeing the details here. And this is why I like the fact that you can reread the books, because there's a mechanical reason for it. You want to get your memory back. But there's also the practical benefit of, there's only so many times you can pass this without letting your curiosity get the better of you. And then that's kind of where hopefully you make a discovery similar to the one that I made in Cultist Simulator, which is, oh, hey, actually this isn't just the developers being fancy. There's meaning behind these words. You read books? Fill your mind with other people's thoughts? But yeah, that's going to be one that I follow up with at some point, and I've added it to the list. So for those curious, we are now up to 133 entries, although I would knock two of those off, one for the title line and then one because there's a blank entry, and I'm like 99% sure one of the books changed its name over the course of the beta. All right. We're going to have to kick the Tantras upstairs. They take up too much space. So what are we looking at with preliminal meter? That's a level 3, so basically it's going to wind up in the same place as Sickle and Eclipse. No, Sickle and Eclipse is going to turn into 4, I think. It used to be with Sharps, but yeah. Okay, so part of this needs to be building out the day in such a way that I get all the things I need as quickly as I can. So traveling at night is a piece of cake. I just throw Edict's Liminal at it, but I need to use my Fascinated Faust or my existing Faust, and the hope was that this Faust would be used with the gulls. So the first thing that I want is... Okay, we're already getting a fear. So we'll get the contradiction from the Wainscot histories, and then we just need to find a moon from somewhere. I'm going to scream "You only YOLO" once and use Sights and Sensations with Fost to go to the Gull Colony. No, I'm not. Yes, I am. Gathered Spring. The birds are furiously vigilant. Yep, coins are not things. Okay, did I lose my mind, or... What did I use my health on? Oh, that's right, I'm using it with the fugitive. Alright, fugitive assistance. Hold your noise, called the terrible voice as a man started up from among the graves at the side of the church porch. A fearful man, in all coarse grey, with a great iron on his leg, a man with no hat, and with broken shoes and an old rag tied around his head. Okay. I know there are some stories of me being a big old troll, so tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. So, if I was a troll... They say hip or his leg. Anyways, should be on his leg. If I wanted to live up to my reputation of being a big old troll, I would put threepence inside so that I'd have a penny and all of you would lose your minds. Or I could put the tuppence in and not have to fiddle with change. It is spring and the landlady has served me a slice of stargazy pie with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. Alright, what the hell else do I want to do? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Everything. Absolutely everything. So first of all, I've not actually written down the fugitive's stats. So unsurprisingly, it is 444, but it is nice to double check these things before you jump in. Oh wait, it's 5 in heart and scale. I should have done that before I committed the health, but I already know it. So we can throw the gale at him right away. Talk about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. And if I was thinking, I would have seen the other things that he would accept, but there's still time. Okay, so right now this is going to go towards improving Sickle and Eclipse. We'll worry about the next step later. And I think I might have overdone it on Sickle and Eclipse, if I'm completely honest. No, we still need to... yeah, no, we've got exactly what we need. Because Pattern has Forge, so... Alright, let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. So he takes Elements of the Soul, Memory, Tool, Beverage, and Sustenance. So, nothing too special there. We will give him the Mop and Bucket, because I don't trust him with Cake Time. I can lend my assistant something to help increasing their abilities. You'll still be able to use the tool. Alright, so we will not wait. Let's boost Sickle and Eclipse as quickly as I can. Obviously we're leaving something for the next day, but that's fine. I think we already said that was going to be a 2-day job, and we have Preliminal Meter to worry about still. That one's actually sort of desirable. It's like, it doesn't give me any rows that I don't already have from Path and Pilgrim, but being able to spread that over scale and knock stations is something that will save me from that previous problem that I ran into. Okay, so I'm gonna use the Foss to get Fear again, because if I can, I would like to try and use the health to read the... So like basically, by the end of today, we should be able to read the Hissing Key and Traveling at Night Volume 3. So, obviously the first priority is getting the Fugitive up to the relevant amount of heart, but... and actually what I should be doing is ransacking the place to try and find anything with two heart that isn't Ruby-wise Ruin, because I'm going to cry if I have to use it. Well, okay, not entirely true. The Sacrament Calcite would be the thing that I cry if I have to use it, but... Actually, hang on a minute. Regensburg Bomb is not a beverage? I don't even know if I have any. Oh, right, no, it's a bomb, and that wouldn't be a beverage. Jesus Christ. Sorry, this is what happens when I... Yeah, I think I'm just going to have to accept... I'm going to have to accept that life is sometimes full of disappointments, and that I chose Ruby-wise Ruin as an input. One, because I've got a few of them, but two, because it is technically renewable for me. It's just difficult. But given the fact that I was willing to use multiple elements of the soul to try and hire certain people, I shouldn't be afraid of like throwing... I shouldn't be afraid of like throwing stuff at... Ooh, 9. Hang on. Let me make sure I got the numbers right here. Okay, so we've done the Grail. We've done the Element of the Soul. Okay, so... No, not... Jesus Christ. Okay, Heart, Memory, Tool, Element of the Soul, Ruby-wise Ruin. I'm getting something wrong here. So he's at 9. I need him at 12. He goes from 9 to 11. Right, okay, sorry. It's because I thought it was a 13 heart, so... We are going to make him eat an entire sack of onions. I can offer my assistant something to eat. This will also increase their aspects. Also, it's just friendly. Sure. Forcing someone to eat a sack of onions is exactly the sort of friendly neighbor, the very neighborly gesture one would make. All right. A gull's egg. At Brandkrug, even the hours are kind, and yet the years are kinder. This egg may stay viable quite a while yet. If they didn't charge so much, I would have washed it, but actually preliminal meter is going to be moving up, so that can stay there. Sickle and Eclipse goes on the threshold of 4. Give me my fear. I'm not implying that I'm going to eat you, but I'm just going to keep you in the kitchen for safekeeping. If I wind up eating the egg that gives me the living relic, I am going to be very sad. Alright. Now, sadly, for all of you watching, you are never going to hear the end of the fact that I had to give up this Ruby-Wise Ruin. A ruddy liquor wrung from flowers, even when the flowers aren't red. I can offer my assistant something to drink. I'm going to be inconsolable over the fact that I had to give up a Ruby-Wise Ruin. It is literally the worst thing that has ever happened to someone in gaming, ever. Alright. Let's read a book at the Pale Desk. But I'm going to get my serpent-styled glass. It's important that you have a timer. You can't spend too long on a page. This isn't a math textbook. And I'm scared of math. And what else? And I have 4 scale worth of math that I'm throwing at it. God damn it, did I get this wrong? No, horns and ivories, right. So, hunting makes me understand math better. The Hissing Key, an account of the ascent of the hour called the Mother of Ants by the Both scholar Mech of the Theban branch of the House of Leith. So this is one thing that kind of interests me. Bosk, so this is obviously an adjusted description of a text, right? So I don't believe we have heard of texts like this. It's not the first time we've run into Mech, but in Cultist Simulator, it does not refer to Mech as a Bosk scholar. And I guess the thing that kind of interests me is there seems to be some association with Bosk and Nectar. I'm not like 100%, but well, actually, there isn't any nectar here, but there is the nectar for the malachite. Wait, so why did I think there was a nectar connection with Bosk? This is bugging me now. There wouldn't be any information from the Tree of Wisdoms because the Tree of Wisdoms only includes the real principles. Obviously, Secret Histories wasn't a real principle, so why the hell did I think there was something relevant about Nectar and Bosk? It can't be because it's green. Something for me to consider in the future. I'm not going to waste too much time on that now. Anyways, so we've locked in the text that we needed for this. I think we're just going to read Traveling at Night Volume 3. Anything left over is nice. We'll just use the Foss to make things. Traveling at Night Volume 3, the annotated dream journals of Christopher Olopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist. Literate, entertaining, bewildering. I do at some point want to reorganize the... there's a few things. So there's the Triple Knot, there's the Ordo Lamea. I think I've got a couple of books that I wanted to combine, but that's something for another time. down to the Grussians. This has boosted their aspects appropriately. I am never going to get this right. All right, the smoky chamber. The room is almost untouched, but little fires still burn here, blithely ignoring the absence of fuel, filling the room with 7 years of smoke. Could be dangerous. You go first. Mech is not sympathetic to the mother of ants, who he calls the milk thief. He reviles her for her part in the death of the 7 coils, which he presents as a treacherous conspiracy. I was going to ask, I actually know there's a couple of fairly knowledgeable lore people inside of chat, so I was originally going to ask this, but I now know better, but there is one other hour that we have talked about before, who is involved in the slaying of the 7 coil. So David Green. Now we've seen this name, and I think we have a number, like a librarian number to assign to him. I just don't recall immediately what that was, but let's read what's going on. So, Crucible Tower, Governor's Office. The Governor's Office, quietly luxurious, at least by the standards of the Kukurbit. Collars was devoted to his cause and his service, but he did insist on his little pleasures. A typewriter, now they call it unromantic. In 50 years, it'll be the most romantic thing in the room. Oh, and it counts as blank. Interesting. So, the governor's desk. The desk as severe and practical as Collars himself. Listen, if I can practice auroral contemplations at it, I all of a sudden have a lot more sympathy for Collars. Look, the man had a job to do, and he did it well. So, anyways. Bookshelf, which I've just cleaned out, and genealogical chart. 6 years ago, King George's heir, King Edward, killed him in a quarrel over Edward's womanizing. The kingdom was saved from constitutional collapse by Henry Huddleston Abney Hastings, 13th Count of London, who claimed descent through the Plantagenet line. Heaven lift the new king. So we have a name to the new king. And a hell of a lot of history here. So that is going to be something for me to contemplate for the next month or so. The Stifling Chamber needs 13 Forge or 13 Winter. 13 Winter, I mean, okay, we're not like a Winter machine, but Winter is actually one of those things I'm a bit more happy to see because we can reliably generate extra Winter power. So let's just take a minute here and game it out. So for Winter, 2 from a memory, 4 from a drink, 2 from Element of the Soul. Oh, that's right. I think we actually needed to use wood with Mr. Oh, no, wait, but that was with Mr. Kill, so. 4, 8, 10, 12. Oh, yeah, that's a piece of cake. No, hang on. Where do I get the remaining 1? Because I don't have a Winter instrument. That may actually be something I need to think about. Or we wait for the snow. Hang on. The most desirable room, because that sure looks like a phonograph. Alright, Maze Cell requires 14 Grail, 14 Moth, or 14 Scale. I think we already worked out with the cells. Cool. I was going to be waiting another day to get the things upgraded anyway, but Yeah, let's... obviously, we're going to have some improvements for the... from the text we're reading anyway. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. But in this case, let's just finish the remaining texts. We'll see what we're up against as far as leveling up books. And I don't know if I have another day in the game in me. We're almost at double the runtime. But I'm curious. Alright, Elopolis' disquisitions on fire and the unburnt god are interrupted by passages of distractingly erotic poetry addressed to the Baldamera. And to reach the stag door, I believe that all you really need is to want something enough, but I've never wanted anything that much, except of course Baldamera. And I'm very much afraid that the knot in the story is this. What Baldamera wants is the stag door. But here's something I learned in Persia. Perhaps it'll teach you what you want. There is, incidentally, a little bit more to that story if you have seen the... I don't know if it quite counts as secret. There's some extra letters. I believe this is one of the letters in there anyway. But yeah, there's a secret in the game. Oh, we got another pattern. All right. Yeah, there's a secret fairly early on in the game, and I mean really early on in the game. That is a slight hint. Which, if you like lore, there's definitely some stuff waiting for you. Okay, door and wall. So lots of knock skills, but relatively weak ones. Like Edict's Liminal is the one that we're really far along on. Still, I'm never going to complain about more lore. Or not more lore, more skills. It's just a question of making sure that we have the right path to moving them up. So basically this is Shapt time. So it's Shapt and Trist are going to be the two heroes for tomorrow. As far as the hissing key, so Mech is not sympathetic to the Mother of Ants, who he calls the Milk Thief. He reviles her for her part in the death of the Seven Coils, which he presents as a treacherous conspiracy. The Milk Thief conspires with the Legion Echidna and the Hour to be called Chiliarch, now more generally rendered as Colonel, to enseam the Seven Coils with feathers and drown her in salt. The Colonel thus ascends to Hour status. The jealous Milk Thief, once the Colonel's priestess, seduces Echidna into lending her the hissing key to enter the Mansis through the Savage Door, beginning her own ascent to Name and ultimately Hour. Man, these Hours, they seem kind of mean. Jesus. Well, okay, I probably shouldn't have been surprised that they'd be knock-oriented for the hissing key. Okay, so there is a little bit of good news here, which is that until I start until the cataloging is done, there's nothing else for me to work with. So that means we can kind of go all hands on deck, getting, well, one of two things, either trying to hire someone or trying to level these things up. So, like I said, the Shapt and the Trist are spoken for now. And I think what we'll do is we'll wait to see what the weather brings. Oh, hang on. I definitely should be making use of the Faust. So, Witching to Sane. Surely I can make a Witching to Sane. Not with that attitude. So I need Moon and Lantern or Grail and Lantern. There we go. Reading room desk. So the obsession with Witching to Sane right now is... You're kidding me. Oh, Furs and Feathers. Good God. The obsession with Witching to Sane is that I don't quite have what it takes to make Ruby Wise Ruin on its own. And so if I stock up on Witching to Sane, I can use that as an input to creating Ruby Wise Ruin. If I don't, then I'm sort of stuck. Also, there's absolutely no reason why I shouldn't have been cataloging these books, because that would have been more sensible. Jesus. It would have been far more sensible use of the time, actually, because I might have been able to read one of these. All right, Rain. Not at all helpful for these. Maybe I'll make a Ruby Wise Ruin out of it. I don't know. Now, Grail, I guess Grail-wise, that's slightly helpful. If I can somehow get the 14 Grail for the... Okay, I think for starters, I'm going to use the Faust at the Sweet Bones, just verifying that, yeah, none of these are going to contribute to the visitors. So what visitors might be passing through. We'll take a shot at this. I don't know if I want to keep repeating it. But I think I'm going to focus on, let's get Sickle and Eclipse locked in. Once we have that, so that's the tryst spoken for. I feel I placed that in the right spot. Wait, so they'll put the Ruby Wise Ruin, but they won't let me... God, Weather Factory. Villains. There we go. Okay, Sickle and Eclipse. Where the hell did I put it? Are you doing a special run where you don't commit your skills? I'm nowhere near as skilled as you, but I do have many more aspects I don't quite understand. Sure, I get this a lot. So it's not a hard... So, like, it's not a challenge run, basically. But the origin of this is basically I did play this game in the beta. And what I'd found was, you know, for some of them, I committed the skills. For the other ones, I sort of held back. And like, if I'm honest with myself, there was a style that I tried where it was sort of like regret minimization. So I didn't want to, like, commit a skill and then suddenly find out that I had a whole bunch of lessons learned. But even then, like, the game already protects you from that, because you can just use the lessons for something else to make them go even higher. So it's not even that I'm trying to prevent that, really. But what I do tend to find is that a restriction like this really helps me learn other parts of the game that I wouldn't necessarily have explored. So, like, I don't mind that you asked the question, by the way, but just to, like, give you an idea, I get a lot of comments on the YouTube archives for this. Like, just today, straight up, someone said, "Commit your skills to the tree." Like, not a request, not even an instruction, a command. And on that one, like I said, is like, oh, thanks, I'll just delete the videos. And I mean, I do feel slightly mixed feelings about this, because the person's like, no, I like watching them, just you need to commit your skills. And I'm like, do you not maybe see how you can phrase that in a more polite way? yeah, exactly. So, like, I'm just to give you an idea in terms of the context of where this is. So, I have committed one of the skills, and in my naivete, I thought that committing one skill would at least reveal to the audience that I would, you know, that I know how the mechanic works and that I'm making a choice. But no, I mean, it's the internet, right? So if it's not something that person's ever thought of, then it's wrong. It basically is kind of the way the internet thinks. But it's a perfectly reasonable question. So, like, I don't mind that people ask it. I just mind when they tell me to do things as opposed to ask. So, there isn't a good answer to this in the sense that, like, clearly I have decided to commit something. And I'll be honest with you, this Whist has been remarkably helpful. So when you commit Glass the Keeper to Hushery, you get a Whist. There you go. Spoiler alert. But again, some of the fun has been to get, this far in the game without committing committing skills for elements of the soul, because we can't access Mrs. Kill. Just outright, we don't have a Grail element of the soul. We can get Denzel through health, but we can't level him up as high as we would if we had metal. We've been able to talk to Reverend Timothy because he's our initial one. But it sort of just started off as like, how far can I get before I... and what's a librarian without skill in Hushery? I mean, it's where the name came from. So it sort of started off as just sort of I wonder how far I can get until I commit these things. And the answer wound up being actually really far. And so at this point now, just because I've been able to get this far, there've definitely been a couple of points where it would make a lot of sense. So like, I was reluctant to give up the jam for the two the 2 rows, and like 2 rows is something that I could be easily get with a FET. But again, as you say, it can be kind of fun to see what the constraints are. And like I said, I've learned a lot more about making the most of your hirelings as a result of this. My YouTube playthrough, I'm a bit more willing to commit skills. But even then, one example, and I will answer the question if Lipty in a minute. But I did just want to point out another... I'm not going to do the full comparison because I think I've done it like 3 times today. But like, because I'm rather invested in the world of the secret histories, and a little knowledge can be a dangerous thing. I can never remember the skill though. Edicts Inviolable, I think. So for this one, when I saw... So like, metal would be really helpful in my YouTube playthrough. It says, the mare in the tree is not the youngest hour, but she is the youngest hour of Calyptra, for she has been born many times in many places. The red flower on the watchman's tree is the fire fueled by truth, and without it the tree would fall, as all horomachists know. And I'm like, mare in the tree, I'm not comfortable with this one. I'm taking this away. And then if you put it in preservation, it's night. The velvet is not the oldest hour, but she is the oldest hour of Calyptra. The black flower on the watchman's tree is the preservation of secrets, and without it, the tree would fall. This is a matter of preservation. Now, not everybody is going to feel the same way about the mare and the tree. In fact, some people may not know what they are, or also, who cares? I want my metal, right? But what I have found, and in the interview I did with Weather Factory, this actually came up, that... it is kind of fun that people can get invested enough in the world of this game that they actually feel somewhat like they feel like some choices may be uncomfortable ones by committing certain things to the Tree of Wisdoms. And so as a result, having this drawer full of skills, it gives me a little more flexibility. I'm not, like I said, I said earlier that I'm not going to like A/B test every single skill to see what the best outcome is. I still have what I want as the Twiceborn, but it is sort of nice that by holding back, I've been able to appreciate just how much detail there is in terms of some of the different paths. And so, the sort of world described by the Tree of Wisdoms will be quite different than perhaps if I was committing them as I go. The one thing I feel a bit bad about on that one is there have been a couple of people who said that they want to restart their playthrough now that they know that there's differences in the Tree of Wisdom. And I think like that's unfortunate, because some of the fun of that is just to say, it's like, oh God, I didn't realize what a significant choice I was making at that moment. And you can build an entire playthrough around, meddling with forces beyond your comprehension, and how do you undo that early mistake that maybe you felt uncomfortable with once you sort of read up on what some of these things are. Obviously you're making commitments to the Tree of Wisdoms before you've read all of these texts, and so as a player of the game, you're gaining a greater understanding of the secret histories, and maybe deciding that there are some things that maybe you would have done differently, as the game says. And by the way, the game anticipates this, right? It says when you commit your journal, there are choices, and so there must be regrets. And so, in this situation here, I just think it's a much more interesting playthrough to say, now that you have a greater understanding of this world and the consequences of certain choices, how do you bend, the arc of history towards the sort of outcome that you're looking for? So, nicely done. There is always the U tree. But anyways, so there was the question about what I'm sorry to filibuster your question there, Iflipti. So I'm the Twiceborn, the Amberfleck Journal, and for that I started with Faust and Shapt, which were the first choices I made in the demo, and I would probably say is the closest reflection of the things I think are most interesting and I sort of value the most, both as a person but also in terms of things that I think are neat in the secret histories. I know they are not the developers' favorites, though. The developers don't understand their own creation and what's best about it, but they make good games, so I forgive them. All right, Sir David Green, 8th Librarian and former Nocturnal Branch Superintendent. Owner of a fine mustache. I guess I should make some decisions, huh? So we're waiting to see what we would get from the unusual help, but that doesn't mean that we can't deal with Sickle and Eclipse, so... I'm actually curious, because we've got a little bit of a rotation in terms of audience, and Ellen Ripley, if you're still around, I'd love to know what you're thinking of playing first, but what were the first legacies or soul combinations? What are the ones that people were interested in, or what made you decide to go down the path that you were interested in? I've gotten some really interesting ones just by messing around with the start, so I've got a few saves that I haven't deleted just because oh man, every single passerby that we get is it's all bangers all the time. This is amazing. So yeah, the poet, I'm pretty sure the poet was a piece of cake for us, but I actually need to take the time to sort out that I'm getting... So I think, weirdly enough, I'm missing one piece of the puzzle. Metal's text description got you the ability to make meaning. Cool. Yeah. No, that's a good one. I have my sympathies with Metal, but it's a little bit like, when I put on a shirt, it's not that I hate the other shirts in my my wardrobe, but I can only wear one shirt at a time. Well, technically you can wear more than one shirt at a time, but I think you get the idea. I went with Faust and Shapt just because of the order. You just remember enjoying Forge and Court. Didn't know what you were doing, chose Metal, and ended up with an edge-based legacy. So here's the funny thing. Again, I can never quite remember what the other, what the extras are for the characters, but I actually think I need to wait for Winter at this point, because I get the 4 Winter from the Poet, I get the 4 from the Drink, and I get 2 from the Memory. So 4 starter Winter, 4 from the Drink, which is 8. Right now, for the Memories, I can go up to 2 Winter. And with Whist, I can go up to 2 winter, which gets me 12. The catch is that, so far as I can tell, I don't have a winter tool yet. And I don't have any winter food. I've checked fairly comprehensively for winter food. I'll even check it again. But unless I can give some other kind of input, or unless I can get some other higher level winter... Wait, are you serious? The Pale Marrow wins the day. Ha ha! Hello, DTG16. No, it is the Pale Marrow. In Brankrug, they take marrow seriously. This marrow is redolent of sorrow. I'll hire this one for a day. A poet has come to the Sweet Bones seeking inspiration, which mostly seems to mean drinking, but also complaining. So I do also have the option of using them for. I do also have the option of using them for for the moth as well. So actually, let's just take a quick peek, because I do have Skin Shuck Mead. Oh, do I not have moth challenges anymore? 14 moth. Welcome to Flavor Country. And that would use up my Tryst. But frankly, if I can... Okay, let's just window shop for a minute, because I'm pretty sure the Skin Shuck Mead... Ah, hell. I want both. So they also take flower. Oh, beautiful. I should have known, too. So is it blue? Yeah, we don't even need to worry about giving up the marrow. But for the sake of the argument, if I wanted to use him for his moth, actually, I seem to recall there's a riddle that we can use as well. Yeah. So the name day riddle actually also helps. So again, the table stakes on this one should actually be 10 once we get the highest level memory that we can apply. And then from that, knowing that I can give them a flower... Actually, I don't think we have any mothy flowers. Shame on me. Which is funny, because you'd think, like, flowers are kind of mothy. Okay, so the Skin Shuck Mead is overkill at that point. Well, I think just the big thing right now is I need to use the Tryst for leveling things up. So I'm window shopping the moth stuff, but I'm doing it sort of knowing that I'm not going to I'm not actually going to use it. But yeah, I mean we start with 10. So if we can't come up with if we can't come up with another 4 moth, and honestly, I think the Skin Shuck Mead is the answer to that. Jesus Christ, we already have 6. Yeah, that one's easy mode. So let's get to work. So we'll watch for what lies ahead. Looks like we're already... Yeah, so I'm going to need to make sure that I talk to him... I get Keon at Abydos before too long. I can't believe I can still get the blue crown. So again, I'm probably putting off leveling this stuff up, but we're like Numa's in the rearview mirror right now, so I think we're still making the appropriate choices here. Although it'd be nice if I could find out something to do with the rain. It's maybe a conversation for another time. All right. Drink the preparation H. I can offer my assistant something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. It's not still. I got the fascination from doing special work at the Sweet Bones. So I had them cured, and then I was refascinated. And in this case, I've just been using it as a sort of a renewable element of the soul. All right, I've completely lost track of what I was trying to do. So we were getting a... yeah, an element of the soul, but we can... Here, eat a flower. To put thy pale lost lilies out of my... Actually, okay, I want to know, does the quote change if I give him the Grail one? No. Fading flowers may provide inspiration. I more or less did an action that I knew would fascinate me again. But we have gotten illness. Someone did point out on I forgot about this because again the videos get uploaded so late compared to the other stuff on YouTube, but someone was somewhat astonished at at the start of the run we wound up with three maladies on elements of the soul. And like I know again, this is completely... I don't mean this as like a slight on the people leaving these comments, but like when you looked at the forum and just there's so many people talking about the game being soft locked because they have a malady, and it's like either we have lost the meaning of the word soft or the term soft lock, or people are just not familiar with this kind of game. Like it is more difficult to play the game under a malady. You are limited in the actions that you can take, but there were also people watching the Steam stream saying, why would you ever want to avoid getting a malady? This seems awesome. Yeah, exactly. When you look at the load screen, it tells you outright, this game will not. This is not that kind of game. But on the other hand, like I get it, right? Like if you're not familiar, it's still gonna feel crappy to get hit by some of that stuff. So, but yeah, you're exactly right. It requires some out of the box thinking. And the thing is, like, I'm gonna sound like an elitist talking this way about this stuff, but I actually really liked an answer that Zach Barth. So I don't know how many of you like Zachtronics games, but I'm going to assume that there's probably some crossover between people who like at least one or two Zachtronics games and Weather Factory stuff. And like people asked him about the difficulty ramp up for the games, and I think to a certain extent he had a little difficulty with the question because I think it's premised on the idea that there's some like difficulty cliff in his games, and I suspect that probably they work rather hard to make sure that the puzzles aren't too difficult. But he did give a fairly frank answer which said that he isn't necessarily interested in like overly simplifying the the puzzles, because there is going to be a point at which someone's, skills, the puzzle exceeds someone's skills. And, at that point, that's kind of where you decide, is this interesting enough? I'm kind of paraphrasing for him, because he seems like a genuinely nice guy. But, like, basically, you decide, like, is this worth it enough to you to put the time in to overcome it? Or is this kind of where you say, I've enjoyed my time with this, but I'm out, right? Like, I've got what I wanted out of this game. And again, it's so easy with these kinds of games, right, to like do the lol, this is for smart people, get out of here, noob stuff. And that's absolutely not where this stuff is coming from. But I do think that there is something to be said for, having the kind of the conviction of like knowing that you're on the right path on a game like this. Like, there are a lot of games that try and target that middle, and I don't really think that's the place where independent games should be, right? Independent games have the advantage of the smaller budget, the more nimble response. They can afford to try something really out there and potentially fail. And the thing is that if you're trying to appeal to that median gamer, first of all, they don't really exist. But second of all, if you really are trying to target for that like largest demographic, that is immediately putting you in the field with all of the companies with multi-million-dollar marketing budgets, right? So Destiny needs to appeal to a very large number of players. Fortnite needs to appeal to a very large number of players. Cultist Simulator doesn't. Opus Magnum doesn't. Regency Solitaire, I mean, for crying out loud, Regency Solitaire is one of these perfect, I never thought I really wanted to play a solitaire game around being kind of a character in a Jane Austen novel, but it is a compelling package, right? And that is, I do not envy the people who have to make those kinds of business decisions, because I get to look at those games and say, I'm playing that or I'm not playing that. Whereas the people who have to make that business decision wind up saying, this may decide whether or not I'm able to pay my mortgage. But I mean, on the other hand, this is kind of the relationship between the customer and the creator, right? So yeah, I mean, again, my wish would be that everyone be able to play and and fall in love with Book of Hours, because it's a game that means a lot to me. But I also understand that one of the reasons that this game means so much to me is that it had the courage to sort of stand on its own 2 feet and say, this is what it is. And I mean, obviously it's got a really high score on Steam right now. I think it was at 94% the last time I checked. It kind of hovers between 96 to 94%, I've noticed. And that's after 1,000 reviews. So like that's a solid, that is a solid, reliable number. That's not just, a handful of people voting and the numbers being messed around. But yeah, I mean, the thing is that this would not be a game that I feel as strongly about if it tried to capture the Destiny audience. And I mean, the developer has a talk on a GDC talk on sort of making kind of artistic games for commercial success. So for those of you that are kind of interested in the behind the scenes stuff on gaming, there's this developer is pretty open in terms of how they make stuff and how they make those decisions. They've got a really wonderful analogy between independent games and aliens. That like independent games are Newt and AAA games are sort of the APC that lasts all of 5 minutes in the film. And if you haven't seen Aliens, shame on you. Go watch it. All right, I gotta make some decisions here. So I need a confounding parable, I think. I think we got that from Galmier 2. Yeah. So I believe I needed 3 more memories. Again, I think I've checked this like 100 times, but I'm obviously getting a bit tired, so... Yes, and then we will use the memory with the poet. Have you not seen Aliens? Have you seen the first Alien film out of curiosity? Yes, so I like actually. So here's the thing. I read a lot of those essays as like journal articles, but I mean, if there's a chance to get the signed, there's a chance to get the signed copy. Of course, I'm gonna take it. But there's The Snare of the Tree, which is his actual essay on game development. That I thought was really, really interesting. So if you're specifically interested in the like game design stuff, that is actually one I'd highly recommend that you check out. Oh, for heaven's sake. Yeah, sorry, Ellen Ripley. I didn't even... Like, clearly, that is the first thing I thought when I saw your name, that obviously you're a fan of the Aliens. I'm sorry, it's been 6 hours of streaming. I'm such an idiot. Yeah, no, Zankoshi, I have no excuse. I've known Ellen Ripley through... God, that is going to be so funny to the people watching this on YouTube because they don't get to see the chat. They just see me asking Ellen Ripley, wait, have you not seen Aliens? Oh, Christ. No, it's fine. I like that kind of humor. I mean, for crying, you've seen me in Outworlds chat. You know the kind of idiocy that I do. I'm actually kind of wondering if somebody really think that there's that stat that I talked or didn't talk about, but that stat that I suggested was in Skull and Bones. If there is, I hope someone doesn't buy the game expecting that. But yeah, no, please. If you stop being facetious like that, Ellen Ripley, I will actually be very sad. So please go ahead. You'll need to watch them. I haven't seen Alien in a very long time. Don't remember it. Watched it as a kid. Totally not traumatizing. They're really good films. I actually kind of wonder if when they were making the old Starship Troopers movie, like the one with like Casper Van Dien and Denise Richards, I kind of wonder if somebody just sat down and said, like, do we really need to make this movie? Like, isn't Aliens kind of Starship Troopers already? But I cried for madder music and for stronger wine. Obviously Hollywood's never going to say, oh, this was already a good idea. Let's not use that again. They're going to flog it to death. But like, yeah, it's kind of funny because like Aliens is already... Okay, actually, do you want to know the thing that really pisses me off about Aliens? Apparently, James Cameron wrote that around the time that he was also hired to write First Blood 2, Rambo. Oh, for sure, yeah, no, like there is room for both of those films to exist. But one thing that annoys me to no end about... Wait a minute. I think I'm missing another Edge memory. Right, because I never did the Wayne Scott histories. But yeah, apparently, basically both were due roughly around the same time, so he just evenly split his day between, like, writing Rambo and writing Aliens, and like both are very well written. I hate people like that. I struggle to write crap. Anyway, stifling chamber. No fires are visible, no scorch marks, no smoke, but this room pulses with sultry heat. My head swims as I approach the threshold. And in fact, before I do that, I think we should use the poet. Poet, inspire me with memories. I could encourage my assistant, work with them for a little while, or exalt them. Or I could just listen to whatever they might have to say. We'll do like a rap battle or something. So what I might need to do after the Sickle and Eclipse, I may just need to sort of bunt and go for the lowest level. Something in like Sickle and Eclipse, we had... yeah. So like obviously the rain's not going to cover that, so we need one more here. We still need to get the material for the shaft. So I'm thinking what we do is we find the lowest level one so that I don't need that many memories and just lock that in with the shaft before the end of the day. But before any of that, I need a contradiction. And again, we're getting close to the end of the day, so... Yeah, exactly. That's one of the reasons why I specifically put the Faust up for the extra Spintra, and that's just because I does that help me? It'll help me with preliminal meter, but preliminal meter needs a lot. Not as much as you'd think. Maybe. Probably Serpents and Venom. Well, Serpents and Venom doesn't take... yeah, I do actually need to keep an eye on what I'm doing. But yeah, no, that's kind of the reason why... it was originally because I had some books to catalog, and I haven't really been doing the book cataloging, and it's just because I have so many opportunities in terms of gaining these lessons and memories that I wanted to... I don't know. I just wanted to take advantage of the opportunity when it came up. So it is going to get a little scary with the shaft. So I do need to figure out Serpents and Venoms is my best option here. Oh, I got very lucky that that was an intuition. So we can actually lock in. We can lock in Sickle and Eclipse for starters, but now Door and Wall is the highest level one, so that would be 3 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. None of these are knock. But preliminal meter actually has a lot of rows kicking around. Interesting. Well, here's what we're going to do. Let's... Oh, wait, but my... Okay, I actually need to make a... I'm wondering if it makes more sense for me to do preliminal meter instead of Sickle and Eclipse. Nope, because Sickle and Eclipse is in the same place as preliminal meter. It would have been Door and Wall. Nope, we're good. I don't need to get clever. Usually when I get clever, you're kidding me. Oh no, that's a Trist. Jesus Christ, I need to get some sleep. Also, am I getting the confounding parable? What the hell am I getting from? No, it was a contradiction that I was getting. Okay. I may want to hold off on that then. Right, no, I see it now, so I do need to wait the 17 seconds. Yes, you can put it at lower levels, but you can actually, I can just... it's easier for me to demonstrate it. So the most extreme version I could give for you would be Sights and Sensations. So I haven't put anything in Nyctodromy. So if I wanted, I could put it at level 1. Also, I can put it at level 2 because because Hushery's got level 2 unlocked. Unfortunately, I don't have any higher ends, but basically, as long as it's an inequality, basically. So there is a way to actually break up a memory and turn it into fragments, but yeah, you don't need to go too far down. All right, so blah. So again, preliminal meter was the highest that had rows. So we use the shaft. It doesn't really matter if it's the intuition or the confounding parable, but I can use the intuition. The gossip. Oh, I do need to use the... Damn it! I'm one short. Okay, we can get the other confounding pair. Oh, right. Jesus. Okay, so we're still going to be able to upgrade Sickle and Eclipse when the time comes. I cannot believe it took me that long to figure that out. Ah! Talk to the poet one more time and then unlock the building. Okay, so obviously we have some time before we're going to need to use the Tryst. That's fine. So I suppose the question here would be, do I want to catalog a book or do I want to try and make... I guess I don't need to really worry about the rain. Well... I need to worry about the rain for the witching to sane, but what if we want to make something sterner? Desires and dissolutions. I need a flower. Haha! Brew a Grail liquor. Desires and dissolutions plus a scholar level Grail plus flower creates Ruby-wise ruin. Was that the best 90 seconds I could have spent? Nope. I should have cataloged a book. Ashimaru says, finally got here. It seems I'm lucky that the stream is longer today. Yeah, it's actually twice as long as a normal one. I may not be on for that much longer, but I have been navigating lots of skills and memories and madness and generally falling on my face doing it, but I haven't lost any memories that I wanted yet, so I suppose that's not too bad. But it's great to have you. Yeah, we're actually looking pretty good. So the only regret that I have here is there's absolutely no point for me doing this, but night has fallen, dawn will come soon. As long as we finish the conversation and open the stifling chamber before sunrise, I'm happy. But yeah, my only regret here is I should have made the Ruby-wise ruin. It was a good call on paper. The catch is I should have done it after cataloging a book. But we got more Sickle and Eclipse, which is nice. I should actually take a minute here and see if I can do something about the curses. Free revelation. And again, no fires are visible, no scorch marks, no smoke, but this room pulses with sultry heat. My head swims as I approach the threshold. So I should be a maniac for cataloging. I think what I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to do an early commitment for Serpents and Venoms and then just restore the shaft. Memories fade, assistance departs, but soul is refreshed. So, we don't have... I think I'm going to use the Faust on this one. Visitors might be passing through. Okay, sunny day. I don't think there's too much that I need to worry about on that one. It's a nice to have, though. Like, we'll make what we can of it. I'm trying to think of where to put this. I could put it in the pantry. It's getting a little bare. Okay, so yeah, I want to use this shop nice and early, so let's get Serpents and Venoms, and that is a scale or a moon, so I guess we'll get our fear out of that. And you know what? As nice as it is to get the blue crown, I think I'm good there. But let's see what we can get for the bees. So first thing I want to do is I want to try insects and nectars again, and I want to see if that winds up giving me a memory or not. I don't even know what special traveler I'm hoping to get today. I just know it would be nice to get one. Alright, what are we up against? So, Crucible Tower, Governor's Quarters. In this room, the Governor was Collars the Artist, Collars the Dreamer. It was a side of him that almost no one saw, especially when, after the death of his wife, he grew so much more solitary. That said, there is a connection to be drawn between his enthusiasm for sculpture and his ambitions for his human subjects. So much stuff. Lady Trifon, that's telling. So we've got Armagnac D's as well as Arsenic. 3 more Nocturnal books. Sculptor's Bench, Labor Seriously. We have Gervenius van Loren. This bust is cast in highly polished bronze. Now, I believe we would stick him here. But I'm going to hold off on that just to make sure that I'm not like making a leap that I shouldn't. It's easier for me to definitively say this is the smoking gun and I'm putting it here than it is for me to say, hang on, one of these is messed up and I don't remember which one I was unsure about. So it's just nice. It's a bit of discipline that I've put inside for myself, even though I'm like 99% sure there is something that has said Van Loren was the librarian before you, and he's the reason why it's such a pain in the ass to get up the stairs. I want to actually look at the text that says that before placing him. And it's just the way that I know. If I'm a stickler for that, it's basically the way that I know I'm not sure, let's say, but I'll be sure if when the series is complete. But at the very least, I can like narrow the possibilities. All right. Anyways, the charred chamber. The iron door here stands ajar, but it still glows faintly red even after all these years. This is not a natural heat, and there is no entirely natural way to quell it. So we already know we can do this with the poet, which is good. Maybe even with the moth, but I believe, yeah. That's about as difficult as the cells. Okay. Lots of books to catalog, and presumably to read. And here is the much rumored phonograph. So let's just move these out. This obviously gives us access to a few more texts. No, there may not be enough room for all of these. Don't you hate it when you just go to find a phonograph record and then you wind up walking halfway to Brandkrug? All right. Yeah, there's only room for 2. So you know what? Because this one's in a language I don't understand, we're going to put that one back. Same number of trips, so I don't feel like a complete idiot. Okay, so really an investigation of a foundered country is about the only one that I can... I suspect the Sky one's not going to be too hard because we're starting with 8 for Sights and Sensations. Phonograph, it'll never catch on. So, record, so we get 2 memories in this one. So we're starting with 7 for Sights and Sensations, 8 with the... Actually, today would have been a good day to run with that, so... we probably just throw a Storm memory at it. Yeah, something for me to think about. Let's see what the Traveler brings, though. Well, everybody kept joking about, like, the existence or non-existence of the phonograph, and like I always just assumed it was somewhere deep in the place. Like I kind of suspected it. Like once it was clear it wasn't in the places I'd looked, it was like, okay, it's probably in the nocturnal part, because it's not like, it's not like the caves beneath the the house are a natural place for that to go. So yeah, I am gonna bring back the Faust. It's gonna be a sort of a target of opportunity here. It is spring and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. So the only thing that's going to be useful here with the consulting engineer is the forge, and if memory serves, we're actually at the limits of what we can do with forge. I think I still have the... yeah. So the mistake that I had made on this one was that I put 2 for Shapt when in fact I only have the 1. So for Forge, 1 from Shapt is 5, 1 from the tool is 6, memory gives us 8, T gives us 10. So the dilemma here is that we basically, between the paraffin and the kerosene, we have what it takes to open these areas. And then the problem is that if I wind up needing forge in another part, so there's 11 here. So actually this is another great example, right, where we almost have what it takes on forge, but hang on, let me get this. My notes are a little wonky. So 4, 6, 8, 10. But yeah, this is one of these cases where I think we've had a good run with rooms. We've got a lot of text that we can read. In fact, this one's already translated, so I'm gonna say this is probably one that I can read, but let's just double check. So we've got Shapt for 2, Edict's Liminal brings it up to 8. Yeah, so I don't think Ericapean helps me here. Yeah, Lantern and Winter, but I just need a pattern. So that's at least one that we can, that's one we know we can read. But at this point, I actually think, like, as nice as it has been to just bang down all of the different rooms, like, I need to chill for a bit. Because there is a lot for me to catalog and there is a lot for me to read, and it's all stuff that I'm capable of reading. So I need to get a little careful in terms. So I was originally going to use my whist. I can use my whist to generate a cheeky memory. So I'm gonna read Apollo and Marsyas. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Right, that's scale that I needed for serpents and venom, so we're going to lock that into... we're going to lock that in right away. Good God, what is wrong with me? Trist. So the shaft is completely... well, no, not for door and wall, though, so... let's make that the target for today. Okay, so let's start with Foresight from... Again, I probably need to make this the point where I wrap up, because I'm just making really basic... I'm making really basic mistakes here. So we'll start with the Forge from Foresight. There's a couple of texts which can give us pattern early on. So in order to make serpents and venoms go up again, we either need to renew the heart or the tryst, or we just save it for the next day. I'm slightly inclined towards saving it for the next day, but we'll see. Beeswax. Not quite what I was going for, but it is a material, so I think we put that up. Yeah, we can put that up here. Or not. I was hoping for honey, but alright, the skill is now level 2. I think I forgot to... Yeah, we need to shift this around, and this is eventually going to turn into a 3, so we'll switch you with Menascate Reflections. So, let's... Well, let's wait till everything's done. Okay, Foresight, this one we're using for the sunny day, and the Fost, which we're about to recover. The Shaft we leave alone. Everything else is Knock and Forge that's getting churned out for door and wall. Following that, we try and get the Tryst back. I think I'm back on track. And of course, we're adding to the list of lessons learned because we're about to tackle a sky text. But oh, there's that penny you were all dreading. All right, we'll use the suppence, I guess. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal in a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. A second slice of Stargazy pie. All right. Time to listen to our first phonograph record. So, The Invisible Opera, unfinished recording. A recording of a 1911 attempt at a performance of Wings Within Wings, the so-called Invisible Opera. So we start with a memory storm. We will also use the sunny day. More than enough knock. More than enough sky, so I can master this mystery, enough sky to match mystery sky. Alright, we are finally getting caught up. Okay, next up, let's get a pattern. I think the pattern comes from the hissing key. I also think Kiona Rabidos gives me a forge. Hissing Key gives hindsight, so that will help with Serpents and Venoms, but not Door in the Wall. It was Traveling at Night Volume 3 that I was looking for. So a little bit of a blunder, but nothing like I'm not in danger off of that. It's just an inconvenience. We will read the description for the Invisible Opera. I just want to make sure that I'm on top of my readings. Okay. The singers complete the Skewbald aria, Beneath Our Skin and A Rose and Maya, without incident, but the Invisible Opera is dedicated to Farazref the Magpie, who delights in unexpected interruptions. This is a fun idea. Actually, one thing I've always wondered about, the Cultist Simulator soundtrack actually has a track called Apollo and Marsyas, but I don't think I've ever heard it played in the game. It almost feels like an unused track. I could be wrong. Like it may. Oh Jesus, we're that far into the day. We may not actually be able to get the door and wall done then. The recording ends with a clamor of horrified voices, a grating metallic screech, and a soft brass buzzing that fades into burning silence. Cheerful ditty, yeah? Does that help me with my current tasks? Sky and Heart, not really. And we do have strings. Actually, weirdly enough, no, because I don't have the Sky. One more trip to the pie. Let me make sure I've got... Yeah. Ah! Alright, threepence then. Uplifting me. I actually think there's a separate one called Uplifting. There's Ascendant Harmony. But yeah, it's just the sudden shrieking end to the music is a little unexpected to hear associated with a cheerful ditty. Okay, so I actually need to come up with some serious plans for it's like if we're getting close to the end of the night, I think it's fair to say the door and wall effort is a bit of a heroic assumption. Well, let's not count it out. Yeah, so the foresight definitely cost me. And the tryst may be a lost cause, but Let's stick with a plan. Let's go for the regret from Keon at Abydos. So we'll lock in the door and wall. I'll probably leapfrog the tryst to apply the cheerful ditty to strings and songs. It may mean that I've wasted a tuppence, but if all that I waste from today is a tuppence, let's that's fine. I think I can live with that. Obviously, the cataloging hasn't been happening, but I figure the cataloging can happen after all of the other readings are done. There's a certain type of progress that's being made here. It's just different from what I was originally planning. The library cannot sustain such losses. Late fees are going up. It's actually kind of funny, so I don't want to talk too... please... Okay. My usual rule for myself is don't talk about stuff unless it's like 100% in the bag. It's like it's happening no matter what. So I'm going to kind of break the rule on this, but I do have some librarians I'm going to try and interview with regards to like Book of Hours. They seem quite interested. They really like the idea of the game. I was kind of clear that there was a little bit less library stuff at the start that I thought, so it may wind up being a bit of a waste of their time. But like they seem genuinely interested, so I'm not gonna discourage follow up on that. But the thing that's funny is that at least one of them I know because I am a patron, and I have definitely been quite late. My lates at that particular library are so bad that I am convinced they're like ready to send a hitman out on me. You're kidding me. I even screwed up the timing on this one. Oh, no. Right. Because we didn't have the door and wall lesson. Okay. I don't know if we're getting anything else, but... another fruit plucked from Knowledge's tree. So that's 30 seconds. We only need the one for the cheerful ditty with the Faust, so we can go for a flyer and see if we can get a moon for this. Not really losing anything other than a cataloging, so... This game is wild. You put 100 plus hours and you haven't watched streams of it. Finally drop in on a stream and you have 3 skills and 1 memory you've never seen. Oh, that's really interesting. Yeah, I mean, also in your 100 hours, you probably haven't tried to do this. So, a very empty Tree of Wisdoms and a very explored Hush House. It is a very... This is definitely not something to do unless you're feeling particularly bored and masterful of the game. There are many food items that would have gone unconsumed if I just got a darned fet. But yeah, no, this game is massive. There was some discussion a little bit earlier about how much weight to put on the 20 to 40 hour time recommendation for completion. I think the consensus was that is probably a lower bound for the estimate, and I would be inclined to agree with that. Ruby Wise Ruin. I'm never gonna forgive the game for making me use the Ruby Wise Ruin to. Half your skills aren't committed because you want to try and get as many branches as possible up to 9. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I actually don't know that much about the end game material yet. I have made an Incastum Terminale, and it's clear that I can do something to my journal with it. But you know, even during the beta, like I would usually get to sort of the last room that they would allow for me, but I would never go as deep as I wanted because I've always done it streaming. Now, I'm actually curious, what do you... I don't know if you can go all the way up to 9, but I'm pretty sure you could at least go up to 8. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a skill for every branch, though. I am actually curious, though, what do you feel about the different outcome? Like, do you care that much about the different descriptions in terms of committing things, or do you tend to commit just based on... your elements of the soul, because that's another one that I notice gets some varying reactions. Okay, strings and songs. It'll obviously be nice if we can get the serpents and venoms in as well, but I'm not gonna kick up a huff if it doesn't turn out. I suspect we won't, just because there's not enough time in the night left. You can get a 1 minute one in under the wire if you like just start, but yeah, we're gonna get to dawn. All right, fair enough. And we are in summer and new affairs. Hey, it's another sunny day, so we can actually throw that right into strings and songs if we want. So the one bit of good news is that we're gonna get something directly for serpents and venoms. So we might as well grab a fear while we can. Alright, I think we'll do the same trick as before, so this time around... Oh, nuts. I gotta renew the FOSS right away. Shucks. Okay, we'll use the Shapt to see what Traveler we get, although I'm not exactly rushing to knock down more barriers. It's just nice to get a plan. Yeah, I've got three languages right now. I definitely had the opportunity to get more, but I really like fulfilling the stories. So I usually get languages in between. Commits to the Tree of Knowledge are based on your poor decisions, apparently. I know you can't soft lock yourself, but I'm gonna need to get creative towards the end. There's a couple of ways. I won't give you recommendations unless you ask for them. But there's definitely... Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I understand, you know, obviously I'm ranting about people misusing the term soft lock. It doesn't mean that it's easy if things don't go your way. There are more and less easy paths to take. So I've completely forgotten how many things I needed to commit for serpents and venoms. So I think it's just 2. Yeah. So with the fear, we'll be able to lock that in right away. Strings and songs, we should only need 1 unless... No, just 1 full stop. Because we already have the sunny day. In fact, the confounding parable... Well, no, because I don't have the... Well, I could use my health, but I suppose it would be better for me to get the Trumpeter's Lily, given that that's going to make me my... Wait, Fragrant Chalice? Yeah, sorry, Fragrant Chalice, because we've got plenty of Trumpeter's Lily.
Fraser. So he could give me chicken scratch, but... Philanthropist, collector, former librarian. A complicated man, but not a cruel one. So he'll probably want lantern, but he doesn't understand Latin. So we can't give him our usual Bancroft diary. Okay, actually, this is kind of funny. Because when you... This is really something that's only going to really mean something to people who've played Cultist Simulator, but Fraser Strathcoin. So I remember with Fraser Strathcoin, I believe you rob his library in Cultist Simulator. In fact, if I recall, that was the very first location that I robbed. And that was where you would get the Geminiad. The Geminiad at the time in the prototype was a book that you could not translate because Fusine was not in the game. Like, it was in the game in the sense that that was the language that it had, but it had a note specifically saying, you cannot translate this. So I remember that rather vividly. And yet, for some reason, apparently, Strathcoin does not understand the language of the famous book that he had in his original home. I am going to write in all capital letters email to Weather Factory to let them know this does not make any sense and that they're probably just making it all up. All right. That outrage out of the way. I don't think the musician's gonna help me. Sky Rose and Nectar. Oh, that's right. This was the do I want to give up a jam? $100 for Mr. Strathcoin. He has a book he doesn't understand for the pretension of it. Hell. Well, wait a minute. So when I read the text, it was preliminal meter, knock, and rose memory. Have I tried this yet? Interesting. So I need a minute to think about this. So my best bet with this one... Nope. Sorry, I need a minute. Okay, I'm trying to see if there's something I can do with this preliminal meter, and I think the place to start is the servants? No. Grand piano? There we go. So it'd have to be a full Faust on that. Aha. Darn it, we're close, but we're not there.
So what I was trying to do here was see if I could rely on multiple memories. But it's the application that sinks me here because I need the rows. So I can get 4 in total for the memories. That brings us up to 7, but we need 10. And the big idea behind this was just to try and see if I could generate a memory for. Well, hang on, let's not give this up yet. Oh, wait a minute, no. If it's rows, I'm actually really short on that. So yeah, we're not gonna worry about that. Strings and songs. We do need to spend money to restore the Faust. I think we'll just go for Apollo and Marsyas again for the music. Already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So I suppose that invites the question, what the hell do I think I'm doing with the whist? Oh, well, there we go. Oh no, this is a knock text, right. So I should be restoring the shaft, if anything. By the way, new food description. In summer, I'm sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones eating crumbly cheese in nettle wrappings and a good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. Okay, we will help Strathcoin when we can. Actually, we may do that now because I don't think we're going to be hiring anybody else for today. We'll get the strings and songs, which means we are sort of done with the queue for books. So I can sit on the whist for a bit. I mean, I could use it to catalog too. You know what? We could probably use a hand with cataloging. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's nocturnal period, after the turn of the century. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. So yeah, we're not bothering with any more rooms for now. There's the small chance that I could have opened this with the musician, but I just don't really feel like it's... I don't feel like it's quite worth it. I want to see if there are some other things that I can do with my memories first. We've leveled up the skills as far as I'm going to get them. For now. Obviously, there's going to be a bunch of text that we read after. But honestly, at this point, I've been spending a lot of money lately. And at this point, it makes perfect sense for me to just chill out and actually follow up on some of this work that I've been doing. I should tell you something in confidence, librarian. I have long been haunted by a certain dream of eyes. These blindness, these revelations in Misana, there is something familiar about them. I have a sense of coming resolution. Try a book with as much mystery lantern as their lantern interest. So again, the usual answer here is Bancroft's Diaries, but... so we will go for the Wayne Scott Histories instead, which has been our go-to No, it is something else. My dreams will not see daylight yet. Perhaps they never will. Thank you, librarian. Alright, so we're ready to lock in strings and songs when the time comes. We've cataloged A Tower Falls, so that's a VAC phonograph. How much you want to bet a lot of these are going to be phonographs? I didn't exactly help myself by putting the beeswax
there, but all right. Jesus, I forgot how many books I've got. Yeah, I think we're just gonna be. Honestly, if I don't unlock another room for a while, that's not exactly gonna be a hardship. Hit these baronial ones just because they're a little more likely to have a curse, so it's probably better that the thing that's already affected by a curse. Oh, this is a piece of cake. I should have read that a while ago. Alright, and the follow-up with Strathcoin. Fraser Strathcoin decided with some regret that the events of Messana had nothing to do with his own recurring dreams of eyes. So yeah, this will be a little bit of a calmer day, I think. At least until... Oh, there we go. I am no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. And that sounds like another catalog. The Encircling Tantra, that's a piece of cake, so I might even be able... No, because I... Yeah, I've got 4, so 5 almost, but I do actually need the help. Actually, no, you know what? If I got a regret, I would be able to read that. But I'm in a good position now to actually catalog everything. So let's get the cataloging done first. Anything that's left over, I can use towards studying texts. We're almost done the day, and I still have a few more books. I'm gonna drag this one over to there we go. Obviously the hope is that this is going to be stuff that's within my capabilities, but if it isn't, we'll learn to work with it. But yeah, there's 2 things that have happened. There's a couple of things, like a couple of upper level ones. Oh, so perfect example here. Bloodlines. So I think a 10 Grail is a stretch goal for us. That's got to go in the curse pile. Okay, not quite where I wanted to put you. I think if we shuffle these things to the edge. There we go. So either they don't spread or they can only have one at a time, but either way I'm happy with that. We will see if we can cure any of the books. Actually, that seems like a decent thing for me to do now, seeing as we've got a few more minutes of cataloging ahead of us. Okay, so curses with heart first. History to Eternity, 10 Moth, Edict's Liminal should make that easy. I'm actually beginning to wonder if I have anything that helps with curses. There we go.
but it needed heart, so that's not going to help me. That's actually been the... We've seen that one a few times. All right. Letters to my successor. Advice from Gervenius van Loren, 11th librarian of Hush House, to the one who will come after him. Sounds important. So again, just a nice example of one where it's like, yeah, we probably knew the answer to this, but it's nice to have the verification before we go crazy. Okay, back to cataloging. So I think curses are a bust. At least as far as the ones that require heart. So bloodlines, we need something for moth infestations. We're really not equipped to help our books. Honey, the Comprehensive Guide. Harvey Hattington, pilot polymath confectioner, writes with great enthusiasm about the marvelous work of the bee. And again, we may not get any more texts read, but we are going to get the last of these cataloged, it looks like. So there's two pretty straightforward ones for us to read. So winter infestations, I wonder if we've got one of those. And what are we looking at here? I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. A 12 heart, like Fusino recordings. It's kind of a... I don't know, it's a tough one. What's the heart that I would put towards this is the question. 5 on 12? It's not impossible, but that's getting its own shelf. Okay. So this is a good place to be. Obviously, we've got a lot of texts to read ahead of us. So what I want to do next... so 2 knock to bring it up to 6. Okay, so we need a pattern. For the encircling tantra, we just need health. From history to eternity, we're going to need moth. For auroral contemplations, we will not. Honey, the comprehensive guides, we also don't need. Yeah, so it's actually, we're in a really good spot. I think we're late enough in the day that I should be able to get this knock up. Whoops. Oh, that was perfectly timed. Okay, great. And another sunny day. So that actually may also... Well, it doesn't really matter because we've already covered what we need from that. So, the question... The more relevant question here... at that point, you think you're being stupid trying to fill all 9 of one aspect, thinking you won't have enough skills to do it if you use them up on the lower levels. Oh, you mean like in terms of committing them on the tree of wisdom? There's yeah. This is the number of skills that you have. I'm sure you've noticed this, but you also don't need to like I've matched the lessons to the existing skills. But it is not a requirement that you do so. So, you know, there may be reasons why you want to hold back. Some people have expressed that this is something that they would like to try on their own future playthroughs. But, you know, I'm doing this for my own reasons, not because I think it's like the best way to play the game. But yeah, the game in most ways is quite forgiving. In some ways, it has its own challenges, but like not in a pull the rug out from under you kind of a way. Okay, so as much as I would like to use the... Oh, wait a minute, we need a fear from this one. Or do I? Horns and Ivories for... No, we don't. That's right, because we've got the hourglass. All right, I can match this mystery. Enough scale to match mystery scale. We'll read all the texts when we're done with them. We're going to be reading a lot of these. Letters to my successor. I am almost certainly going to forget this desk, but... Honey, the Comprehensive Guide. That's got to be Natan. Oh, you know what? I think I messed this up. No, we'll be fine. Oh, I may not, actually. So I gotta save the Tryst for something else, and I got the save the shop for something else. Alright. And I don't think I have another moth desk kicking around. Oh no, hang on. Oh no, heck! Oh, I got moth. Yeah. And we'll add the mortar and pestle to that. There we go. This is ridiculous. So we don't even need to wait for the memory with the moth, because we do Edict's Liminal, and then we just add the shears. So really, we're just waiting for the knock in 43 seconds. All right. That is what I call a good day's work. We're going to have a truly preposterous number of lessons waiting for us. And obviously, I'm going to have nothing to... Like, if I don't start getting the right people to open these areas, I'm going to have some very, very dry days. But I think there is something kind of amazing about being able to read this many books in one go. This is definitely This is definitely the ultimate librarian experience, running across the entire. I mean, the true thing I should try and hold out for is to have one case where I'm reading a book at every desk. That would really be the icing on the cake, I feel like. But because we're not going to do that, let's at least take Ambrose's desk. We'll get the last one in the queue. This is... Oh, hang on. I think I've actually used up the skill that I needed for this one. Door and wall's not going to cut it. Okay, well, that's fine. I can wait. But I suppose I should think about what I want to do with my Faust in between, because we don't know what's coming out on the other end of this one. A Confounding Parable is probably the most versatile of all of them, so we can start with that. I guess unless I wanted to craft something. I was dreading that I'd forgotten some kind of knock skill that I had, but... Okay, so the Encircling Tantra. The explorer and entrepreneur T. Everett Duplantis once attempted to plunder the temple where this text was held. His fate is recorded in an appendix. The Encircling Tantra speaks of the Serpent Gate, that hungry portal sometimes known as the Spider's Door, which is sacred to the Mother of Ants, through which the great hooded princes pass. So what I'm probably going to wind up doing with all of the lessons that we're going to get out of all of this, I'm probably going to like focus all the elements of the soul towards one like small subset. So we're going to just sort of move from group to group. And again, I may not even worry that much about the I may not worry about anything else that comes out the other end of that. Why did I go for the pattern again? Oh, right, hang on. No. I'm mistaking Christopher Olopoli with Teresa Gelmi. It was the Locksmith's Dream that I wanted. Anyways, it doesn't matter. If we find something with a knock that just gives me a head start on it. But yeah, basically... I'll take all of the elements of the soul to sort of jump from lessons to lesson. The only thing that I may do differently is I may still try my luck with hiring someone, and it would be nice to use the health to pick up the certain skills. Anyways, the Tantra includes an invocation, but cautions helpfully that the invocation is of insufficient power to reach the Serpent Gate from the Hunter's Gate. A road which has no destination is itself a destination, it adds helpfully. So, fear... I think I have this one. Apparently not. And another Horns and Ivories lesson. So that's actually helpful to me, given that that's my highest scale. So the scale and the pattern was helpful here. That's nice. So I believe we need 3 for that? No, 2. Oh, God, we can already do this. No, we can't. What the hell am I... No, wait, what? Oh, no, I see what went wrong. Okay. So I'm not even going to worry about reading towards a fundamental aesthetic right now. This is my... No, I'm 1 short. Actually, this is going to be harder than it looks. I believe the Temptations of Architecture will give me a knock lesson that I need. But I am going to skip reading... I'm going to skip reading this particular text just because I can knock down a lesson learned, which is going to be very helpful when I get overwhelmed. All right. And at some point I will organize the books in a way that I want. From History to Eternity, a contraband manual of the Inks of Revelation. Definitely interested in that. The author explains in a brief foreword that she is a high-ranking officer of an agency of the duties, and that though she supports its mission, she has concerns about the long-term consequences of its work. All histories braided into a golden loop, a shining ascent to eternity. I had never imagined I would be afraid that there might be too few truths. I could be wrong. I'd like to leave at least one door ajar. Ichor Auroral can be brewed into an Incastum Terminale associated with the second history using Inks of Revelation techniques with Rose aspect. The author warns that this is exceptionally difficult since these techniques aren't aligned with Rose, but that's why I'm hoping the door will stay ajar, even once all the others are closed. I wish you luck. All right. That's a pretty big deal, although I don't recall offhand what the second history is. And I still need to write these things down. Now to 136 confirmed texts and memories. I misplaced this book, didn't I? There we go. We're out of space, so we're starting to crowd out the too difficult pile. As it should be, though. Alright, so we had the higher level. This was Letters to My Successor, Advice from Gervinius Van Loren, 11th Librarian of Hush House, to the one who will come after him. Now, this I know we haven't read, so... Some of the advice is practical. Don't worry about losing the house key. Always close the seaward windows. Make sure you feed the cockatoo. Much more of it is rarefied, specifically about the Inks of Revelation, and some of it relates to Van Loren's own doom. When I was another, I made a foolish wager with the hooded princes to solve 7 riddles. I had not realized the riddles would be set by me for the one I would become. 6 are resolved. The 7th will be the end of me. It waits now in the cellar of the jail, where Collars still believes I can keep it confined. But the first riddle told me I would not see the second dawn. So that is definitely one that I want to contemplate for a bit longer. But I'm fascinated at how many Inks of Revelation I've wound up with. Okay. Honey, the Comprehensive Guide. Harvey Haddington, pilot, polymath, confectioner, writes of his great enthusiasm about the marvelous work of the bee. Haddington insists that all the primary aspects, nectar, scale, heart, lantern, moth, grail, are possessed by bees and expressed in honey. Clearly, he points out that there are only 6 primary aspects, as a honeycomb has only 6 angles. I love this detail. I'm sure there's going to be a ton of people who argue about this. Ugal ink is prepared with these techniques, but so is Skinshuck mead, and only Skinshuck requires honey.
Okay, that's good to know. Just as any beverage or foodstuff can be improved with the addition of honey, so any garden is improved with the presence of bees, even those bloody blamerende. Okay, contradiction. This is already a lot for me to work with. So, we're currently working on... what we need for horns and ivories. Oh, now is a great time for us to actually try Inks of Revelation because of the fact that the malady still lets me... So the malady still lets me have the lantern out of this one, so I can basically just try and advance Inks of Revelation as many times as I can. The only drawback is I don't actually think we have that much in terms of moth. So maybe with that in mind, I do pay up to get the Tryst recovered. Because with insects and nectar, just for the sake of argument, it's the contradiction and the intuition, neither of which helps Inks of Revelation. Yeah, that's obviously the right step. So, I'm happy that Inks of Revelation... So Inks of Revelation was one I was wanting to level up, so I'm delighted that it will be a very high-powered skill, but it is... it's a little nerve-wracking to think about how I'm gonna make this all work. Anyways, it is summer. I'm sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese in nettle wrappings and a good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. So I kept threatening that I was going to... to wrap up, but obviously all of this progress has given me my second wind. I am going to have to wrap this up reasonably soon, though. We'll try and make as much progress as we can on locking in Inks of Revelation. But... okay. Did I screw this up? I think I screwed this up. I apparently went for the one thing that wouldn't... Jesus. Alright, well... what's another minute? It's going to get a little tight at the end of the day, but it's pretty clear what the priorities are. Horns and ivories, insects and nectars, Inks of Revelation. In fact, we can speed things up a bit for that. Although, there is... I do want to also consider the order in which the items become available, so... it's ready to go. Just double checking that the
Doesn't need the edge. I probably should curb my enthusiasm in terms of what I'm going to be getting in terms of lantern and moth memories, but I also don't think it would be a bad idea for me to at least make an effort, because we've clearly got 30 seconds before I need my my lantern. So, for starters, let's get the horns and ivories where they need to be. Right. Once more with feeling. So I think I'll just take Traveling at Night Volume 1 off of this one, because that should give me moth at least. So obviously there's a 30-second, there's sort of like a 30-second wait here, but yeah, actually I probably just wasted some time on this, but we'll see if we can make it work. My only defense here is that the Armagnac d'Is is next to the Arsenic up in the governor's quarters, so I'm just following in the footsteps of greatness is my argument here. So if we're lucky, we'll get two of these things in, but I think I messed up the ordering. But we'll see how it goes. So we've got 4 that we're adding to this. So 3, here's 4, 5, and then this is where the 6 starts. This is going to be a pain to sort out. Oh, ugh. I don't know how to do it. Oh, no, then we need to... Okay, let's start leveling this stuff up. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. There's no possible way we're going any further than what we have, but that's fine, because like I said, we were going to... The original plan behind this was going to be to dedicate all the attention towards leveling up one of these skills, and as it happens, it's all the same one. So I know that the malady tainted one is going to be able to level stuff up. So like again, if I could, you know, we just need the 3, but I don't have, like, I only have the 1 moth here. But we can still get we can get a head start. So glimmerings will give me lantern. So I do want to leave the health aside to be able to, to pick up resources. Lab safety tip number 1: a hot beaker looks just like a cold beaker. I did see a video from Australia where the guy, I don't know if he's like on some kind of a barbecue or something like that, but he, he says is like, just to give you an idea of how hot the Australian sun is, this isn't on, this has just been sitting out in the sun. So like what he does is he grabs a bottle of water and he dumps it onto onto this like metal, whatever it is, and you see it like hiss and steam, and like it's obvious that it is just a ridiculously hot day and that this thing has been sitting in the sun all day. But as he does that, as he's like getting ready to talk to the camera, he like leans his hand right on the surface, not the part where the water is, but it's still a metal surface. And then you just hear him like his voice gets that much quiet, just like, it's all metal. It's all metal. And that is presumably the point where they cut the video. But I feel everybody has had at least one moment where they have felt that. I'm assuming that Bfreeze has learned this in the lab, where such things should be learned. I wish I could find it. It's a TikTok somewhere, so I'm assuming it's not that hard to find. But yeah, we're gonna keep gardening. So this is a little bit of a tough call. I'm gonna use the shaft. I think I am gonna keep checking out the sweet bones just to see if there's an opportunity that comes up. Oriflamme. So we're not as wealthy as we might look. The origins of ours, I'm gonna go for it here, but I feel kind of gross about it. And the aspiring Airbnb is a bit because Book of Hours is run. You've had 4 visitors that all left disappointed. Sounds like my YouTube series. But we got a little bit of luck with the sun. And even though I'm not like currently able to read Origins of Hours, I don't know, just buying up the VAC stuff seems to make sense. Okay, so really the Foss Tristan way. Well, you know what? Let's just throw caution in the wind. Let's study everything that we possibly can. So, whist at the Pale Desk. That's Moth and Lantern. Just double checking. Yeah. So Foresight will help us. So that's our friend Franklin Bancroft's work. All right, what the hell are we up to? Trist. Probably sufficient to use the reading room here. Get the impulse. I am slightly worried we are not going to have enough memories to get to our top level of Inks of Revelation. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to let this all run its course. And I'm going to save the sunny day for the last possible entry. I'm a bit worried, actually, that I've committed this many elements of the soul this early. And it's just because Moth and Lantern are a bit harder to come by. Oh boy. The poet. I think we were tempted to use him with Moth. Yeah, so we had a 14 Moth, 2 14 Moths. We don't need to worry about the sky in the winter, though. So there is a side of me that just wants to finish off the charred chamber. It doesn't necessarily look like there's any books in there. Mind you, the same is true for the cells. Although that looks like Julian Cosley. Oh no, there's definitely text in there. Fortunately, that's not the one accessible by Moth, so never mind. Yeah, I think we're going to try the top of the tower. So I want the Trist back off of that. Ah, God. All right. Can I actually pull this off? So I think it's fairly clear. Well, yeah, actually, a lot of this depends on the memories, and I'm using the memories for the bittersweet certainty. So I think maybe this is the time that we bite the bullet and maybe use one of the skin shuck mead. So skin shuck mead already pulls him up to 10. The crummy thing. Oh, okay, no, I can regenerate a moth. Okay, so default for moth. Skin shuck meat is 10. Trist is the 2. And we'll use the impulse memory because we can regenerate that pretty easily. So first thing I need is to get my Trist back. Oh, but we can hire him right away. Hired. Funny thing is, I actually don't think... No, well, no, I've got the skin shuck meat, so we can start with that. I was just... Yeah, no, that's still the right call. So nice drop. I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. So I could also try the honey, but that's a little overkill at this point, so... Okay, so that impulse isn't quite going to go to the thing that I want it to, but like I said, we can renew it pretty simply. So let's get this show on the road. Are you kidding me? We're already hitting the limit. Jesus Christ, this is going to be a real pain. Oh, hang on. No. I'm a dummy. But this is actually going to be a pain to get this to the top level. I'm going to need to use a couple of tricks. Actually, I could technically keep... Well, no, it doesn't matter. I was just thinking I could... Oh, no, wait. We were talking about how there weren't moth flowers. Or there might be moth flowers, but I haven't seen them. Okay. We do want to use the impulse here. Should have gotten the tryst early. Yeah, I am actually kind of worried in terms of how many memories I'm going to be able to generate. I know we're not going to get to the top on Inks of Revelation by the end of the day. So realistically here... Oh, only 3 more. I still think it's going to be a tall order, but let's put a brave face on it and see how many of these things we can read in time. Well, let's just find another example of Skinchuck Mead. Unless that was my last one. But yeah, that looks like that was the last of them. But I feel like I keep coming to the same place. I do actually know how this game works. And unless it has the little green symbol here, you can't pour it out. You have to give it to them as it is. There it is. Beverage, liquid, thing, scale, nectar, moth, heart. If you try to serve it, it doesn't work. Better now. So that does have some implications, and so we did learn about making Skinchuck Mead from using honey. So it's not entirely. It's not clear that that's. It's like it's not one that I'm confident that I'm gonna be able to get again. But it's not out of the realm of possibility. But it does mean that the next time I get a poet, I'm probably not gonna hire them. Well, no, I guess if I have the one more. It would be nice to know that moth was renewable, but honestly... I think I can get over it. But yeah, let's keep talking to him. We'll see if we get any interesting memories out of this, because at this point we really just have it's really just kind of a flat-out burn to see how many memories we can get for the Inks of Revelation. It expects a lot from us, but the drawback is we're already like well past the halfway point of the day. So unless again, unless there's some miracle that restores all of my elements of the soul, I think we just kind of accept the state of things. I think I'm still one short, but let me just double check that. Yeah. Foresight will do. It has been nice to spend a bunch of the money, but we're still we're still £2 up, so the St. Ronwin's is generous. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm okay with 5. I'm actually trying to think how we get to 6, and at this point, I think I'm gonna need to do some cleverness in terms of generating memories that can't be taken out of books. At some point, I would also like to get the Omen back, but obviously our elements of the soul have just been constantly occupied. So to give you an idea, so we're still going to be one short on the Inks of Revelation, but on top of that, I actually still have Towards a Fundamental Aesthetic to finish. That's obviously something we will deal with later, though. So, Inks of Revelation. There we go. Foresight. So satisfying to have come so far. Improve this to skill to level 5. We're not getting anything from this conversation, but I'll not complain. We'll just wait to get the charred chamber. Again, it feels a little funny to go up here rather than to the side, but I don't know. It's always nice to go up and then to the side. Plus, I guess the other argument for, well, both of them are. Yeah, there actually isn't a really strong argument for one over the other, but I am committed. Alright, the iron door here stands ajar, but it still glows faintly red even after all these years. This is not a natural heat, and there is no entirely natural way to quell it. Alright, so if I want to try and bring this thing up one more time, I put in the FOST, I put in the lesson. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now if memory serves, and I'm going to double check this. I'm actually going to write this down on the notepad as well. So we've got lantern and moth that we need. And the other important factor is that every memory is unique, so you can't have the same memory twice. So bittersweet certainty is 1. We need a total of 5, incidentally. Foresight is 2. Impulse is 3. Revelation is 4. And then, of course, the kicker on this is that that is it in terms of the memories I can get from the books. So I'm just taking a minute here. I wanted to see if there's any simple skills that I can make the memories from. Like Torg's Cleansing is a good example of something that'll get you edge, but I don't need edge. I need Lantern or Moth. Okay, I got an idea. So I've got two potential memories that I can use in the future. But let's get to work. I want to get my prep for the next day, because we're still going to need all 4 of those memories. And the 2 that I'm... So Edict's Liminal is going to be a helpful one. Furs and Feathers, maybe. Ha! Cloudy day. Why not? All right. So I got an idea for this one. We're gonna go to Natan's desk with a Tryst, an Edict's Liminal, and a Cloudy Day, and that allows me to make a name day riddle. So the reason why the name day riddle becomes helpful is that I can use it to... So that is a moth memory, and it's a moth memory that's not any of these other ones that I'm getting. So we're grabbing the Revelation here. We'll take the Whist. The Whist is going to be... Glimmerings for the Bittersweet Certainty. I'm going to keep the Shapt. The Faust will go towards... let's actually get that on the Impulse. We're going to skip a Visitor this time. I'm going to get the Health. I think I'm just going to use the Health to do the usual gardening again because Rubywise Ruin is useful across a few dimensions for me. So probably that's going to be kind of the new blue crown for me to work with. If I have to, I will, I'll spend some money at the Sweet Bones to recover the... Wick's Waking. I've discovered the source of the fire that ravaged Hush House. Crucible Tower Interview Laboratory. When a prisoner resisted all other interventions, callers would bring him here to test and refine their worth. His successes might be transferred to Zurich or turned over to the Legion du Soil to earn their humanity, or even, at least once, released. But his successes were not numerous. Here at last is where the fire began and where it ended, where the power below the prison was released. It came here to interview callers. Perhaps it intended to put him in his own device, but it seems that there was not nearly enough left of him for that. Yeah, that's a grim end. I was gonna say, I was getting nice and relaxed in terms of this, but this is grim. All right, the Condignator, the terrible heart of the governor's terrible project. Edge Forge, Knock Lantern. So soul, skill, memory, subject, element of the soul, cooperative. All right, I think we know what we got to do here. Where are we? Oh, loyal dogs are unique. Interesting. That doesn't sound very loyal to me. There we go. Oh, looks like we got another one. Okay, where are you? That'll do. All right, Levitic Tincture, Regensburg Bomb, Heart in a Jar, Phosphorescent Scrapings, and Black Sapphire Wash, a 6 Moon Pigment. Oh, and Gideon Soaks. Gideon Soaks. Also a Wolf Snow Ampule. Cool. All right. We learned a bit more about the story, but didn't get us too much to write home about. But again, that's fine. We've got plenty to do today. So I'm gonna get the Bancroft book just because it's easy for me to remember. And looks like I've already picked it up. But where? Nope, there it is. Alright. Yeah, I could have sworn I didn't have foresight. After that, I'm gonna get the pattern for the shaft to read towards a fundamental aesthetic. And at that point, I might consider curing my my malady, just because I don't have the same need to repeat the memories over and over again. Okay, impulse. Bittersweet certainty. Let me just double check. There's a reason I wrote this stuff down. So we had bittersweet certainty, foresight, impulse, revelation. Okay, so foresight we're getting, and then the 5th of the formula is 27 seconds away. And then, of course, I'm going to want 20 seconds to generate that pattern. Alright, so here's the name day riddle. It's actually also good for knock, but we're going to use it for the moth. So I believe just verse gives me knock as well. The main reason for wanting to read just verse is because it's easy for me to find. Now that locks me out of actually upgrading Inks of Revelation, but it does give me a minute to double check that I actually have everything that I need here. Yes. So if I had a tryst, you know, there wouldn't be any problems there, but I'm just going to let the minute go by. We're going to be halfway through the day when all is said and done. But again, I still say that's a worthwhile day's work. We've got Towards a Fundamental Aesthetic, which we're just about to finish, or just about to start, 40 seconds away. We've got everything, 30 seconds to level up Inks of Revelation. And then at that point, we kind of have a blank slate. In fact, I might even go so far, because it takes 30 seconds, I might pour out a glass of water and just use Rites of the Roots to recover my Faust. It means I won't be able to level up whatever I have towards... Well, okay, what do I really gain by doing it early? Nothing, really. So yeah. I was thinking maybe I would recover my my Faust, but I might hold off on that. I guess it depends on what the lesson is. If it's something that requires a lot of effort, we may hold back. Anyways, Ambrose's desk has the knock for the shaft. Phoenix liminal pattern. This was Eric Payan. Knock, a gate flung wide. I am a match for this book. Or The House of Glass. Julian Closeley considered this his masterwork. This book houses a Newman, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. All right, this is interesting. So, probably not the sort of thing I want to end the stream on, but I'm already well past any sensible hour at which I could have finished this, so we'll find out what the deal is with this text. I suspect this is the way that the game is trying to teach me something new. Or Newman. I suppose because this is knock-oriented, I mean, I can try rereading certain texts. I don't think I'm actually going to be able to do anything useful with it. But we did get our level 6 Inks of Revelation. So lantern-wise, it doesn't give us a whole lot. And I think moth-wise, we actually, Edict's Liminal might give us a bit more too. Yeah. But given the fact that we have some instructions to make an Incastum Terminale out of it. Although I guess it did say that we needed... rows for this, so this gets a little exciting. All right, techniques for perception and analysis which permit invidious and apocalyptic conclusions. Probably the most assiduously suppressed book in history. The entire run was destroyed. Even the presses were melted and dispersed, but the manuscript edition has survived. I feel like this is probably a book that I need to keep in a special place. So, although this is Solomon's library, so... I never really did settle on a room for myself. Maybe we'll keep this in the librarian's quarters. The perfect hegemony of the hours is perhaps eternal, but Coseley proposes and describes confinement inescapable, aesthetic and optical techniques which might contain even an hour, profoundly disrupting the order of the Mansis. He presents this as his own work, but there are hints here and there that he received inspiration or even assistance from the Nowhere Hour named Snow. Alright, now I've not heard of Snow before. So, first of all, that is brand new information there. Alright, Newman, it's inescapable confinement. So everything ultimately comes down to a choice between eternity and history. There is only one place you are safe from both, and it's not a place anyone would want to be. It's a prison that can only exist in certain histories. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the prodigal and the archaeologist can win a particular victory. Alright, so that's interesting. That's also the first that we've seen. So Newman, write a truth in a book that no one reads, then drop dead. No one knows what you wrote unless the truth is Newman. Noumena are truths so powerful that they tentatively believe themselves. You can use a Newman to write a new history at a suitable desk if you can assemble 25 of the matching aspect, and this counts as a memory. So presumably, yeah, this isn't a persistent memory, so presumably we get this each time we read it. And glass blowing and vessel crafting, because why not? Cool. Well, actually, I guess the other thing that I would note is that because this is a like a 5 knock, 5 scale, 5 winter memory, presumably I can use, as long as I can. Okay, so there's two things I want to figure out. One, can I keep getting this? Wait a minute. Did it just destroy my Ericapean? That sure looks like it. Jesus Christ. That's savage. I mean, there's nowhere else it could have gone, right? Like, oh Jesus. All right. I mean, I'm happy that I read all the Ericapean works, but man, that is a nasty trick to play. Especially just given how infrequently I actually buy up languages. Well, wait a minute. Hang on. If that's true, no, that can't be right. There's got to be. Yeah, hang on. I just didn't collect the items. I was like, no, that doesn't make any sense, because if I was committed to the Tree of Wisdoms, that would just completely ruin everything. So, what I am going to do here, though, I am going to see what happens if I read this text again, and then we've got glass blowing and vessel crafting to worry about. So that's not the end of the world. 3 and 4, Knock and Sky are not going to be that hard for me to get, but I do want to focus on I'm going to need to remember where the librarians' quarters are. I do want to see if Newman is the sort of thing that you can keep regenerating. I'm assuming you can. Otherwise, it's pointless to read. But the thing is that like this is an amazingly powerful memory, if so. Yep. Okay. I am not going to complain about a 5 scale knock and winter memory that I can call on. That, in fact, is going to completely alter what I consider too difficult. So basically any knock, scale, or winter that I've got in here, and that's probably not a whole lot. Okay, so 9 scale might still be too tough. So if it's 5, 6, 7 health and memory. Yeah, we're up to 12. So I mean, yeah, it's worth a shot. Yeah, interestingly enough, even though that's a very, very powerful memory that we just unlocked, that doesn't actually move the needle that far for us. Not something I'm gonna work. Not something I'm gonna worry about right away. I think today's work needs to be about Knock and Sky. The other big question is, do I want to try and hire someone? And I honestly think the answer to that right now is no. I think basically getting ready for a big push into the rest of Nocturnal or the caves would be a good idea. I also still need to figure out what a circumstance is and how I get one. But that's something I'll worry about a little bit later. So, as usual, we are going to do some gardening. I'm going to leave the Faust and the Shaft available for leveling up glass blowing and vessel crafting because this one won't help me. I can use Apollo and Marsyas for the sky. Traveling at night also gives me sky. And then I can get the pattern from Alopoli. Apparently I'm all about it, Christopher Alopoli today, so just verse. We do actually have a spare slot here, so maybe we'll put just verse beside traveling at night. Moon and Moth don't help me with glass blowing and vessel crafting, but I don't quite see. I don't see any need to mess around with it. But yeah, I think after I'm done with glass blowing and vessel crafting, I'll pour myself some Isle water and recover my Faust, and then it's a bit of a mixed bag moving forward. So on the days that we can't get a traveler that has sort of the relevant skills, it's probably a bunch of crafting, which is not bad. But we've kind of already been prepping with that. Okay, so there isn't room. So I can't remember how far we're going with this thing. Alright, so basically we do the same thing, but I need one more sky or knock. Confounding Parable ought to do the trick there. Now that is going to be a lonely road because I'm doing all of it with just this one Fost now, but it is what it is. We should still have it by the end of the day, although I suspect that the Fost will not be useful by the end of the... Oh, actually, you know what? We can use the Newman. Unless I have some like brilliant idea about how to use it, but yeah. So actually, let me think. If I were to use this with Reverend Timothy, who I haven't seen for a while, so he's got 2 knock to start off with. So he gets 7 from the memory, and then 9 from Shaft. Jeez. But we still need a high amount of knock. Well, 12. I don't think we have any knock food, though. We have a couple of knock... we have a couple of, like, knock drinks, but just one point of knock. Mind you, we've got like the special stuff. Oh yeah, that's right. Actually, I can make... Oh, hang on. Because the more I think of it, I can actually make a very special knock recipe. So how many knock challenges do I have? Okay, now I'm wishing I had more. So the scale will be helpful when spring comes again. So we can get a miner up to 7, 8 with the tool, 9 with health, and then probably Pilchards? Pilchards. Or some equivalent. Yes, so a miner will be able to help us with the Room of Rusts. If I can make some truly astonishing knock recipes, we will also be able to get Timothy to batter down our challenges. Okay, we've got Sky, Knock, Solace. And where on earth is glass blowing and vessel crafting? So, like, in a perfect world, I would have somehow dodged, you know, putting the glass blowing and vessel crafting in, so that way I could have gotten, you know, the... Yeah, even higher on the Tree of Wisdom. That's honestly, like, doing that kind of reverse play, I don't really think is all that helpful. But yeah, like, effectively what's happened here is that, as opposed to, you know, in terms of going into Hushery, what are some of our other options? Disciplines of the Scar. I guess the better example I could get, Quenchings and Quellings. I kind of want to know if that would have given me a winter. No, that's a tryst. Yeah, so surgeries and exsanguinations would have produced something similar. Of course, even then, I would want to find the, you know, the single point. But again, like, there's just... It's easy to beat yourself up over stuff like that, and I just don't see any... It doesn't seem to have any real benefit. It's just one of these things that... you know, it's, you know, because I think because the books are just drawn from a deck when the room is generated anyway, I don't see any way that you can sort of prepare for it. I could be wrong, but it doesn't seem like it. Anyways, I think I'm actually ready to put this to bed. Yeah, so I'm relying on the Newman, but that's fine because it's not going to do anything else today anyway. And I'm a bit late to do this, but honestly, there's nothing else for me to do. So my last step is going to be to pour myself a glass of water and say, that was a good couple months' work. So we survived a pretty alarming Numa. That was early on. We have made significant progress on some of our skills. Realistically, I mean, realistically, we haven't exactly moved. I think the Sights and Sensations was already up to 7, or at least it was close to it. I think overall, like, we haven't really gained new... I don't think we've gained any new abilities to sort of, like, go even higher in terms of our... like, in terms of the challenges we take on with our skills. However... Oh, actually, there is one other thing that I forgot to do. And I don't feel too bad that I'm recovering my Faust at this point, but I believe there is still a moon recording. So I need an element of the soul for that, but that's fine. We'll sort it. God, I don't even know where to put these flowers. But yeah, so other than a little bit of reading that I need to do, the biggest advantage that a lot of these higher level skills are going to give me is the next time I want to craft, and that's going to be pretty soon. Like, again, if I'm not able to do something with these different rooms, I'm just going to be sort of left crafting for most days. You know, I think the main focus here is going to be just trying to put some of these higher level skills through their paces. Another thing I do want to try at some point is to get rid of some of these curses, and I just feel like I'm on the wrong side for most of them. It's like moth infestations would be a good example. Let's take a second here and see what the weather brings. So it's a rainy day. Does that... I thought I had a nectar text that I needed to mess with. Grail. I don't think that's going to change much, though. Yeah, these are both 5. We don't have any higher Grail. We can take a quick look, but Kilisimi doesn't really offer anything to that. So yeah, we can get this up to 8, which with Arab would be fine, but essentially we would be relying on a lucky memory. Although... okay, so there's a couple things that I want to do. First of all, let's listen to the phonograph. Oh no, this is going to get interesting. So I can't directly attack this with Moon. But the snow stories will carry the day. Okay, let's put Shapt towards this one. Now, I'm going to get... I'm going to use Whist to get a Satisfaction. I figure we might as well take advantage of the lull and get some collecting in. I think I did something dumb. Unless I can find a Lantern Grail desk. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Nona's here for me. So the logic behind what I'm doing here is that I'm getting satisfaction from Fekri's Herbery because that will allow me to read or make an attempt on the wonderful shape. And the trick behind this is that there is the possibility... So there's one possibility that it will ask me for a memory. There's also the possibility that it will ask me for weather. If it asks me for weather, the rain will act as both a memory or weather. Now again, it's a definitely a flyer. Like I think it's more likely that this is not going to work than that it will work. But I'm willing to give it a shot because the worst that happens is that, you know, I get a fascination, and then it's like, okay, well, you know, I've already had to deal with this. Like it's definitely inconvenient, but it's not unsolvable. Okay. So, frustration or temptation. So this is one I need to keep on my radar until I see what the challenges are. Memory or weather would be ideal. Art, I think we can get through with the witch and sister. Had the right image, just not the right title. So wall art, memory... I don't think... no, comfort would help me because I can use the cat. So actually there's a lot of things that can work for us. There's also a lot of things that cannot work for us, so I am absolutely not... I'm not counting any of this as granted until until we see what the chances are. I'll get back to the writing or the phonograph when I can, but this is a high priority for me to babysit. Okay, 2 elements of the soul, and yes! Imagine how sad I would have been if I committed the rain for this. So we're good. And we just finished listening to the phonograph, but I have slightly more pressing matters. So I think what I'm going to do, we're going to do the same trick with the scale when the time comes. All right. So, this was an investigation of a foundered country, subtitled Recordings from the Atlantic Coast. The phonograph initially seems to consist entirely of wave sounds and the cries of gulls, but attention to the cries suggests they are not gulls at all, perhaps not even birds. Oh, is this a... This can't be a Simurgy. The bird cries resolve to possibly human voices, half lost in the sound of waves. They lament the absence of a city unborn. They hymn the ice behind the wave, the amber cobbles, or perhaps amber corals. The tenor of their song is melancholy, but also increasingly menacing, as they promise the city irresistible. As the voices fade, distant bells are clearly to be heard among the surf sounds. Okay. Okay, so stolen secrets, good to know. And that is Hill and Hollow. So not the highest priority for me to work with, but still a nice one. Okay, so the wonderful shape, blessings, and invocations of the triple knot recorded at a sanctuary in Cyprus notable for its weavers, sculptors, and gardeners. The roots go deep, the knots remain. This has got to be a weaving and knot working text. The final invocation is one for the restoration of roots to be spoken before an altar of the triple knot. But puzzlingly, it should not be spoken by any priestess of the knot, or even by one who has been initiated in their mysteries. Okay, so this is definitely one for me to... I think this is a little too short on detail for it to be useful, but... Set of satisfaction. Actually, I'll make a note of that now. Alright, so this one keeps coming up over and over. So it's not clear what it is, but this one's actually come up in reference to a couple of other ones. This is going to be interesting too, so this will be my next 7 skill when the time comes, although it's definitely going to be a big challenge to level up. So I think whatever my feelings on getting that scale text handled, I think probably I want to get got nowhere to put my flowers. Alright, that's the last for the smoking room and the reading room. Or Westcott room. Alright. So, we might as well prepare the way for... Or I guess I can't until... mackerel's not bad. Something to feed the cat. Alright. But yeah, so Numa's in the rear view mirror, but that doesn't mean we can be complacent. We definitely, with the special special memory, we've really shifted what we can accomplish. Spring has become much more important. The other thing I'm curious about, so I believe I can actually make this sacrament ascite. So if I take an Edict's Liminal, so I can add 5 knock. Oh, actually. Okay, so I have 4 knock from the required Glassfinger Toxin. That brings me up to 10 with Edict's Liminal alone, and we get 15 from the memory. So it's actually quite straightforward for me to be able to make 6 knock. So if that's true, and I want to test that before I rely on it. But let's say that winds up being true. So we have Timothy. Now he starts with 1 knock. So we use 2 shafts. A 5 knock memory. So that starts him off at 8 knock. So Reverend Timothy suddenly becomes the MVP again. So the idea here is that if this memory works the way that I think it does, I can basically make these on any given day. I can feed them to Reverend Timothy. And at 14 knock, he's going to be able to open the sealed cell. He will be able to open the slithering fountain. In spring, we're going to be able to open the room of rusts. And so we are waiting for a circumstance. And then we need to get lucky with a moon and forge, it looks like. Not so sure about the mazed cell yet. That's going to be something for me to think about. In fact, I should probably just erase all of the notes that I took for today. But I think this is actually a really good place to end it. So I'll do a quick recap of where we're at, just so that I can have it sort of straight in my head. So the main focus for the next couple of days is going to be on getting Tridesma Herrera, or Hyra, up to level 7. Now that's definitely not trivial. It's a combination of Grail and Moon. And again, the important thing on this is that it's not just enough to have it be like, you can't just have it as a you can't just read the same book over and over and over again and get the information that you need. You do need to... Sorry, I've made so many notes, it's a little hard to keep track. But yeah, so basically I need to find some combination totaling 6 of Moon and Grail memories. Actually, you know what? Let me just write this for myself, so I don't need to worry about it tomorrow or on Wednesday. It is Monday still, right? Oh my God! It's 4 in the morning. Yikes! Okay, I really need to go. But I do want to leave some notes for myself, so... Alright, Beguiling Melody. Confounding parable. Contradiction. Gossip. Oh, that's right, salt. So this is easier than I thought. And satisfaction is 6. Oh, also stolen secrets. So I actually have 7 different... Sorry, Swedish EOD. I'm like 3 streams in one. It's been a while since I've had a 10-hour stream, but I have work in the morning, and I'm not gonna get a full night's sleep. Okay. I should probably do the same exercise for Hill and Hollow, but I'll maybe do that on my own. Fortunately, the moon stuff is still the same. Well, thank you, Swedish EOD. Obviously, the VODs are available. It'll probably be like a week or 2 behind for the YouTube stuff, but Twitch VODs last for 2 weeks. Well, we got a lot done, so just for those of you who are wondering about the overall playthrough, we haven't committed anything else to the Tree of Wisdom, so it's just the one glass blowing and vessel crafting for the Whist. This is how far we've been able to get, so pretty significant. It's looking very credible that we are going to be able to open the sealed cell and the slithering fountain basically at any point that we want. Depending on the visitors that we get, it's a little less clear in terms of what's happening with some of these others. But again, we'll see how it goes. My main focus is going to be on leveling up Tridesma Hyra. Sorry, Tridesma Hyra. And one thing I would like to try and do, it did say, do something at the altar of the knot. Obviously, I don't have an element of the soul, but I figure just cramming as much, Grail and Moon as I can. The other side of it is, it starts with Grail and Moon, so there is that side of me that wonders, maybe I should try and add some kind of moth to the formula. But one way or the other, I just want to see what happens with these. And again, we've got Devotion and Remembrance. So we'll see whether or not that produces anything. We still haven't opened the packages. In fact, I'm going to put those up in my inventory just as a reminder, because they're not going to be opened if I don't do that. But yeah, so I'd say after a little bit of experimentation, basically what's probably going to happen here is before too long, I'm going to do an experiment to make sure that I can actually make the Sacrament Asite. And if I can, that will mean that I have 2, and then I will use those 2 to pump up Reverend Timothy, and we'll use that to unlock even more rooms. What I'm hoping here is, because we're unlocking this area, this may give us a few more books to work with. And then, again, depending on how the leveling up goes in terms of skills, probably what I want to do is I'll have 2 sets of tasks for the skills that I have. So Trist will go towards Crowcross Sands, Health will probably go towards gardening, and then the Faust, Shapt, and Whist will basically be spent spamming the Sweet Bones. Again, obviously once the packages and the memories and all of that are done. But basically, we'll be spamming the sweet bones to get the relevant skills. And in this case, I think our main focus is going to be on getting some moon. But again, we'll work with whatever we get. But I gotta get out of here because this took a lot longer than I was expecting, and I'm not sad that I spent the time. I just wish I was a little more responsible about it. But again, I think this has been a pretty good session. We learned, like, for me, I learned a little bit about how the Incastum Terminale works. I've seen it's pretty clear that special memory that I got, if I want, I've got a higher level victory. Obviously, I'm going to want to work on finding whatever equivalent for the Twiceborn is. And it does sound like I've signed up for a pretty difficult ending. But then, I didn't exactly sign up for easy when I said I didn't want to commit any skills to or not any skill, but, I wanted to be pretty limited in terms of the skills that I committed to the Tree of Wisdoms. So I'm actually quite surprised that there are this many of you still hanging out. I know I've been going very long. So there aren't that many people who are streaming. Actually, okay, here's a question for you. It's been 9 hours, Swedish EOD. So I do see there is there's a broadcaster who's doing Book of Hours called Dweeb90. It says, new game, Book of Hours, it's weird. And then I've noticed that Anexes, who we hosted last time and seemed reasonably pleasant, I've noticed that they are actually trying Cultist Simulator. It says here, trying my hand at being a cultist, no spoilers please. So if you want, this is actually an example of someone who seems to have gotten into Cultist Simulator as a result of Book of Hours. So does that sound interesting to anyone, or would you prefer me to stick with Book of Hours? And one of the reasons I say this is that it's actually been hard for me to find people who are, like, kind of nice to host. So, I'm happy to keep it on Book of Hours if you want, but I am happy to also support somebody who's trying Cultist Simulator off of Book of Hours being the experience. Go wherever you send us? Okay. I'm tempted for both, but I do kind of want to see how Cultist Simulator's going, so I am gonna raid Anexes. So again, I don't know too much about them as a streamer. They seemed nice when I was I hosted them last time. They also have one viewer, so I do try where I can to sort of host the viewer, like the streams with a smaller number of viewers. And again, hopefully in future, we'll be able to host Dweeb90 again. But like I said, it's nice to show a little bit of support, and particularly for keeping it within the company's game. So hopefully you are entertained by Anexes. If nothing else, I will be back Wednesday to continue on with this playthrough. And I don't know, I feel like there's a whole lot to get through. So I'm glad that I'm at least leaving something on the table. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Thank you if you're watching a VOD for sticking with me for 9 hours. I got to get some sleep, and hopefully some of you do too. But have a wonderful evening, and see you in a couple days.